Go ahead and call this meeting to order. It's 8 o'clock. Today is Thursday, June the 15th, 2023. We're in the central jury room of the Hood County Justice Center
District Court. So I guess that'd be about.
at 1200 West Pearl Street in Granbury, Texas. The first one here is District Court. Is this for Tona? Is this the District Clerk?
For Buffkin.
District Judge.
What?
District Judge is first.
Correct.
Okay.
District Court, he has both. Judge Buffkin has District Court and District Judge.
Okay.
Very few changes other than salary and just some basic increases. Are there any questions regarding his budget? Budgets.
Okay, the percentage for the assistant court coordinator and the court coordinator, is there a percentage, you're
5%.
This is 5%?
The judge has
or both of
requested-
those? That's what I've got.
5%, yes, sir.
Okay.
Anything else? Anybody got any questions?
Thank y'all.
Okay, thank you very much. So that takes care of both, right? All right. Okay, now, County Court at Law. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are y'all? There's not big changes in my budget either. It's pretty standard. We underestimated last year. Of course, I wasn't a part of the budget presentation last year. We underestimated some supplies expenses and a few minor things like that we sort of pushed off till next year. But we are working with Ms. Kidd on trying to catch up with some of them in terms of amendments if we need them. But we're just asking for small increases, 5% for the employees, but most things are working very well.
Okay.
One of the questions I had was supplies in the build up to this, so we're adding a little bit to supplies. And just as an example, the floor mats are all gone in the office, small things like that, nothing major, but small things like that we feel like we need to catch up on the next budget year. We had to change the correspondence, of course, the stationery, things like that because of the change in office. Things like that, where that money will go.
And then you explained when we met about the increase in training was for...
Yes, ma'am. The legislature just met, and the Texas judiciary people are telling me that they're going to cut back their funding for education. And of course, they hope in special session that they'll get some of that funding restored through grants and things like that. Right now, they don't know. Now, if they will pay, of course, if our county pays, we'll get reimbursed. But right now, they can't promise us that's happening. So I budgeted in enough educational money to where my staff and I both can meet the minimum requirements.
So that
to keep our
4,000 is for 6 different classes.
Yes, ma'am. There'll be 2 each for my staff, and of course 2 trips for me to get the what we call the basic number of hours to keep our license. And if the funding comes through on the state side, then we will reimburse the county or directly get paid by them and not solicit the county funds to pay it.
Okay.
Right now, that's all up in the air with them. They withheld all the pay raises, everything for judges and everything for judicial funding pending these special sessions. For whatever reasons, don't ask me.
Anybody else have any questions or comments? Okay, that medical service, we understand that's the psychological, right?
It is.
Okay. All right. Okay. Use some of that psychological there on Miss Lantham here, up here.
Is this how this works?
But that's, okay. Okay, thank you. All right. Next, road ops.
Thanks. How are you?
You have a new grinder in there?
More good news about that, so.
No good news? Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
there. Judge, Commissioners, that first sheet is the items that we're having increases in. The fuel and all, we have bumped it up 100,000. That second page, you can kind of see what happened to us last year. I got it highlighted from last year, but how the fuel hit us. But you can also see on this year, fuel, this past month, that it's declining. So I put the 100,000 in a couple months ago, so I don't know. We could take the 100,000 back off and use it for something else, if it comes to that. I do know that we have spent, as of today, we have spent 86.5% of our fuel line item. I will have to come in and make a budget line item for the last 3 months. And it's not only fuel that comes out of it, it's hydraulic oil, motor oil, DEF fluid, it's the whole grease. But that's, I can go either way, whatever y'all decide on that.
Will you be using the fuel from the fuel tank that the Sheriff's Department?
No, ma'am.
Okay, because that's going to be at a cheaper rate.
Will it be diesel?
No, it's not diesel.
No.
So all of your vehicles are diesel?
Except for a handful that are gas. You can see on that second page where I've got
Okay.
what I keep an average of is the gallons that are used. So that 21 to 22 is we used, that was the average for that year. For the big one is, of course, diesel, and the smaller number is the gasoline. On the next one down is our right-of-way materials. On that last page, this was from the May 23rd court. Actually, Glenn had sent this to me so we could get a look at how much it has gone up. But to let you know that on the coal mix, it's went up 16%. We've paid $72 for coal mix for 8 years, 9 years, so I don't know why this year it would jump up like it did, but it has. It's been the same with our aggregates. We've paid $21 for years, and the year before it jumped up to 28. In this budget year, we're paying 30, and when we do start getting it in the fall, we're going to be paying the $37. So I don't have a clue why. I don't.
Everybody else is doing it, so they,
So,
yeah.
The next one is this contract mowing. The contract actually come up last year after the budget was approved. It's just the way it hit, and it has jumped. It jumped in the contract what we paid for the last mowing cycle, and it was due to fuel increases on him. So that basically stayed the same from what he was charging toward the end of that budget year. And the utility cost, again, we're not doing anything different than what we have, but it has jumped up approximately $4,500, $4,000 is what I put down. And just so you can kind of get an idea, last year, of course, we had to take money out of, and what we take money out of to hit our other line items is materials, because it is our biggest item, and we just adjust from that. Last year, we ended up, Star Hollow Road was a big thing for us to try to get done last year. I don't think it would have survived another year or so. We ended up getting about half of it. We had enough money to get half of it. And then we turned around October the 1st and did the remainder. So right off the bat, we ended up taking about 69,000 out of our budget. So, and in that last court, I have taken out 50,500 out of it so far this year, and I know with the grinder, we've got a boom axe that's went to the shop. So we're going to end up, but like last year, we'll adjust. I mean, we'll make.
Have you got the new quote on the new grinder yet? Have they got back with you at all?
No, sir, I passed that along to each one of you. Now, what I have gotten since talking to you is that they are very open to having a trade-in. And I do have, I'm going to get trade-in on 2 machines. The other one, it's a 2010, but it's a hand-filled chipper. It takes up about a 4-inch, which will never work at the brush yard.
Right.
And it takes manpower to run it, where this grinder takes 1 person. But he is very open to both of those. So he told me that I'd have it that Thursday or Friday before that court, that Tuesday's court.
Do you think it would be, which would be a better deal, to trade in or to sell that one you can't use in an auction?
We'll get a better deal on the trade-in, ma'am.
Trade-in?
Yes, ma'am. Or, yeah, we have in the past on a lot of equipment. And I do plan on, middle of that week before that, is to send an info email on some of the options that are open for the court to consider.
And did you say that they felt like they could deliver that in August?
Yes, they are currently working on one that should be delivered in August, if the court goes that way, yeah.
So on the second page, under contract services, what is that for? Sorry, just me being new.
It's 2 items under one. One is the contract mowing. Then we also got contract for our GPS. Not all of our equipment and trucks, but a very big majority of them do have a GPS in it. That it helped one time when the truck was stolen, we knew where it was. But yeah, it's just a GPS.
To pay for the GPS service? Is that what
Yeah,
you mean?
yeah,
So
it's
there's
a
a
yearly.
contract for GPS service?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, similar to a phone contract?
Yes, ma'am. And then the other contracts, well, this grinder, that I don't have to move money into it, but that's contract service.
Okay.
The Porta-John down at the brush yard, it's just, you name it, waste oil pickup.
Okay.
I do have a question going back to your fuel.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you take what the 8 months so far this year and multiply it out for 12 months, and then, take a little bit of an increase, you could go with less than 300,000.
Yes, ma'am. But it's just something I'm sorry, I can't.
Yeah.
I've tried it for years, but.
Yeah.
And
there's
as I said, if the court sees that, to take 100,000 and put it somewhere else in the budget, that's,
Yeah.
I think
We'll make it-
fuel prices is everybody. You're guessing at this
No.
point.
Yeah,
So
well,
it's,
even guessing at $5 a gallon, based on what you've spent this year, at $5 a gallon, it'd be $253,000 is what you would need. So, I mean, who knows if diesel will be $5 a gallon? It could.
good. It was at one time, last year. But no, as I said before, 2 months ago, it wasn't coming down, and I was scared it was going up, and when we first did this, so.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Only thing I want to add is, we had some discussions, and, much of your expenses are out of your control.
Yes, sir.
I mean, your contract for your mowers and the fuel and the aggregate, you're just passing that on what they're charging us, so we have to be prepared for that, and we get that. So, thanks.
One other thing that Commissioner Eagle and I had a meeting with TxDOT concerning the bridge over Walnut Creek. Again, this started back in 2017. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Commissioner Eagle, they told us that we would still owe what we owed back in 2017, which is $38,903.
Yeah, they did say that. They did say that.
Yeah. I like to remind the court each year, because it's going to pop up, maybe after I leave, but it's going to pop up. And I don't give up, along with Commissioner Eagle, I don't give it within the year or so, the way they were talking to us about replacing that bridge on Old Granbury. That is the last bridge for a while, because all the rest of them are up to snuff. So,
Well, the one on 4 is coming up, but that's a text dot
Yes.
road, so that's.
Yes, sir.
Got you, okay.
And while you're there, though, there's one there on Meander that somebody's messed up the guardrail. Is that the state's?
no, sir, it's in the city limits. of
Okay,
Granbury.
because that one's in a kind of the county ties into it, the city's got part of it, and
I know.
and they're
yeah.
griping at me, so.
But no, sir. it-
That's the one right at Rucker Creek.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
It's the one that crosses Rucker, yes, sir.
Yep.
But yeah.
Anything else? Okay. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Delaney.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for the quick response to my request yesterday, too.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay, purchasing. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. So for this year's budget, I attempted to cut back where I could and hold firm on as much as I could. I do have a few requests for you, though. First off, and this isn't for me, basically it's for the whole county, I would like to request up to $10,000 in IT's software budget for contract management software. In the past, we've attempted to gather up, as many of the contracts in the county as we could and store them, so when people would request them, we would try to provide that as best we could. But with the growth of the county and the number of contracts, that is really not working well at all. In fact, this week, there was a request for a contract. I was able to find the addendum after the contract, but never could find the original contract. The packages I've been looking at, what they would allow us to do, it would allow every department to scan in their contracts, set a start date, an end date, and set up for them to receive email notices in advance of renewals, in advance of expiration, when insurance certificates are expiring, anything where the department head needs to know to take action, it can be set up to send you an email and notify you, which would be extremely helpful for, I think, pretty much every department in the county. What it would also do is provide a central depository for all the contracts, so when Human Resources, gets an open records request, if the county attorney needs it, if y'all need it, it's all in one place, and we're not, calling around to every department, do you have this, do you have this? I think it would be extremely valuable for the county, and, nothing more embarrassing than, oh, we want to look at whatever and can't find the contract. So I've discussed it with Drew. He thinks it'd be extremely valuable for them, and I think other departments as well. So that is one thing I would like to request. Of course, it'd be in his software budget, but I wanted to bring that up because
Yes,
it's something I've been researching.
It's already been added to his budget.
Okay. The next thing is I would like to increase my part-time budget. Right now, there's 500. I would like to, if possible, increase it to 10,000 for a couple of reasons. One, for help in the mailroom when Charlotte is out. The other is to help with our field work for our inventory. We track nearly 5,000 pieces of county property every single year, and we set eyes on nearly every one of those. And some offices are easy, some it's very challenging when you're crawling under desks and behind servers trying to find inventory tags to document that, we still have these items. So if possible, that would be extremely helpful to us. And the other thing is, of course, the employees, raises and benefits to keep up with inflation, and employee retention, as y'all know, is extremely challenging these days, especially to keep skilled people. So that's what I have.
Anybody have any questions of Mr. Tillman?
On the fuel, I know we talked about this when we met, the decrease there, but we talked also about with the implementation of the fuel tank, that would actually decrease it a little more because we'll be getting a bulk price, a better price. So are you?
Yes, and actually I did knock that down another 30,000 since we spoke.
Okay, so what is it now?
300 even.
Okay, that's what it was when we were,
I thought it was
oh, no, you're right.
330.
I just flipped that.
changed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
And hopefully I've got a much better handle on that this year.
Anything else? If not, thank you, Mr. Tillman. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The district attorney is next, but we're running not 9 o'clock, but we could go ahead and have,
Jay's here. Maintenance.
yes, there he is. Come on down here, mister. Let's take him out of line here. So, maintenance here, Mr. J. Riley. You get that flag down?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, good deal.
Actually, I had some help, but
Good.
we got it down.
We got it.
Yes,
It was
sir.
a big flag, wasn't it? Okay. Good
Good
deal.
morning.
Good morning.
On my budget, I'll get into the maintenance part of it first. As much as everything's going up, I still think I can stay flat with the 125 on the maintenance budget. I'm currently, with 4 months left, sitting with about 40,000 in that account. I think I'll be okay. I think I'll be okay next year, barring any large issues. So I didn't ask for change. I did lower the vehicle maintenance because y'all were very generous allowing me to change out my old vehicle, so I don't foresee any large issues with vehicles. The rest of it's pretty well flat. We haven't changed it much. On the issue of employees, I'm sure there'll be some questions on the raises that I proposed. I feel pretty strong about them. Right now, my office manager, I would like to change her title. I'd like to change her title to assistant director, if at all possible. That would justify the raise, and I've also got a list of her job duties if y'all are interested in seeing those or hearing those.
I think, excuse me, we talked about that when we met, and yeah, I think that, go ahead and extrapolate on that.
I think I'm in line on that. I don't think I'm being out of line with it, but I would like to do that. I think it would help.
do you have the, with you?
I do have it.
Okay, yeah, bring it. We talked about it briefly, but I'd like to see your,
Do you want to hear about it, or you want me to send you a copy of it? On the job duties.
you don't have 5 copies?
I'm sorry?
If you don't have 5 copies, then yeah, just read it.
Yeah, I've got it. We can talk about it if you like.
Let's go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, so, basically, she's a manager, and it's not the title so much, but I think, Commissioner Sampson, when we talked about it, you'd asked for, basically, she was being looked at as an admin, and I'd like to change, she is a manager currently. And so, she does all the work orders in the department. So we're on the work order system. They come in, and what she does is she assigns them. And she assigns them to the individual employees and makes sure they're done, and then she closes those work orders. That's one of her duties. And just so you know, we do probably, no, this is for 1 year. I did a check on the system, and we do 20, 2,381 of work orders a year. That was for a one-year period. That was from June 1st of last year until June 1st of this year. And that was, I just used 1 year. Some years it's more, some years it's less, but that's what it was last year. That equates to 198 a month is what we're processing. And basically that's 1,500, no, I'm sorry, 15, 16 a week per technician. Now, each one of those work orders are going to roughly be anywhere from 1 hour to 20 hours. It just depends on the job. And we track everything we do that way. So she's processing those. That's not counting the calls we get that we just do in a work order. She usually generates a work order for that, but sometimes things fall through the cracks and we don't do it. Obviously, the jail's the largest with 942 in a year. That's, you know, everything from a stopped-up drain to remodel work or whatever we have to do. She does daily budget reconciliation, so I know that Becky does a wonderful job. I could call Becky and ask her what my budget looks like, but I chose for my department that we know what we got, what we do, how much we spend, where it's going. We keep a spreadsheet. I know it's kind of double work, but it's really not. If you guys want to know what I've spent, I can give you an end-of-day spreadsheet on every dime. Now, it doesn't mean it's been paid yet, but it means we've already committed, we've already bought it. So we do track that, and we track it closely, and it's always been a big deal with me. She maintains the inventory for the HVAC units. Got 132 units. Each one of them's got filters. We change filters. We look at them, touch them, feel them, look at them every month. So my guys are real busy with those. So that's 132 units. We have an inventory. We have to stay up with it. She stays up with that. She orders parts, she creates POs. Sometimes she even goes and picks some parts up for them when we're all in a bind. We're out there working and we don't have anybody loose. She'll take off and run and get it for us. She supervises my cleaning crew. Takes a huge load off of me to help the guys. So that works, plus our inventory of cleaning supplies. Now, that's every week. There's a lot goes on in this county as far as cleaning. So she keeps up with that. She maintains our call-out schedule because I messed it up 2 or 3 times, and she took it away from me. So she maintains that. And the way that works, we set up, it's on the phone, we set it up, it calls the guy out, they get the phone call and they come out. Myself and that tech get the phone call, so she makes sure that as it rotates through, they get it. And going back to custodial, that's 5 people that she's taking care of there. When I'm gone, she's basically the boss. She runs the show. She makes sound decisions. I've never had a problem with her.
You also talked about the hiring process.
I'm sorry?
You also mentioned to me about during the hiring process, her participation.
Yeah, when we do hire, and I think everybody in here is having the same problem hiring. So I've got her to help me with that because she sees things that I don't see. She knows what I expect, what the county expects, and so she'll sit in and she'll notice things that I don't notice, and she helps me with that.
She sits in on every interview that you do.
Yes, ma'am. She's, and for what it's worth, if there's any disciplinary issues, she's in there with me for that. That doesn't happen very often, so.
Has she accumulated a bunch of comp time?
She doesn't get any comp time.
So she's doing all this on straight time?
She does it all on straight time, yes, sir. Now, she would get comp time if she worked more hours.
Okay, but she's getting all this done.
She gets it done. She works in Tyler. We do a lot of credit card stuff like Home Depot, Lowe's, and stuff like that. She reconciles all that. She goes back, well, she doesn't reconcile it, but we work with Cynthia and make sure we have everything.
Cynthia loves her. Cynthia says she's awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
And credit cards are problematic, so we very much appreciate the time and effort Michelle puts into this.
So basically, I don't know why you need me. She's that good.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
So, I mean, you know. Any other questions on that? I mean, I can't say enough good on that.
I think you convinced me.
Okay.
She's pretty valuable.
She's very valuable to the county and me, mostly me.
So Melissa's not here, but what is the
Yes, she's-
process for changing? Is she, oh, there she is. Sorry, I didn't see you. What is the process for changing a title?
There's not a lot. I will get with Jay, we'll go over the job description. Titles, as far as within the department, does not mean a lot. As far as step and grade plan, sometimes it gets changed on there, and that's how everybody looks at the step and grade, but that may not be necessarily what they're titled in that department.
We'll get it worked out.
Okay.
So how much was the increase?
Just a second. It would be from, let me get it right so I don't tell you. 32.5.
Not 32.5.
35.3.
She
Looks
makes
like
more
from
than
35.3, you're requesting to go to 46.
Yes. I'm on the wrong page. Sorry.
35.3 to 46. correct?
46,000, right.
How long has she been with the county?
Be nearly 5 years, about 4.5. And then I've also asked for a pretty good raise for all my cleaning staff as well. I'd appreciate consideration on that for the work they do. And then, of course, my technicians. Good help's hard to find. Good technicians are hard to find. They're skilled. All of them are skilled in one way or the other. So. I'm sorry?
Did you state your increases,
My,
salary increases?
yes, I can state that. So right now, roughly, for my top hand, one of my top hands, 11.63. For the next one, it'd be 8.06. 8.06 for another one. And those are my 3 techs.
I think y'all do a great job. I mean, as far as everything in the county, I haven't heard any complaints like I used to hear. I mean, I think you really keep up the cleaning, the technician, the air conditioning, to everything. You really are running a tight ship, I think, everybody.
And the guys do a good job, and you know, with the way things are now, it's getting tougher. And so I wanted to try to, I don't want to give away the house, but I need to pay them more.
Those aren't the percentages that are on our sheet, Becky. So I'm not sure where the disconnect is, but the percentages that he just read off, I'm not finding on the spreadsheet that you gave me yesterday.
Are you looking at the salary spreadsheet?
Yes.
Okay, let me find the salary spreadsheet. I haven't changed this.
On this sheet, it shows the office manager at 33, which is,
These
what-
are 22 numbers. Let me get you new information.
is that just,
I'll go over there at lunch. Some of these things did not stick. I don't know why.
okay, just for this department, as far as you know?
As far as I know, I went through and checked because some of them were not captured properly. Don't know why. But no, what he is giving you, if they're less than this 10,
Because what we're showing for the office manager on the budget sheet is 35,360, but this says 33.
hang on. Yes, they didn't capture, so I'll have to give y'all another sheet for this page. Because Jay's increase would be 3%. The next employee, which you don't have names on there,
Right.
but the start date of 96, that's a 8.86 increase. A start date of 19, of 10/21/19, that's a 8.33% increase. The one with a 12/20/21, that's a 30.9 increase. The one with the start date of 11/6/14, that's an 11.63. The one with the 2014 date, that's 8%. 3/21, that's 7%. The open position is a 2.22% increase. The next start date of 1/27/14, it's an 8.06% increase. The next one with a start date of 2/3/2020 is 6.67. The one that started August 18th of 2010, that's 8%. And the last one with the 2019 start date would be 5.80%.
Did you say 30.9%?
I did.
30% increase on one employee?
That's one.
No, that's not.
30%?
That's not what I wrote down. She said it was on the 12/20/21 start date.
Well,
The office manager shows 10/1/19. No, I wasn't able to, okay. So are those, yeah, these are all wrong. Do you want to go make copies of this? Okay. Yeah, I guess just make a copy, because I wrote some of them down, but I couldn't keep up with her.
I'll have a corrected copy.
Okay.
I'll just make y'all.
Who's next?
Yeah. Just make us a copy and get them
I'm
to
going to run
us.
over there and make you a copy right now. How about that?
Okay.
I'll get this straightened
So,
out.
on the open position, just to kind of help with these salary increases, is there an opportunity to eliminate that position to help with these big salary increases?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. So I do have an open position, and I've been reluctant to fill it. Number one, it was hard to fill those shoes. It would be Mark's position. But I did. I filled it with what I can't justify filling it right now. We're not behind. I hate to give it up, but you know what? If it's the best, I don't want to hire somebody, just put them in there.
And it helps the overall budget to be able to do what you want to do with your employees and keep your budget pretty flat.
Well, I'm trying to keep it flat. I think I've done a good job over the last 5 years keeping it flat. So, yeah, I'm not, we've hashed it around, I've talked it over, and I believe Commissioner Andrews, you and I have had this conversation. I just can't justify filling that position right now.
And you are able to keep up with all the requests, so
We are able to keep up with it, and really the guys, they work hard. They work hard, and they just, I guess they just picked up when I was short, and we noticed that we're not getting behind on anything, And basically I'd already eliminated one position out of my department a few years ago when I went to contract mowing, and that saved us some money in the long run. So, yeah.
Well, and something else we talked about with that is there's basically an on-call pay that it was for 4 employees, so, about once a week, and you asked to be able to redistribute that.
Yes, sir, and
to
I
the
have
3 employees, because you got each employee serving 1 week out of 3 on call instead of 1 week out of 4.
Correct. I'm asking not to change that budget. I went from 4 people on call to 3 people on call. So basically that was $9,601 a year. And it was well worth it because I get $200 a month because each one of them on call. Well, I lost one, and the guys kept on working along, and nobody complained, nobody griped, nobody did anything, but I'm asking to leave it at $9,601, but to increase their call-out pay to $267. To take that 4th guy and give him to those folks, and that will make it won't increase any burden on the county, but it'll give them a little bit more incentive when they're on call.
Yeah, they're actually doing more work because they're being on call
sometimes the guys
every
are on
3rd
call
week
twice a month.
Yeah.
Due to the fact we lost one. So, it would be I think it would be nice, and it would be good because we got to have them. And
well, and if for some reason you eventually did need to put that 4th person back on, then it would just be redistributed from there to go back to the once every 4 weeks.
right. So. And I guess that would be the best way to do it. Just
how does the on-call pay work? Does it only if they get calls, or because they're on call? Or?
No, it's because they're on call, because of the fact that the individual has to stay available 24/7 for 7 days. So they're not going to be out of town. They're not going to be doing that.
In the middle of the lake fishing.
Yeah, they can't be out on the lake and boat fishing, right? Yeah. So we feel like a stipend for that is actually fair.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And then I guess that's really all I've got, with the exception of I kind of wanted to talk about a boom lift, and we've already had that conversation, so I did get some good numbers. Right now I can rent a boom lift for a week for $1,046. And that's what I've been doing out of my maintenance budget. We rented it probably 3 times this year, but there's been 40 or 50 times I could have used it. It pulls along behind the pickup, and it'll get you 50 feet in the air, and it's sure handy, and it's safer than ladders. Just want you to, I would appreciate if you consider, it's $50,000 to purchase one, so I know the numbers probably don't wash, but I think we would use it more if we had it.
Tell me again rental price?
Yeah, that's the rental price is $1,046.29 a week on that. And the way I'm currently doing it, I wait till I get about 4 or 5 things that we can't do, and then I go rent it. And then we'll run it out there and we'll use it for 4 or 5 days, you know. And I mean, some of the things we use it for is we trim the trees, the windows at the library. We have to wash those because they're way high. If you all been on the back side of that library, there ain't no getting up there with a ladder. And then the bugs, they got accent lights all around the deal, so we have to wash all the bugs off. And there's some things around the courthouse I probably should be doing that I'm not doing because I don't have a 50-foot lift. Now, a 50-foot lift's going to be about $50,000. So I don't know if the numbers wash on this or not, but I would appreciate it.
How long would it last? What would that piece of equipment last, you think? Should last a long time, shouldn't it?
Yeah, you'd probably have it from now on, 3 or 4 directors down the road. You know, I mean, there's not a lot of moving parts.
That's what I'm saying. So.
Yeah, there's not a lot of moving parts on them, a lot of things that go wrong. And the thing I like about them, they make them now, they have a plug-in for a power washer at the bottom. It's piped into the top, and then you put the gun and a short stinger on it, and that would be real handy down at the library when we're giving it a bath.
Is there an opportunity to get a used one? This is for a new one, the 50,000?
I could probably get a used, I've seen used ones for anywhere between 40 and 45.
Not a big discount.
It's not a big difference, but I would definitely, if I could find a low-hour used one, I would definitely be open to that.
It seems like their useful life would be a long time, so it's paying a little bit less for one that's still going to last a long time might.
And
I was hoping it'd be less than, $10,000 less. No.
Well, I'll tell you what, I work real hard to find one for 40. But yeah, the one that we rent right now is a 40. So it's like 10 foot shorter than what we need at the courthouse. And it's like, I need that 50 just so I can get up there. And, but because we got some windows up there that we can't fix them, And I hate to hire somebody to come out and do something like change out a darn window pane. When that's something my guys are totally capable of doing with the right equipment. So.
Of the 132 HVAC units, how many are still of the old R22? How many we got left to go to get everything cycled out?
I apologize, Commissioner Wilson. I don't have that number right now. No, I will get it to you.
I know, even since I've been on the court, the 2.5 years I've been up here, we've done 4 or 5, money transfers, at, basically $75,000 each, and that's basically to change them out. But it just, curious where we're at on that 132, getting rid of the older stuff that, are non-repairable.
That's true. I'm going to say we're upwards of 60 to 70%, but that's a guess. But I can sure get that number.
It's just,
What's the?
because we're going to, once we get them all upgraded to the new material, then we can, have maybe not have that 75,000 every quarter or whatever, based on the usage.
Yeah. And I'm hoping.
And I'm not complaining about that because that's a better way to go than just giving you an open. But, we need to, just kind of get a handle on how many are still of the old refrigerant.
Yeah, that's, I'm actually changing one out tomorrow over at your building that has the R22.
Right.
So.
Is that the one that's been causing problems?
I'm sorry?
That's not the one that's been causing problems in my office?
No, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
I think I got that one fixed.
Okay.
I think.
It's been cooling.
Has it been doing all right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
Got mine fixed, but that was a 21-year-old unit.
Yeah, it was 20.
Out of that one?
20 years.
Yeah.
We're changing the one out at the very end of the building down there now, and I looked at it, and it's 22 years old. So we got our life out of that one, I think. Yeah. And really, it's a shame because it's to the point now that it's not so much that the unit's bad, I can't get the Freon. So.
Okay.
So on the second line on your budget, the maintenance tax, are we reducing that by one staff?
Well, I haven't yet, but
Okay.
I can, if it'll
I mean,
help.
it sounds like that would help you be able to do what you want to do with your other employees.
You know, if it'll help me do what I need to do with the other employees, I will do that. I will.
4. Oh, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, 25.4. Well, no,
No, that's the open.
but there's not certificate pay if you don't. I don't know.
Oh. Well, I think that it would be 45.4 out of that budget. No, the certificate pay there is the on-call.
Oh, okay, so 40.
So that would still be there. So yeah, it'd be 43.
So the 182 goes down by 43,000. Becky, I don't think Becky was here for that conversation.
Lucky me.
The second line on maintenance, the maintenance technicians, he's reducing that by one, that open position, so it looks, Commissioner Andrews and I were agreeing that that was reduced by 43,000, but if we're wrong on that, we would be, stand to be corrected. Thank you for everything your staff does.
I think you're doing a great job. Has he got you through? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you
You do
all.
a
I
great job.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Jay.
Okay, let's go ahead and take Ryan Sinclair, District Attorney.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Commissioners. I have some packets for the court if I can approach and provide them to the members.
You bet. Thank you.
All right. If you'd like me to step you through the packet, I can, or you can
Yes,
just
go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. So the non-salary adjustments, of course, my salary adjustments are going to be the biggest change to the budget, but the non-salary adjustments have to do with investigation, drug and DNA testing, education and travel expenses, dues, books and subscriptions, and expert testimony. For the investigation expenses, those are difficult to predict. However, we've just come across a new company that has the potential to drastically aid us in some technological aspects of investigations, specifically with regard to child abuse and online solicitation of minors and offenses like that. Also, heavier cases like murders and such. But that company is pretty expensive. I think they charge $5,000 a case to do work. We're currently working with the SO on potentially utilizing them for a pretty severe case that's being investigated right now, and depending on how that goes, we may be able to utilize them further going forward in other cases. But for the drug and DNA testing, last year or the year before, we switched from using the Texas Department of Public Safety's crime lab for sending all of our drugs out for lab testing to using the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office. And that's because The DPS lab is so far behind that they take so long to return lab results on drugs that have been sent to them for testing. And that's a problem across the state. They just haven't had the necessary funding given to them to expand their capabilities, and agencies across the state utilize them, so they are way behind, which takes longer for us to process the case, because if we don't have a lab result on a drug case, we can't get that case across the finish line yet. So we have to wait for that. If that person is waiting in our jail, then we're spending more money on that person eating at our jail every day until we can get the case resolved. So we started that process by using the sheriff's office to send their drugs to that medical examiner's lab. And in the middle of this last year, the police department has made the switch as well. So we're anticipating that those costs will go up. And so I'm asking for a $10,000 increase on that so that the PD can have their cases laboratory tested as well. Education and travel expense, I'm asking for a $2,000 increase. We'll be hiring for new attorneys, CLE expenses, getting those attorneys trained up with CLE and prosecution training. So I'm asking for an increase there of $2,000. Dues, books, and subscriptions, asking for a $5,000 increase. This is a legislative year, so the laws are changing. New laws are coming on board, and we have to buy all new law books when those legislative years happen. So I'm asking for a $5,000 increase there. Expert testimony, that's difficult to predict, asking for about a $1,200 increase. We have several homicide trials that are expected in the next year, several high, very serious cases that may involve expert testimony, and that can be expensive, but asking for a $1,200 increase there. Are there any questions about the non-salary changes to the DA's budget?
How many times have you used expert testimony in the last year?
We've had to use expert testimony on several of our murder cases. And
how many?
We've had at least 2 murder trials that we've had to use it on, and those murder trials require testimony from medical examiners. Those are physicians, and they have kind of a sizable rate that they charge to come here to testify. So as it relates to the salaries and wage increase, I'm asking for 2 additional clerks and 1 additional ADA position. I'm also asking to bring one of my child abuse investigators from a part-time position to a full-time position. As it relates to the child abuse investigators, one of the investigators has worked significant overtime and developed a lot of comp time. And with the addition of bringing the part-time investigator to full-time, I anticipate that will go down almost entirely. Also, that part-time investigator works a lot and then has to take off because he faces going over his hours, and we can't pay him over his hours. And then we're just out, an investigator for the time that he's trying to let his hours whittle down. And we can't get things done when he's, not here. He's a vital part of the office, and we need him to come on board full-time. With regard to the additional clerks and the additional ADA position, that comes into play with the increase in the case dispositions that our office is seeing. You can see I've attached a case disposition trend on the second page of the packet, and we are slated to have our highest year yet if we keep at the pace we've been going at thus far. In 2021, we were around 400 cases disposed. In 2022, around 500 cases disposed. And if we keep at the pace we're at right now, we're slated to dispose of over 660 cases this year, which is quite a lot. We have this cross-assignment of the courts that happened middle of this last budget year between Judge Haddix and Judge Bufkin. Our office is excited about that cross-assignment. It allows us another court to try cases in, but more courts mean more trials, and more trials mean more prosecutors. More case dispositions mean more staff to help with the paperwork for those cases. We also need to expand our victims assistance coordination, and I anticipate that the new staff will be integral with that as well. And then also we anticipate arrests to continue to be high from the agencies, and those arrests need intake processing, and the new staff will help with that intake processing as well. The raises I'm requesting are for my staff and attorneys and investigators, but if you look at the neighboring counties, the average administrative staff pay that I'm requesting is lower than the average administrative staff pay of Johnson County. I don't know what the average administrative staff pay for Parker County is, or Erath County, but it is lower than Johnson County, which I do know. I've attached Johnson County's current year budget to the packet as well, so that the court can see that for both their attorneys and their administrative staff. I'm also requesting an average ADA pay that's lower than Johnson County DA, Johnson County Attorney, and Parker County DA. And the average investigator pay I'm requesting is to make my investigators consistent with the average investigator pay at the Sheriff's Office. Currently, I think the Sheriff's Office investigators make on average more than my child abuse investigators, and I think there should be a parity there. The investigators in the DA's office investigate child rapes, child deaths, brutal, gruesome crimes, and there should be a parity amongst investigators. So, any questions about that?
Anybody have any questions?
Comment that,
Yes, ma'am. In 21, we disposed of around 400 cases. In 22, we disposed of around 500. And in 23, we're slated, if we keep at the pace we're at, to dispose of over 660 cases. That includes pleas. A very small percentage, because we have, for most of those years, and indeed until just a couple months ago, we had one district court. And we had 1 to 2 weeks of trial a month, so you could only try a very small percentage of those cases, which means most of the cases have to get resolved through non-jury resolutions, pleas. You can't try 660 cases a year. In fact, the district attorney's office in Johnson County, they indict between 100 and 175 cases a month, and they try 3 to 5 cases a month. The district attorney's office in Parker County indicts around 100 cases a month. They try 2 cases a month. We try 2 cases a month, and now can try 3 cases a month, or 4 cases a month if we get more prosecutors. So we're comparatively.
Those counties are nearby, but they are way bigger than us. So can you compare us this to? Can you compare it to a similar size county?
Well,
I mean, we keep getting compared to surrounding counties that are way bigger. So.
yes,
And I
what's your name, by the
understand,
way?
my name's Tina Brown.
Nice to meet you. I'm Ryan Sinclair.
I understand that they are close by, so we are losing people to them, but we do need to be compared to similar counties our size, don't we?
Well.
And number of cases, I mean, an attorney in Johnson County is going to be faced with a lot more work.
No, that's not actually accurate, because it's on a pro rata basis. We don't have the size of staff that Johnson County has. We don't have the size of staff that Parker County has.
But we don't need it because we're not as big.
Yes, ma'am. So it's percentage-wise, it's going to be a comparable basis. If we were to have the same staff here and indict as many cases as Johnson County, then you could make that argument. But we have a smaller office because we're a smaller county. Johnson County has a bigger office because they're a bigger county, so they need more prosecutors, they need more staff to handle the cases because they have more cases. We have less cases, so we have less staff.
You're confusing the situation. I mean, I know that, but we keep getting compared with them as far as salaries and number of employees. And they're way bigger. So.
And they have a bigger staff.
Right. Because they are bigger. We're not. We're little.
Well, we're not little. We're growing.
Well, compare us to somebody our size. I would like to see that comparison.
Well, I don't have that comparison for you. I have comparison for neighboring counties that the court will have that information. But I apologize, Ms. Brown, I don't have that comparison for you.
But didn't you say that Hood County tries as many felony cases
Yes,
per
sir.
month as
We try as many cases, if not more, than Parker County because of this new cross-assignment of courts. Parker County, in fact, is asking for an additional DA themselves this year, so they're asking to grow their prosecutorial staff. And then Johnson County indicts 100 to 175 cases a month, and they try just barely more than we do, 3 to 5 cases, and we try 2 or 3 cases a month now. So
What is our indictment number?
we indict around, an average of around 40 cases a
So-
month.
So they indict multiple times more than we do, but that means that we don't have as many problems.
Well, it means we don't have as many people, we don't commit as many crimes.
That's what I mean.
Which means we have less staff than those offices do.
So,
But we do have a heavy trial schedule. We try a lot of cases.
That's the key, is how many felony cases are you trying each month? I mean, if you're trying as many cases, even though they are indicting 175 cases, we're indicting 40, we're still trying as many felony cases as they are. That's what takes the time. You've got to have
Right.
normally 2 prosecutors for every felony trial.
so their backlog is a lot bigger because they
And
have so many
keep accumulating
indictments.
a huge backlog. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know what their backlog is. Their DA told me a couple weeks ago that he was about to clear his backlog, but I don't know how they do that.
I guess non-jury process, like you
You
mentioned.
have to. You simply cannot try, you can't try 40 cases a month. Even if you tried every single case that just we indict, you cannot try 40 cases a month. I mean, it takes a long time to try just one case from a,
So
comparison perspective.
just so I got the numbers right, in Hood County, we indict about 40 cases a month
Yes,
and
ma'am.
try 2 to 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Johnson,
They indict around 100 to 175, and they try 3 to 5. And they have 2 or 3 district courts there.
A lot more prosecutors, a lot more assistant DAs.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
much larger population, but
Which is why they
already
have a
said
bigger
that.
staff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to, and this is no, don't take this offensively, but what you brought us, and I just want the taxpayers to know this, because you brought us a budget with a 38% increase.
Yes, sir.
And if we applied that across the county, we would be looking at a 14-cent tax rate increase based on that number.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to put this into perspective, because we still have parameters that we need to work within, and we need to be cognizant of what the taxpayers are being asked to do.
I agree.
So, and we've seen some other departments with close to a 40% proposed increase. And if you put that across the county, like I say, we're looking at 15 cent tax increase on the rate, and every one of us will get voted out.
I understand what you're saying, Commissioner, and I don't envy the court's position. I can only bring you what my numbers show, and our annualized case disposition numbers support that increase.
And all I'm doing is pointing it out so that we illustrate the conflict that it puts on us up here.
I'm sensitive to that. I don't envy your position, but I have to tell you what we're looking at, what we're facing, and we're facing a significant increase in case dispositions that require a significant increase in the addition of 2 clerks and 1 prosecutor.
But in all fairness, with the threat of being taken to trial is a big factor. Would you agree with that?
It is a factor.
And prior to you and Judge Buffkin and Judge Haddock's kind of splitting up the docket a little bit, it was hard, or at least my understanding based on discussions with defense counsel out here on the street, defendants knowing that, well, this isn't going to go to trial, they're going to bump it, and I just soon sit in the county jail rather than go down to TDC. That door is starting to close, excuse the pun, and so there is a matter of, yeah, you're running more cases through, but they're not being tried, they're getting resolved, correct?
Yes, because you can't try them all. You have to resolve them in another fashion. So you have to resolve them with a plea deal. You just simply cannot try your way out of the number of cases that you indict each month. It's impossible.
And it doesn't make sense to try them all. honestly, right?
Correct. Yeah, each case stands on its own. Each case has its own idiosyncrasies, its own strong points, its own weaknesses, and each case has its own resolution. So each case is different.
So in the prior meeting, when we were discussing the special meeting that we had, Commissioner Eagle asked you about using your staff, since you do have 2 courts now, that you're not having to try to spread yourself to both courts. You're using your staff to try other cases. Is that correct? So
Yes.
you're not having to be present at every trial?
Correct, and I was already utilizing my staff to
Okay.
try cases. But yes, now, instead of sitting as first or second chair on each case, I can't be in 2 courts at once.
Right.
So we have to send a whole prosecution team down there. I think we're underutilizing the court down there because we don't have the staff to do it. We could utilize that court more. And in fact, if you look at the inmate count for jail cases, we have quite a bit of out-of-county inmates, and we just signed a contract with Johnson County for $100 a day, Parker County for $98 a day. I think Somerville and Brown and Erath are less than that, but still, it adds up quick if we have people at $100 a day out of county. To the extent that we can get those cases resolved and moved, we can save the county quite a bit of money very quickly.
Yes, and we just got a notice yesterday that because of the female inmate population, they're now going to be going to, 15 or so are now going to be going to Johnson County. So I just, by coincidence, had my meeting with Judge Haddix yesterday over his budget and mentioned that to him, and so he's ready for those female cases to come to his court. He said, bring them on.
Yes, ma'am. Well, 15 inmates at $100 a day is $1,500
I
a
know.
day.
You
Times
did the
30
math.
days is $45,000. That adds up very quickly. That's, $500,000 just for those 15 inmates if they were to stay there the whole year.
What's your justification for 11.5% increase for your clerical supervisor?
That increase was probably a similar situation to what Mr. Riley expressed with his supervisor, or his admin staff person. She has quite a bit of duties and has many, many job responsibilities, and she needs to be compensated for that. I mean, she's way underpaid as it is for the amount of work that she does, and
I mean, that's a sizable increase.
I'm asking to take her to $46,000. I'm asking for most of my other clerks to go to 43, her to 46.
She's at 53,560, and you're wanting to go to 59,627.
That's not my clerical supervisor, that's my office
what it's listed as.
That's, well, I call
That
her
is
my
your-
office manager.
That's your clerical supervisor.
I guess in the step and grade plan, her title is different, but to me, she's my office manager. Same thing with her. She has quite a bit of duties, and that's why I'm asking for the increase.
Are they accumulating a bunch of comp time?
They have accumulated comp time. If you look down there, they've accumulated 93 hours of comp time between my admin staff. So she's been coming in on the weekends, Saturdays, Sundays sometimes. My intake coordinator has done the same as well. And, when you have that occurring, it means you're understaffed. You shouldn't have to have them coming in on the weekends and stuff. So we need to add staff for that as well. If you look at the office manager for the county attorney's office in Johnson County, who handles misdemeanor cases, I mean, that office manager makes $68,000. The office manager for the DA's office in Johnson County at the DA office makes $92,000. So I'm not asking to go anywhere near those. I'm just asking to take her to right at 60. Because we're not those offices. We don't, we're not Johnson County, and I'm not asking to be Johnson County, but I'm asking to take her to the 60.
This is just so I know I'm on the right line, this is what's listed on here as the person whose start date was 10/1/89?
That would be it, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
She's been with the county over 30 years.
Okay.
I
And,
anticipate she'll be here another 30.
there's, on this sheet, for some reason, Becky, the
It's
percentages didn't calculate.
I will fix that one.
Okay.
Again, I've had trouble with this spreadsheet, and I can put the numbers in and save it, and for some reason it says not saved, so I had to save it as something else. I've had trouble with this spreadsheet, and I have a note on here to fix that.
So just to
And
say
I will
she,
bring sheets later.
she's apparently happy with her position since she's.
Well, she's happy with her position, not her pay, but her position. She's been here a while. She's worked for 3 district attorneys and has stayed with them the whole time. So she is integral to the office, brings a lot of knowledge, experience, and training, expertise. And
Yeah, I don't know, the column on the right's not correct, because it's showing the same number.
I will fix it.
Okay.
I said I have trouble with this. It just would keep telling me not saved.
So what's her current salary, because what we have here isn't correct?
I think it's 53, Commissioner?
3,560.
Okay.
Correct.
Not trying to put you on the hot seat, Counselor, but could you give us an update? You know, we brought a special meeting here back in, on the 31st of May, talking about, you know, the kind of an emergency situation for your assistant DAs.
Yes, sir.
And when you talked about one of them was being offered some more money at another jurisdiction, et cetera, could you bring us up to date on the status of all that?
Yes, sir. I'm happy to report good news. That particular prosecutor has decided to stay here in Hood County. It is that prosecutor's home county. That prosecutor did not want to leave, and thankfully the court was able to keep her here. So also the other position that I had an applicant online for that I felt was a good applicant has accepted the position, starts next Tuesday after the holiday weekend. And
Was that the one from Tarrant County?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In fact, he's making less coming to work for us than he was making in Tarrant County. But he's accepted the position and starts next Tuesday after the holiday. So
That's good.
Thanks.
it's very good.
There's reasons people want to live here.
Yeah, yeah. And then I'm not asking for any raises for my prosecutors, with the exception of the one that's been here the longest and the CPS prosecutor. I'm just asking to take them to what I originally requested at that meeting a few weeks ago, which is, I think, an $8,000 increase from what the court granted at the last meeting. So I'm asking to take that senior intake attorney from 115 to 120 and the CPS attorney from 112 to 115. Other than that, I'm asking to leave my prosecutors at the same.
Are there any grants available to help with some of the things that you've listed on here?
Well, that's a good question. The legislature just passed, I think it's SB 22, which has grant funding for prosecutors' offices across the state. According to the bill, I think that our office would qualify for a good chunk of funding, but I don't know when those funds would hit. I don't know what the application process is going to be like. I don't know how long it's going to be after you apply that you get approval, how long after approval that you get funded, et cetera, et cetera. So that's all still to be discovered.
So one of the things that we talked about a few courts ago was the opioid settlement. We need to probably look into that a little bit more, because that, you know, if you're prosecuting cases that have to do with that, I don't know, maybe there's funds available there. I don't know, but we could look, because that money's already here.
Well, that's good to know. We don't, a lot of our drug cases deal with methamphetamine, cocaine, heroin, THC. We have some opioid cases, but they're a relatively small fraction of our cases. So, but I'll definitely check into that.
Just something to look into.
Yes, ma'am, I'll check into that.
And then the other grants as well, because that could help.
I intend to apply for the SB 22 grant. I just don't know the timing of when that's going to happen. I don't
Did
know.
you say, you didn't, do you not know what a range would be? You said a good amount. I don't know if
I
you
think it's
have
over
any-
don't get me lying, but I think it's over $200,000.
Okay. For a county of this size?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, anything else?
Since you brought up grants, have we hired a grant writer yet?
Not yet. think the job's been posted, but I don't think we've had a lot of applicants.
Okay, I just didn't know.
Not yet.
Because it was budgeted last year, right?
Thank you, Mr. Sinclair.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Okay.
Judge, I had a question for the mailroom that I forgot to ask. Since Glenn is still here, we got on purchasing and didn't spend a lot of time on the mailroom. The postage is like 3 times more than this year. Can you help me with that?
Okay, now, what was your question?
Mailroom. Oh, sorry. The postage, so far this year, if you take what we've spent and, draw it out for a 12-month equivalent, it's going to be around $30,000, unless you have some huge
No.
bulk mail that you're fixing to do.
No, I do that about 20,000 at a time, and I spent another 20,000 apparently right after these numbers were taken. It's going to be much closer than that. I'm figuring probably around 90, 85 in that area. This is a timing
Yeah, so,
issue, it varies slightly, but I did spend another 20 right after this.
okay.
These numbers were
So the
issued.
current expenses,
Yeah, I felt I could comfortably reduce that 5,000 down to 90, but it's going to be much closer than that appears.
yeah, the expense report for the last court shows 40,000 spent.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
and we're coming up on another 20.
Okay.
Not
But
sure
you
what
think
the
you
date
could
is.
go down to 85, you said? What did you say just now?
I was dropping it to 90 from 95.
Oh.
And, depends on what we send out. I know we have, it can vary a lot, especially with elections. And
Yeah,
with the tax assessor, it's not
I knew
not
that.
consistent from month to month and year to year.
Yeah, after meeting with the election administrator, she mentioned she's going to be sending out, voter ID cards again.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that, I looked in her budget, I didn't see postage, so is this where the postage comes from? Okay.
Yes, it is. So, yeah, even though it looks like it's slow there, we do spend those funds. And of course,
Okay.
we don't spend anything that we don't absolutely have to.
Okay, thanks. I'm glad you're still here.
Okay, adult probation, Ms. Berry.
Good morning. Thank y'all. As far as adult probation goes, I'm not asking for anything different than I've asked for the last 2 years. The amount's the exact same. Juvenile is a little bit different. So we'll start with the salary line item. I have one position that hasn't been filled in the last 3 years that's been open, but, and last year we just completely took that salary out of the budget. And it was understood that if we needed it, then we'd find it and we'd put it back in. But after meeting with Commissioner Samuelson, we decided we needed to put that back in instead of in the middle of the year me coming back and asking for more money. To date, as of yesterday, we had received the same amount of referrals that we received all year last year. So we still have 3.5 months left, and we are already at that number where we were at the end of September last year. So our caseloads are going up, and it's becoming hard to handle, the kids coming through the department. So I am requesting just 9 months of salary. So I'm hoping to make it until January, wait until that point, and then hire on that new officer at that point, if needed. I mean, obviously, if something changes and the numbers don't continue to increase, then we won't do that. But if that happens, I want that money to be there. That way, we're not in a situation where the officers are overworked and get burnt out, because this is a profession that you can definitely get burnt out in, for sure. Then I also have requested additional funding in detention as well as placement. This funding lines up exactly along the lines of what I asked for when I came into court a couple of weeks ago. But other than that, there's no additional funds being requested.
Okay.
You do a great job at what we're having
Thank you.
to do. You do a great job.
Thank
with
you.
that.
I love it.
We went through the how many cases per person and at what point in time you need another person to handle cases, and I think that's where, watching the caseload, but the problem is if you don't put it in now and your cases go up, we can't put in a new position. But this way, if you feel like the cases, you watch the cases, and if they do continue to increase to get to that point where you need somebody in January or February, then the partial salary is there for you to be able to do that.
Yes.
So that's what we talked about.
Yes, and right now, the cases are, I looked at the numbers this morning, and really, they are all capped out at this point. So what's going to happen is, if it continues like it is, and we're not releasing kids off or extending or whatever that looks like, I may have to take on some cases myself, which is crazy hard to do between the two departments. But, I've done it before, and I will. We'll make it work.
Anybody else? Like I said, you're doing a great job, especially with the juvenile department, really.
Thank you.
I know it's tough.
Good news, we get to have remote hearings. They get to continue, so that passed, so that is great.
That's going to be great.
That helps a lot.
Yeah.
That not only just, it makes it easier, but it frees up the time of going to detention, picking up the kid, taking the kid. I mean, it's just, one officer can do it versus taking two officers, and so that in itself is going to be great.
Real good.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, environmental, Ms. Jeannie Stacks.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
How are you doing? Pull that microphone in front of you a little bit closer there. Yes.
Is that better?
Yes, it is. Thank you. All right, tell us what you need or what your wish list is.
Okay, I have asked for increases in several areas. The technicians, it's an adjustment for certification and experience. I lost one inspector this year to another neighboring county due to, they said, salary increase. I have asked for additional supply money, and there is $1,000 that is not on that for a piece of small equipment. It's for a BOD meter that is used for testing of the strength of wastewater. I had scheduled it several times. I actually ordered it once. They sent it to another company, and in the process of all of that, we didn't get it reordered because we run out of money. I asked for an increase in vehicle maintenance of $3,000. I'm needing tires on vehicles. I will also have one more vehicle on the road with the 50/50 employee. The increase of $3,500 for education and travel expenses. In 2023, I was budgeted $3,000. After my line item transfer, this year's budget, or this year, I will have used $4,200 already on travel, on education and expense, and that is for training of the employee to replace the inspector I lost. And there's some issues that could happen in the fall that I may need another inspector on board while I have one out on leave. So I have one in training today. And in order to keep up with the training and education, when you have more employees that have the licenses, it requires more money for education. Neighboring counties, all the DRs have site evaluation license also. Hood County, the only person that has a soil evaluation license is me. Within the next year, I would like to try to get an employee that is an inspector, their soil evaluation license also. We have to go out and do pre-sites on each inspection, each permit, in order to make sure it's going to fit on some of these very small lots. So far, Hood County, the Environmental Health Department collects fees for permits. We're at $234,310 for the year. This month, to date, we have issued 41 septic permits. That is not slowing down. As of May 31st, we had completed 429 septic complaints and 128 nuisance complaints. To date, we have permitted 458 septics. So each of those are requiring more than 2 inspections. Some of them we've been out 8 times on. So the volume of our workload is increasing.
I have a question. So you need an additional $1,000.
In supplies.
Okay.
What's the lead time on that BOD meter?
We can test the strength of the wastewater
I
instead.
said, what's the lead time?
I would like to have it as soon as possible. I have spoken with other companies. One maintenance provider company has purchased one. I spoke to another one this week. They were looking into purchasing one. Yes, I can call them and ask them to meet me, but I'm kind of using a favorite there, and I would rather the county have our own meter. I am scheduled to take the maintenance, or working on scheduling to take the maintenance technician class in July. That TOA offers for the maintenance, licensed maintenance technicians.
How long does it take to get it after you order it, the meter?
It could be 3 weeks, a month.
Okay, so they're not backlogged and take 6 months to get here?
It shouldn't.
Okay.
The problem is I'm trying to save enough money in my supply account
To purchase it this year?
for the current, on the current budget, so I can order more state required forms. And that's usually cost me about $1,000. I'm just trying to move money around as best I can to do what I can do.
Okay. So I think that on our salary sheet, they're not matching, so I don't know what are the current salaries? The appointed official number doesn't match what's on the salary spreadsheet.
My goodness.
And the request on that budget for the appointed official, that is what I have been offered to take a job somewhere else. That was the base salary. That didn't include the stipends and everything else that would drive that salary for hire.
So do you have $85,000 for that, Nanette?
On the budget sheets, it says 79,150, but on the salary sheet, it says 75,381.
Should be 85.
Well, that's for 2024. What about 2023?
23, what do you make now?
The 79,150.
Okay.
Could you tell me again those numbers on the
The complaints was 429. That's from October 1st through May 31st. And the public health nuisance is 128.
But the rest of the salaries on the salary sheet are correct, or are those the 2022 salaries?
Let me look. I thought I had,
Because it drastically changes the percent increase.
I don't have that sheet. Why did it not save any of this? I'm sorry, I do not know why it did not save all this hard work I put into it. Kristen will bring one.
So this, I need to make sure I heard this right. This salary increase for yourself, you said you've been offered a position somewhere else?
Yes.
All righty. Thank you.
Anybody else have anything else? If not, thank you very much. Okay, let's, Ms. Welborn, Personnel. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay.
May I approach the court with?
Yes, you may. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that is what you should have received whenever you received the budget process. I just want to make sure we're looking at the same thing this morning. If you have something different, if you would, please just let me know.
I think it's the same, isn't it? Looks like it's the same, isn't it?
I'll be happy to go down each budget code with you or just answer any questions you may have regarding the budget I submitted.
Well, let's see if you have any. It is the same, I believe I'm looking at it. Does anybody have any questions of Ms. Welborn? I believe it's the same thing as we have in our book.
Yeah, and we're, we never really went into that. The medical reimbursement, doesn't that usually get a little heavier towards the end of the year as more and more people?
Well, it'll get heavy during enrollment because everyone gets reminded about it. And then they start thinking about it. Last year, we came in well under what we had budgeted, so we dropped it last year as far as budgeted amount. We're currently standing at 13.5. I am not aware of a ton that might be coming in, but yes, during the enrollment process, we will receive some more at that time.
We've already gotten quotes from the health insurance.
I've only received the one. I have requested other options. I don't have them yet. As soon as I get them, each court member will be receiving a spreadsheet with the information on it. No doubt, we'll probably have to discuss it again and decide on how we want to move forward. But you will see there, our renewal rate currently, as we stand, is 7.6, which actually went down from last year, so I'm very proud of our employees. We actually brought our rate down, but it is going to increase to $3,134,000 if the court moves forward as we currently stand with our plan.
And then the administrative assistant is an 11% increase is what you're asking for?
Yes, ma'am.
You do a great job handling that. I think every representative that comes up from the state up here says that you do a great job and they enjoy working with you, so.
Well, thank you. We enjoy what we do, and we're here to help, hopefully. And again, anything we can do for the court, we'll be happy to help and hopefully get you the correct answers.
I think you do a great job in that respect. You really do.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and as far as the medical stuff, we talked about that. There'll be several options that, we'll have to get and look through later, but.
Yes, yes. I hope to have those options, and even after I present what I have requested, if the court would like to see something different, I'll go back and ask for another option, if the court would like to do that.
On the risk management page, the last line on insurance, what is the cause for that increase?
That is property, for the most part. And the replacement for property is not cheap. I don't foresee it getting any cheaper. That is kind of the going rate, 25%, but it's based off of replacing any property for property damages.
It says, do you have a quote already, a renewal quote, or is this just from looking at the market?
Just looking at the market moving forward for next year's renewal, yes.
Good. Anybody else have anything else? If not, let's take the, thank you very much, Ms. Welborn.
Thank you.
Doing a great job. We have the election administrator, Ms. Stephanie Cooper. Thank you, Ms. Welborn. Welcome, Ms. Cooper.
Morning. Okay, so I just have a few changes. The first one is going to be the contract services. I've requested a $10,000 increase on that because our contract renewals are going up. They've consistently gone up every year.
Put the mic over a little bit, please. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yeah.
One thing that I did decrease was my supply order line. I went pretty hefty on it for this current fiscal year because I'm going to order everything that we need in advance so that I'm not sitting there in the middle of 2024 with needing a quick supply order. So it still looks like I have a bunch of money in there because I've been waiting for the legislative session to end. That way I know exactly what I need to buy. And then the other one on that one is the election judges and clerks pay. I want to increase that to $115,000 because the 4 major elections that we're going to have next year starts with this 2023 general election, which will probably have constitutional amendments on it, Granbury School District, City of Granbury, so it's going to be pretty much countywide. And then we, of course, have the March primary next year, and then the 2 May elections. The bottom line on that page doesn't really change from the past few years. So is there any questions on that portion?
You've got a 27% increase for your admin assistant.
Yes, so that one, ahead of 2024, we're going to need all the help that we can get. It's a presidential year, and with that, I met with all of you guys, letting you guys know that we're going to be requesting this kind of stuff. As you can see across the nation, we're losing election workers left and right because of the stressful environment, and 2024 is going to be no better. And I'm also asking for a part-time clerk, which will help cut the overtime hours that we both accrued last year. And we all know that working that much, I mean, all of us get tired, this and that. We don't want to be here as much as we were in 2022. I'm expecting an increase in registered voter numbers, and with that will come an increase in ballot by mails and all the stuff that we need to do for the 2024 elections. And the increase for my admin assistant right now, I'm planning on doing some professional development with her and getting her better trained in elections. Texas has an REO program that she can start, and it's just it's similar to the national certificate that I have, but it's specific to Texas, so.
Anybody have any questions or comments?
I mean, it is an election year coming up, but the increase, I mean, I haven't totaled them both up, but the overall increase, about 6, let's see. Yeah, about $62,000 overall is, that's not the percent, but that's the dollar amount.
And if you look at it, the research that I did before I met with all of you guys a few months ago, other counties have 10 to 15,000 registers per one full-time person. We're sitting about 49,000 registered voters with 2 full-time people, and I was gonna ask for a full-time person, but I've decreased that to a part-time. I think that we can make it work, but again, it's probably a Band-Aid for the coming years, but we can evaluate that down the road.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys got a ton of comp time last year, around the election time or whatever. There are a lot of, you guys spend a lot of hours in there into.
We don't want to do that again.
Right, and
Not
to
that I
go and look
wouldn't,
for a
but-
part-time that can come in, I said to go and find a part-timer that can come in and help around those election periods. Next year's different than this year was.
Yes, absolutely.
So it's going to
And
be,
the
yours is
daily
a little
work
bit
is-
cyclical as
Yeah.
you're going into the big election
Yeah.
and stuff, so.
And daily
next
work
one.
is going to increase as long as, more registered voters, so.
Some, next budget cycle, you may not need the part-time since it's not a presidential election year.
I wouldn't get rid of them.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I wouldn't get rid of a part-time person, no. Because legislation changes every 2 years, and we have a lot of stuff that we need to get done. And we have elections every year. We had a May one just this year, and then we have our November one, so we don't ever have a year without an election.
I was just kind of reiterating what Commissioner Andrews was saying about the cyclical
Yeah, I mean,
nature
this year,
that-
yeah, we're a little bit slower, but
Yeah.
we still have every election.
Well, actually, the primary will be coming out of this budget, right?
Yes,
Right.
it'll come out of this one.
So
And-
in Hood County, the primary is the deal, so.
And then preparing for the presidential election is going to come out of this too, because you have,
Right,
you'll
and
be
if-
doing work through September to get ready for the November election.
Right, and this current fiscal year that we're in right now is where I'm trying to purchase everything we need up through the November of 2024. I know it's not in this next fiscal year, but as much prep work as I can do this year, and the same thing in 2025, I'm going to be preparing for 2026. So we're always 1 to 2 years out in elections.
But good things to say about your department.
Thanks.
Good. Anybody else have any other questions or comments?
Okay.
If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we're going to take a break before we get into the constables up here. So we'll come back at 10 after 10, starting with the constables. All right, we're back on the record here for the budget hearing, and our first constable is Constable 1, Chad Davis.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. My budget's fairly simple. I didn't ask for any increases. The part-time, I even zeroed it out. I managed to get by without part-time. I would normally decrease vehicle maintenance since, you know, y'all did approve me a new vehicle, but I'm having some issues with the outfitter. They're giving me the runaround with some of the stuff, saying this wasn't put into the budget, so if that can be left alone until at least I get my new vehicle, I might anticipate having to use a little bit of that, I don't know, but instead of having to ask for more later, I figured I'll just leave that alone if it can be approved. The only other thing, I didn't put down amounts, but I did, you know, ask that my clerk, as all of them do, deserve an increase. She don't ever mention paid to me. She hasn't ever asked one time about an increase. Y'all get the monthly report, y'all see what papers we do and whatever else I have her do. She stays busy and she deserves it. So I don't put an amount up, put an amount down there because I feel, you know, the auditor's gonna put down what, you know, the county can afford, and y'all be fair and just across the board with our clerks. So, but if y'all can do that, that would be appreciated, and that's all I have.
Okay, anybody have any questions? If not, yes, sir.
Real quick, could you tell me who the commissioner is that you're assigned to, or that was assigned to your department?
Commissioner Eagle.
Did he contact you about having a meeting?
Yeah, he did.
You had a meeting?
I did, yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, the next constable, Constable 2, John Shirley.
Commissioners, good morning. Thank you. Looking at my budget, there are some changes from last year. I again rolled forward my request for administrative assistance being paid for my office again, being my office the only law enforcement office and the only constable office without paid administrative staff. That becomes an issue when you look at the switchover of the court, the JP Court Precinct 2 that took place this last January. I need to draw your attention to some important numbers. In fiscal year 22, the JP2 office averaged about 14 new cases a month on their state report. Those rolled over to my office, which equaled to a average number of papers I was serving as 16 a month. Pretty standard because I receive additional papers other than from the JP2 office. When we got a new judge in January, that number in January to April, so the first quarter of the calendar year this year, just the peace office has been averaging 48 new cases a month, instead of 16 for the entire last year. My office's average went up to 49 new cases a month. So my office is reflecting directly what's going on in the JP office, which is what's supposed to happen in this situation. But my office, the number of papers has more than doubled compared to the average last year. In addition to that, the case backlog of the JP Court has went from 1775 in fiscal year 20, I'm sorry, the beginning of fiscal year 22 went from 1775 to 1931, which means I'm having court, my Justice of Peace having court 4 times a week, 3 to 4 times a week, and I'm having court 3 to 4 times a week. My precinct has been treated differently than the other precincts since 2018. And I'm asking Commissioners Court to rectify something. My constituents have been not getting the same things that other constituents have gotten in this county, although my office is consistently given the same amount of service and sometimes higher service than other offices. I'm asking to be treated fairly is what I'm asking for. Also in this budget, I'm asking for a contingency to hire a paid deputy. The reason I'm asking for that is because we've found out that the Justice of the Peace 2 office is about to start receiving the truancy cases from the high school as well, which they have not been receiving truancy cases from the high school. Last year, we had about 180 truancy cases come through JP2 office, which then I had to serve. I serve all the cases for the entire county. If they add what we've been discussing to be potentially 600 or more cases at the high school level, that'd be 300 student cases plus at least one adult case, which goes along with every truancy case. So that's an additional 300, at least 300 cases. If you look at the truancy cases alone, during the school year, that would average 88 services for my office a month. Reminding you that in the entire fiscal year 22, the average was 16. That's a pretty substantial increase. So I'm asking for the county to back my office up, to give my office the support that I believe the taxpayers pay for and deserve. On top of that, when I became constable, I noticed very quickly that our county, all the hospital cases, which my precinct gets all the hospital cases, all hospital cases are sent to private process servers. And I wondered for a long time why that was the case. But it wasn't my lane. I'm not the Justice of the Peace, but I am the constable. But when I look at the number of cases that are coming through the hospital and not coming through my office, I began asking questions why. And I can't answer the question why, but I can answer the question that my office is ready to take that work if I'm given the resources to provide that service to the county. Now, just earlier today, I was told that we get, or we can say we get 70, 75 hospital cases at least a month they pull off e-file. That can go on top of the 88 per month truancy cases that my office would be getting. So my office is potentially looking at 138 plus services a month when all of fiscal year 22 is 16. It doesn't take a mathematician to realize those numbers don't add up. I would like to continue to give the county the high level of service that I already give and have been giving. And I want to give as much service as I can, but it's going to take support from Commissioner's Court. That's why I'm asking for not only the admin to be funded, because each one of these papers requires an administrative function, communications, computer work, emails. That's a lot of work, and I've got a person who volunteers their time. All the other, I'm sorry, Judge, all the other increases are reflective of those requests of the admin and the deputy. The exception to that being the line item for vehicle maintenance. I'm still waiting on my new vehicle. It has not even been issued a VIN yet. As well, prices have gone up. I've been waiting 18 months approximately for that car or truck. Prices have gone up. I expect fully for when I go to outfit that vehicle for the money that was set aside 18 months ago is probably not going to be sufficient. So that's why I've also increased my budget in vehicle maintenance, as well as my current patrol truck will be passed down to my deputy, and that one also needs some repairs in the electronics and the engine. Any questions?
Is Glenn still here? Oh, okay. I was going to ask him about the status of the
I check on it monthly. It has still not been issued a VIN number, which is the first step in the actual process, and I check every month, and I've been told as recently as about 3 weeks ago that has not been issued a VIN.
Okay. And so it's a 23 that you're waiting for?
As of right now, 22 was ordered. It was rolled into 23 because it didn't happen in the 22, and I'm fully expecting it to probably roll over to a 24.
Okay. So on the, I know that constables weren't assigned to me, but we met anyway. What we talked about on this deputy was giving you some time to go, I don't know what the correct word is, search out the hospital cases, offer your services as a server for the hospital cases, and if you were successful in that would, at that point in time, there would be money in the budget for you to be able to handle that work.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And so that would be, you're thinking 8 months of salary, or?
Because our fee structure is such that, generally speaking, our fees are cheaper than private process servers. Not the base fee, because their base fee is cheaper than the county, but they add additional fees onto theirs, like travel and other things, and that we don't add. So we're generally cheaper. So I would say that it's reasonable to think that, to give me 3 or 4 months to pursue that business, and I think it's a wise business decision for
And
whoever.
what would the payback be? What is the return on when you work those services, then what do you get paid?
We get $90 for a service.
Okay, so if you worked all of these,
Correct.
so you said there were...
I'm not a mathematician, and I don't have an admin.
Well,
to
I have a
to-
calculator. So, okay. Any questions on the administrative assistant for Constable Precinct 2? Well, I was...
Go ahead and step up to the microphone, please.
So when you were first appointed, did you have an assistant?
When I was first, we can go through this if we'd like to. When I was first appointed, I shared an administrative assistant with another precinct, and that didn't work out. And I don't think I need to get into any more details about that, and that's my answer.
Isn't it true, though, that now that everybody that you didn't work out with at the Justice Center has now left, so there's no reason why you couldn't share the administrative assistant with the constable from Precinct 1?
Well, Judge, I respectfully disagree in that I have an independent office, and that not running an office as an independent office is what led to the problem before, and that my office deserves to be treated like the other offices and have its own independent administrative assistants.
Just
Well,
speaking...
that's not the way it was when it was created, though, because of the number of citations and services that you work compared to the other constables.
And Judge, I would like to respectfully also say that since I've got a new judge that's actually working in his court, my office is one of the busiest, if not the busiest, constable office by the numbers.
Yeah, I mentioned that in court the other, a couple months ago, that through March, so January through March, the number of papers and court time that Constable Precinct 2 is working has substantially increased, and that's not counting the truancy cases and the hospital cases. From a taxpayer perspective, representing the taxpayers in Precinct 2, the taxpayers in Precinct 2 are paying the same level of taxes as the rest of the county, and subsidizing the administrative assistants for the assistants in Precinct 1, 3, and 4. So they deserve the same level of service as the other precinct people, taxpayers that live in those precincts. Now, if we decide that we just need 2 altogether, and that there can be a sharing arrangement, that there's just 2 administrative assistants and 2 constables share 1, if we can work that out, I'm all for that. So
I'm all for paid administrative assistants. That's what I'm for. And what I think also needs to happen is the administrative assistants that have been volunteering their time need to be compensated correctly.
Well, it's true also that you're the only constable that is right next, that is not right adjacent to the justice of the peace of Precinct Number 2. You talk about giving good service to the people of Precinct 2. You're supposed to act as the bailiff for the JP of Precinct 2. Every other constable is right next to the JP office except you, Constable Shirley, and you're up on the 3rd floor of the historic courthouse at 100 East Pearl, and every other constable is right next to their JP but you. That's inefficient, isn't it?
It's actually not, Judge. Not at all.
Well, especially when the previous constable of Precinct 2 was right there sharing the one administrative assistant, and it worked just perfectly okay until you had a personal issue with the personal assistant, and you said that couldn't work. So you took it on your own initiative to move up to the 3rd floor of the historic courthouse. Isn't that correct?
It's correct, Judge. It's also correct that at the time that I had to get rid of my former administrative assistant for trying to sink my office, I approached you in your office, and you supported me moving to the 3rd floor of the courthouse.
I never supported you at moving. I said that that had to be a decision that was made by the Commissioners Court, that we're the ones that assigned offices to everybody in the county. That's what I told you.
We respectfully disagree on what you said.
Yeah, we
Well, let's
certainly
ask,
do.
so since you know, here is just to the Peace Precinct 2, are you finding it difficult to work with the constable that's not right next to you? Is he there every time you need him for court? Yes, Jeff, I'm asking you. JP2. Do you have the service of the constable every time you need it? Are you finding any difficulty?
Constable Shirley does perform his necessary duties as the bailiff of the court for Precinct 2. There are times when he's not available. It happens with every constable, have conflicts in schedule. We've always shared, so keep in mind I've only been here for 6 months, so I'm kind of getting thrown under the bus here. But he's had to help other courts when their constables weren't available. We've had to have other constables come in when for some reason he wasn't available. But yes, he is performing his duties as the bailiff for Precinct 2 Justice Court.
Okay, so that answers the question, thank you. So there's no...
As far as the bailiff goes, there's no conflict with our court.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to figure out how we got to this point that he didn't have one. So he had one, personality conflict or something
He had
happened, and he was never... And
They were sharing one.
And
Constable 1 and Constable 2 were sharing an administrative assistant. And that had been the situation for years. And then when Mr. Shirley was appointed as constable, there arose a conflict with that administrative assistant and Mr. Shirley.
Okay.
And the allegations flew back and forth about incompetence, not filing, not giving phone records, stuff of that nature, okay?
Okay.
And so, Mr.
It just doesn't need to be aired.
Please,
Okay, well, we can do that, but
I don't know, what did you just say to her?
I was glad to explain the entire situation to her again outside, but I don't think that dirty laundry about a former employee of the county needs to be made public again.
I'm answering her question as to why you never had an administrative assistant, and you never did. You shared administrative assistant.
Yes, Judge, I was
And
explaining
you-
to her that situation.
And you should be back in the Justice Center where you wouldn't have to have another office up on the 3rd floor of the historical courthouse if you were back there. And I appreciate the JP saying that you do perform your duties, but I'm saying that you could perform your duties better if you were right there next to his courtroom to take care of any kind of situation that would come up.
I'm going to call a point of order here. If we want to argue this point, let's put it on the agenda and argue this point. This is a budget hearing. Please stay with the agenda.
I don't
And
think...
I'm
Point of
asking
order.
this. This
Point
is
of
the
order.
Administrative assistant. Okay, well, we're answering your question.
So no county employee, you have no county employee help you with any,
I have a county employee that volunteers time to help do my paperwork for my office.
you have a county employee that volunteers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that when you receive the truancy cases, or you're not doing truancy cases now?
No, I do all the truancy cases for the entire county.
Why is it going from 16 to 300 or 400?
The high school,
The high school has not been doing truancy cases.
Oh.
which leads to other questions, but
And why are
yes.
they not paying for that service? If you're doing the service, why are they not paying for it, the school district?
They're not doing...
The high school has chosen not to file truancy cases for a certain amount of time, Commissioner, and I don't have any idea why they don't.
It all started with COVID.
Okay,
So it's just, they're regrouping. If we're going to get off the agenda, the truancy cases were stopped when COVID hit, okay? And they haven't cranked it back up. But they have intimated to our new judge, the high school has, that they're going to go ahead and start pursuing these truancy cases again. Prior to COVID, I'm sorry? Our new JP, standing right back there. So they have intimated, and he has met with the school, that they're going to start picking those truancy cases back up. Now, prior to COVID, we handled the truancy cases fine. They were all going to JP 2. And what's going to happen now is we got to regroup on all that, because they don't have to all go to JP 2. They could disperse them out to wherever the child, whatever precinct he's in. There's a whole lot of things that we need to talk about that we don't know where that's going to land yet.
Okay, I was just asking because both the truancy and the
Hospital cases.
hospital cases are
Yes.
potential, they're not his yet. They're potential. So it's included. I don't know how that works.
If the truancy cases kick back up, it won't happen until the school year starts.
Okay.
And then how it's going to be administered, we're not sure yet.
Okay, but, okay.
But they were going all to precinct number 2, JP.
Historically, they've been
why?
in precinct 2, just as the tax sales have historically all been in precinct 4.
Okay.
Well, see, all of this is relevant.
Right, it's
All of
budget.
it's
I mean,
very
he's
relevant.
asking for,
It's very
he's asking
relevant.
for an additional deputy because he might get something. I mean, I
That's-
know this is all a wish list.
Right,
so-
well, here's the
and-
problem, Tina, is you can't, as we have said, the budget is the budget. And so we don't add staff during the middle of the year. That's our policy. So if,
Unless there's an emergency.
correct. So if to do this, that's what I was saying earlier when I introduced this, that we could put a partial salary in there, the same as we just did for a different department that we just talked about. I can't
remember.
And that way, if he does get the cases, say you put salary in there from January through September. If he does get the cases between October 1 and January, he's got the salary to pay that person. Otherwise, if he gets the cases and we haven't budgeted any salary, he has no one to do the work. If he doesn't get the cases by January, that money can be used for other things or taken out of the budget, put back in the general fund.
Judge, you want to say something?
I just want to clarify on the truancies. This isn't my budget hearing, and I'm sorry. I just want to make sure y'all understand where this is all coming.
Well, yeah, come on up and speak.
Okay. I was going to do this during my budget hearing, but I'll go ahead and do it now. So far this year, since January 1st, JP2 has handled 151 truancy cases, okay? Most of those are split up half and half children, half the parents. We were at the high school here about a month ago for another function. The Criminal Court of Appeals were down there holding 2 hearings, and a bunch of people were invited to go down there. I was down there. I was in the office, and I can't help myself. There was a assistant principal was in the office, and we were just shooting the bull, and I said, hey, I have a question for you. JP2 handles all of the truancies in the county to date, and y'all didn't file any of this last year. She goes, no, we didn't. She says, we just weren't ramped up for it. I said, okay. I said, are you planning on filing next year? She says, oh, yes, sir. I said, you sure? She says, yes, that's the plan. I said, okay. I said, just curiosity, if you had filed this last year, how many cases would there have been? And she said, give me just a minute. So she walks in an office, she's in there a few minutes, she comes out, she says, approximately 325 students. I said, okay. Now, I don't know if last year was a weird year or whatever, but that was the number. So that's the number that we're working off of for potential cases to come in from the high school. Now, keep in mind, that is students only. If the school chooses to file on parents, you can start to multiply that number. Not all schools file on parents. Not all parents get filed on. So it could be 325, it could be 400, it could be as many as 700. We don't know. This is all up in the air. I just don't want to get caught with my pants down. That's the reason in my budget, I'm asking for another clerk. I know that's a big step, but I use the word if, but it looks like it may happen if the high school, and I'm talking about just the high school, I'm not talking about other things that happen in our court. Just this month, we've accepted 150 new small claims cases this month. And this is only this January the 15th. We're busy. And if the high school does what it says it's going to do, we will be overwhelmed, and the constable's office will be overwhelmed. I'm not up here to speak for his budget. I'm up here to tell you that the high school has said that there's a very good possibility that we could see as many as 325 or more cases this next year. Student cases.
Good, thank you, sir.
And that's just counting the high school. There's other schools in the district that aren't filing truancies currently also. There's just a small percentage of the schools in the district that are filing truancy cases.
I think by the end of this last school year, I believe both of the middle schools were filing their cases, and that's what I wanted to make sure that Commissioner Eagle was aware, that for the first fiscal quarter of this calendar year, we have been doing truancy, and it has been extremely busy. It's also notable that my office handles all the truancy summons for the entire county, which means I'm not just serving the papers in my precinct. That means I'm driving the entire county at least 3 times on each one of those cases. That's a lot of miles, that's a lot of time. I'm a one-man office without any administrative staff, without any paid deputy staff. Add on the new truancy cases and the potential of going after the hospital cases, and I think it writes itself.
Anybody got anything else?
Why such a significant increase in your education and travel expense, going from $1,200 to $3,000?
Because I'm hoping to add a deputy and an administrative assistant that will both require training and travel.
Yes. Please speak into the mic.
You had mentioned that you had another county employee that was doing volunteer work to do that. Is that a county employee that is doing the same kind of work, like in another constable's office?
They do administrative assistance for another county employee, correct?
For another county, is it a county employee that works at another constable's office?
Yes.
Was that employee given a raise to do your secretary work?
Not to my knowledge, she wasn't.
But it's your understanding that she volunteered?
Yes, she was. She was. That went through last budget cycle.
It wasn't in my budget, so.
I just wanted to make that clear because you had mentioned that you had at other public meetings and at this meeting that you had a volunteer working for free to do these items, and I just wanted to clarify that too also. I also have another question, if you don't mind.
Well, I will respond first. The money did not come out of my budget. Therefore, she is volunteering to do my work. What Commissioners Court chooses to pay her in another budget is not up to me, which is why I was unaware of it.
But you would say that would be like sharing administrative work?
No.
I would. But I have another question. So you had also mentioned in other public meetings that you want to go after, and in this one, the county hospital processing paperwork. Have you ever done any work as constable, a deputy constable, prior to in doing any servicing work that working with the hospital?
No.
So you've never served anyone papers at the hospital?
It's not at the, it's not.
From the hospital?
It's,
I don't recall if I've ever served a single paper from the hospital, but the hospital generally and almost always uses private process servers.
and those are for, I mean, it's, because it's generated, I'm clarifying because I'm not aware either, but just because it's generated at the hospital, it's the same type of work, no matter whether it's generated at the hospital or from
Yes, ma'am. It's
another bad
considered a
debt.
small
or-
claim. It's like any other small claim that
So
goes through.
there's no difference in processing those papers.
That's correct.
as
There's nothing
process-
special about a paper from the hospital that makes it any different than any other paper that our office gets.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, before Mr. Maxwell asks you, the hospital case is a debt case. It's somebody that didn't pay, that the hospital claims owes them some money when they went to the emergency room or whatever, and they do their debt collection letters and all the stuff like that, and then at some point, a lawyer used to be out of Dallas, I think now he's out of San Antonio, he'll walk in the door with a stack of paperwork to get them filed. Or now you're saying they get a private process server, but those are just individual debt cases that get filed against an individual, and to serve the process, the constable has to go to whoever's house that is and serve them. That's all that is.
Materially, it's no different from any other process.
Right.
Right, and I appreciate that clarification. Let me clarify my question. It seems pretty, since it's the same type of work as any other servicing work, it doesn't make sense to me why, because the county used to do the hospital servicing, correct?
It would have been prior before my appointment, so I don't know how long that the hospital district's been doing that. But since I've been appointed in 2018, it has been the hospital's prerogative to use private process servers.
So prior to your appointment in 2018, it was private process servers?
Correct.
Can I clarify something? During budget hearings last year, the court, commissioners and the judge, looked at Chad Jordan's secretary salary, and they increased it to help your office. The court did that. I'm sorry no one notified you, but that was the case.
I have no reason to believe the court did it to help my office. I think they did it because she deserves that money for the work she does for Chad Jordan.
Well, she was also doing work for you, and that's why they wanted to compensate her. So
Well,
they- that was
then
very
legally,
nice.
they should have put that money in my budget, I believe, part-time money.
We did have.
It's silly to split that up.
Yeah, so just kind of going back to what I said a few minutes ago, Constable Shirley is an elected official representing, he's an elected law enforcement officer representing the people in Precinct 2, the taxpayers in Precinct 2. And whether we take 2 administrative assistants and divide it up between 4 constables, or whether each one of them have a constable, they're all elected officials, elected law enforcement officials, and especially based on the volume of work that each of them are doing, they deserve to have this, the taxpayers deserve to have the same level of service in each office. How we get there, I guess that's a discussion.
So I do want to clarify, this is not a volunteer position. She is paid by the county, and she's doing it on county time. She's not doing it outside her regular hours. She's doing it during her regular hours as an employee?
Yes.
Okay, so she's a paid employee.
She's not paid by my office.
She's still paid by the county. That's all I'm-
She is a county employee.
You made it sound like she was a volunteer outside of her regular job.
Well, also, it had to do with the work that she does for all the tax sales. She does extra work related to the tax sales. She handles all the tax sales for the county. So that additional salary could be for that.
So is she getting her job done? She's getting her
Chad
job done?
Jordan's. That would be Constable Jordan's answer. I can't answer for him. I assume so.
It's also important to understand that because I know this person is volunteering their time, I don't ask her to do most of the things I would ask a normal administrative assistant to do.
Right, okay. I think we've
Belabored this point.
labored it, yeah. So,
Anything else? If not, thank you, sir. And call up Constable 3, Randy Ellis.
Well, let's get this show going. I don't know that I have the same budget in front of me that y'all have in front of you. First, so let's start there. I didn't ask for a whole lot. I asked for vehicle maintenance to go up $500 and ammunition to go up $300. And I also asked for an increase for my clerk and a reassignment from what her title is to go to office manager. So if you have any questions, if anybody does, I guess we're fielding questions from all over today.
Looks pretty cut and dry to me.
Well, now I'm going to show my age. I like it.
Oh.
Does anyone have any questions of me?
Why did you think we didn't have the same one you have?
Because we don't.
Oh, what's the difference?
The difference is in the increase from my clerk, that number is different. It's off just barely, but it's a little bit different. Can I approach the bench and show you? I'm grateful for what it says. I prefer what y'all says in Vermont. It's actually more money.
Which is which?
This is what I put in for, increase of that amount, and on the budget that y'all have, it's 1,000 more.
So it should say,
No, I like what y'all put.
Is that all right with you?
Randy,
I just wanted to.
we talked about it. We had a verbal conversation.
Yes. I just want to make sure
And
that
that's why it's changed.
everybody, the political atmosphere in this county is a joke. So I just want to be up front and make sure I'm on the page so nobody can twist my words or say I said or did something that I didn't say or do.
We talked
But yes,
about
I have a great relationship with you, and we did talk about it, and I appreciate everything you're trying to do for what I consider the backbone of this county is our clerks and our admins. We come and go every 4 years, they stay, and they work hard, and they run the departments. And it seems like people aren't up here fighting for them ever. I'm glad that she is. I hope that y'all are, and I am, and I'll answer any questions that you have, and if you don't have any, then we can move on to Precinct 4.
so on your vehicle maintenance?
Yeah, I asked to increase that.
Okay.
And the reason being is because I have 2 vehicles now. And the truth is Discount Tire's offering a insurance policy on new tires. And I have new tires on my old truck, new tires on my new truck. It's $400 for the insurance policy, and it's a replacement for 10 years. Well, if I buy those, I have no more money in my budget.
Who drives the second truck?
Well, a reserve. I have 2 reserves that should be coming on soon, and that's who will drive the second truck. They'll share it. I have 2 that are in the background right now.
Okay, so you have 2 reserves that will be, they're not currently here, but they are going to start soon?
Yeah, I hope so. I think that I'm to present that to y'all, and then y'all decide if they can come on or not. I think that's how it works.
All right, I'm not understanding the tire thing, because don't they let you buy a road hazard warranty? Isn't that kind of the same thing?
Who's
Isn't
that?
that like 20 bucks a tire, a discount tire?
I don't know.
It's been a while since I've bought new tires.
Well,
but
so this was told to me by Chad Jordan, who's not here, and that's what he did for his vehicle, the 2 new vehicles that he has with new tires on. And
Oh, okay, so it's not a tire that you bought from Discount Tire, that's
No,
where
it's
the road
just that they're-
hazard.
it's
Okay,
just
so
that they're
this is
new
like a
tire,
separate
yeah.
insurance, okay, all
Right.
right, I was just.
Right. And it seemed
wondering
like
what
a
that
good
was.
thing, because a lot of the places that I go is kind of off, I don't want to say off-grid, but off paved road.
Right.
And it just seemed like a good investment with the money, so I just was, that's the, what was it, $300 more that I asked for that to go up? But that's the reason why.
Well, vehicle maintenance went up 5.
Okay,
Yeah,
that was
yeah, it was-
5, ammo is
ammunition was
3.
3, so, yeah.
I'd almost suggest that maybe the county ought to look at a whole of communication with Discount Tire for a lot of the vehicles for that kind of a insurance program. That's Not bad.
No, because one tire on those new trucks we have is going to run you $300.
Tires on my truck's $500 a
Right.
piece, and that's basic, that's not anything special.
And then the ammo, I needed 223 rounds, and I couldn't buy a box because we buy them in cases basically, and I didn't have the money in my budget to buy a case because it went down to 500 and the case was just over 500, and I didn't need pistol rounds, so I didn't buy those this year. So that's why I was asking an increase, just so that I could buy what I feel is necessary for the department. Because we shoot, we qualify, we try to stay precise with our firearms, so that's why I asked for that to go up $300.
So I'm going to ask this question. It's going to be an uncomfortable question, but it's got to get out. So sharing admin. So if the court were to decide that it's not logical to have 4 for whatever reason, and we decide there's going to be 2 admins for 4 constables, what's your opinion on that?
What would you base that off of? Because I've never had a conversation with y'all about that. So is it based off conversations with other constables?
Well,
is it based off of a study that you did?
It's based off...
Just your opinion?
No, not my opinion.
Okay.
It's apparently someone in the past feels that there's not enough workload for 4 constables. So is there enough workload for 3, constable assistants, administrative assistants? So
I
is there enough?
apologize for being combative. I'm here
I just want to
trying to
know your
ask for
opinion.
more money for a hardworking,
So
unbelievable employee that I have. And then you want to talk about giving her more work and taking on the responsibility of another department, or firing her
Yes.
and having someone else
So
work for me.
So then I understand that your opinion would be there should be 1 administrative assistant for each constable.
So we've seen the show that just happened a while ago. There's potential issues if you share in your different departments. You yourself, some of y'all have dealt with that. Y'all all shared a clerk, and that did not work out. You all didn't get along with her. Some of you did, some of you didn't. It doesn't work. 1 employee can't work for 2 entities. We have the same title, but we're different entities, and it will most likely always cause conflict.
You're all individually elected officials.
Yes.
Law enforcement officers.
Yes, and each department deserves their own employee, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. That's what you asked for, and I can't imagine how that would work. I would assume that would mean you'd have to pull me out of my precinct and stick me in another precinct if I was to share a clerk with somebody, right?
Oh, you mean just physically move?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Like I said, this is the first that anybody's approached me with it, and that's my initial reaction to it, is I can't imagine how it'd work. It's already been a mistake for 2 different departments, y'all's department and the other constable's offices. Let's learn from it and move forward.
Thank you for your opinion.
You're welcome.
And you're right next to the JP in Precinct
Yes.
3, aren't you? And
Yes.
you're at the Acton Annex, aren't you?
Yes.
Right
Yes,
next
sir.
to, right next to
That's
me.
what I mean. So,
I'm sorry, I was distracted by the laughter.
but Mrs. Lang laughing?
I giggle a lot.
Yeah, so they're right next. I mean,
Yeah,
my
we share
office
a-
is right next
Uh-oh,
to
that scared me.
Okay.
to JP3, Constable
I'm right
3.
next door. We have an adjoining door that connects our offices, so if his clerks ever need me, or if, other than bailiffing, we also we're out there on our own. There's no security, there's no nothing out there. There's just me and, well, I can't say that. I've got Jack out there
I'm
too.
there.
So, oh, yeah, well, I mean, armed and ready to defend and serve. We've got 2
Who
out
says
there.
she's not?
Yeah, you
Who
never
says
know.
she's not? But you know what,
That's true.
Constable, I agree with you. I think that you should have your own assistant. It doesn't work. It does not work to share. Now, there would be an alternative if there wasn't enough work, where you could have a part-time, each one of you. But other than that, I agree with you. It doesn't work. It would be very interesting, unique circumstances where it did. because alliances happen, favoritism occurs, political differences occur, whatever. So I agree with you on the assistant.
Commissioners, Judge, I wasn't asked the question, but I definitely want to, I totally agree with him as well. I mean, I'm all for trying to save the county money and doing what we need to do, but just after being in office a few years and seeing what happens with different clerks and different things and different elected officials, it's not a good idea. It's just not. We need our own clerk to work for us, and that's my opinion as well, so thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody have any other questions?
I just wanted to say too, workloads change. It really does fluctuate. It has since I've been in office. It doesn't change so much for the two Chads. Chad Davis has the jail in his precinct. He's going to be serving up there a lot. And Chad Jordan has it built up to where he does all the tax stuff. So his numbers are always going to be like that. But mine and Shirley's will probably always fluctuate unless he gets what he's talking about.
Appreciate your candor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
With all of my other questions for Mr. Shirley, I forgot to ask this question, but can you tell me who your assigned county commissioner was for your budget process?
Me or Shirley?
You.
All of us had Mr. Eagle.
Oh, okay, all of you hit it. Were you contacted by Mr. Eagle to have a meeting about your budget?
No, sir. No, I was not.
Did you contact his office in any way to try to set up a meeting?
I did not personally, and I don't know if my clerk reached out to him. The truth is, I was told that I had Nanette. I guess there was a meeting and names were drawn out of a hat. And it was decided, and no one sent us any information on who we got. And I was told that I had you, and then I was told that I had Mr. Eagle. Just seemed like a confusing mess, so I figured whoever it was would get with me and we'd talk about it. So I didn't personally reach out to anybody. I went and talked to my commissioner, and I talked to Becky, and it didn't sound like I briefly spoke with Mr. Eagle a while ago, and that's how I handled it. But no, I wasn't approached about it.
Bill.
So it's safe to say that you did not have a meeting about and to go into the intricacies of your office to learn and everything about what was going on?
No, I did not. Well, so I have that meeting with my commissioner, with Jack. We're always in constant communication. I met with him just like always, and went over that. But I did not meet with an assigned commissioner. Is that? Yes. Okay.
Good deal. Anything else?
Yeah, I don't know what the point is, but you submitted a budget that's very little change, and we're not going to finalize this budget till July.
Okay.
So just because we haven't met personally yet, doesn't mean that's not going to happen. So again, I don't know what the point is. I'm sure there's one trying to be made here, but we will meet.
Okay.
Thank you.
And forgive me, I'm just needing clarification on this. So what is, if the purpose of assigning those was to have a meeting before, was it not to meet and discuss these things before this public hearing to give the elected officials and the departments to be able to discuss?
That's your interpretation, but we each got assigned certain folks. We played phone tag. I don't really need to explain that, but the budget will not be finalized until late July. And this is the first meeting. And I find it interesting that this has already turned into a political deal. We're just trying to, we're trying to go over the initial budget. We've been provided with all the budget items, and everything is right here in black and white. Now, there's been some major changes actually proposed by Precinct 2 Constable, as well as Precinct 4 Constable.
Sure.
Precinct 1 Constable and Precinct 3 Constable they're not asking for anything, nothing, except a little bit more ammo. And everybody's asking for a substantial raise for their clerks. So, but we will meet.
Well, I was just asking a question. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. That's fine. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, next, Constable 4. Are you a stand-in?
I'm a stand-in.
Okay. Scotland.
Chad Jordan is a popular man all across the state, and so he is en route to Houston as we speak. So I'll be standing for Chad Jordan this morning. And of course, as y'all know, he has two different budgets under him. One is the civil process, which is essentially me and my budget, and the other would be Constable Pct. So I'll address the civil process first, if that's all right by y'all. And really, there's only two changes on there. One is the ammo. He's wanted it to go back up to $1,000, which is what it used to be in 21, and it got cut, and it's been cut the past few years. He's wanting to bump that back up to $1,000. The other is my salary. He's requested a 7% increase, and my understanding on the justification on that is when my position was created, it was intended to be commensurate with the Sheriff's Office Lieutenant, and if you look at the Sheriff's Office pay scale, Lieutenant Step 2 is $69,795, which is very close to the $69,994 that he has down there for my salary.
These are different numbers than I have. Sorry. They're different than the budget he turned in.
This is what he provided to me, so I guess I need to make copies of this for everybody.
For me, please.
I can do that.
Thank you so much.
You betcha. I'll make sure you have a copy after lunch.
Perfect.
I'll bring it to you today.
Thank you.
And I guess I'll also provide y'all, I'll go ahead and make copies for everybody to make sure, that way we can all be on the same page.
And that was $69.94?
What I've got on mine is $68,994.
Okay, yeah, that's what we got.
That's what we have. You said 69, that's what
Yeah, I
you threw
think
me
you
off.
might have said $69.94. Okay, yeah. Actually, I'm not putting enough numbers in there either. I just said $69.94, yes.
I ordered
Yes.
bifocals, they haven't come in yet.
Okay, yeah, we're good. All right.
So don't get any ammo yet, then.
I'm okay. 68,994 is the salary requested for me. Any questions on the civil process side of things before I flip the page over to the Constable Court side of things? I'll continue. Seeing nothing, I shall. So on the Constable 4 budget, he has requested a new deputy, and that's because in the historic courthouse we have, well, the constables are the only security in the building, and we are open to the public, and they are in and out throughout the entire court on a regular occasion. And today, for example, I'm here, Chad Jordan's in Houston. We do have a reserve deputy who's out serving papers right now, so there is no constable, there is no security in the historic courthouse right now. And so that is part of the justification for it. The other part is he would like to utilize that deputy to clear out warrants, clear out the backlog of warrants and help bring in some of those revenues by closing out a lot of the old warrants that are still on the books.
Hey, but I got a question about, is the supposed new deputy?
Yes, sir.
Is he going to stagger the hours where there is somebody in that building? Because we've got two clerks, and I hate that term, but that's what, what the classification is, that are there after 5 o'clock till 6 o'clock 4 nights a week. Now, they're in that building by themselves, and I've always had an issue with that. So if there is an additional body, my opinion is that they, stagger their hours where there's somebody there when, when we've got employees there. Because right now, that's
a very reasonable argument. He and I did not discuss scheduling, because we haven't got to the point of hiring, but it would be very easy to say, schedule a meeting and then hour early, because not only they're there in the afternoon, they show up before we show up. My schedule.
That's correct.
8 o'clock.
So basically, you've got to work at both ends.
Correct. And so to bring me in early, have him stay later, him, her, whoever.
Along that line, because my personal opinion is county's got a liability by having individuals there and no security in that building when it's wide open, because they unlock the doors and they lock the doors.
Absolutely. And so, and right now, there is not a deputy in the courthouse at all.
Okay.
And so that is, I think the primary justification for it was courtroom security. Courthouse.
Only if, things get staggered where, there's somebody there while we've got employees there.
That's a reasonable justification, I'm sure between now and July, Chad and I can get with you and clarify that, make sure that is.
Because that's been an issue in my backside for, the last 2.5 years. All right.
So, let's see, continuing on. So our administrative assistant, he is asking to correct the title to office manager because she is currently, as was discussed earlier at length, she is handling for 2 offices. And I don't know Chad. He's always willing to help out however he can. He and I each have bailiffs for all 4 JPs. We've served papers for all 4. We've done what we can to try and help out all the offices. But she is, on a regular occasion, keeping up with the budget for 2 offices. She's keeping up and tracking with the warrants and the services for 2 offices. And in addition to that, she does handle about $1 million worth of sales when we have our tax auction. The last one, we had 174 cases, which generated 643 letters that had to be prepared ahead of time to be sent out. And so there's an awful lot of work that builds up to that. That's when our services kind of jump through the roof. We wind up being out on the road quite a bit, serving papers leading up to that. And then the sale itself, because right now we're only doing 1 sale a year. And then there's the follow-up of collecting all that money. So it is an extremely busy time of year. Ideally, we'd like to see that spread out, but right now, that's not happening. So we're presenting based upon what we currently have. And so that was that particular request. And truth be told, I love Patricia. She's a hard worker. I wouldn't want to lose her. But this isn't about the personality. This is about the job function. Because God forbid something happened to her, she gets in a car wreck, decides she has to move to the college, Texas, or whatever happens to her, that job function still has to happen. We'll have to find somebody to do all that work. And so our justification for the increase is not based upon personality, but job function.
You said the title would be changed from what?
From administrative assistant to office manager. And then he has also requested a part-time budget, which would be tremendously helpful, especially as we're gearing up for our tax sales, which I'm told we're supposed to have one in September. So we're fixing to get really busy in our office. And right now, we do not have any part-time budget, so that was another request. There is an increase on the copier lease, just to cover costs there. He has asked for a little increase on vehicle maintenance because we still have the one vehicle that, well, Chad's actually driving it right now. It's the older vehicle. It's in need of a brake job, and there seems to be some sort of electrical problem. Yesterday, that's what was kicking all day long. So there's some type of problem. So it's going to need some maintenance, and we're not getting rid of that vehicle because today our reserve is driving that vehicle. So even once Chad gets his truck back, that older unit is still going to be in use. Which, on a side note, the catalytic converter came in yesterday, so hopefully Chad will have his truck within a week. We only reported that a few years ago. I digress. He did ask for an increase in dues and books because there are some potential increases that are coming there. And the only other thing he he didn't make a note on here, but I did see that there is a $200 under medical services, and that's because we have 2 applicants in the works for reserve, and we'll need to do psychological physicals on that. Any questions?
So if Constable Shirley has an administrative assistant and takes workload off of this administrative position, then what?
Then we need to have another conversation. And we're certainly open to the conversation. We're basing our figures off of what we're currently doing.
Okay, thank you.
And I can't help but do this, sorry.
Go ahead.
I already did with the district attorney, but, so your proposed budget, or Precinct 4's proposed budget, is a 72% increase. And of course, if we applied that, I'm putting this out there for everyone to remind themselves. If we did a 72% increase across the board, we'd be looking at 27 cents to tack on to the tax rate. So I've just put that out there for everyone to keep in mind when we're looking at everybody's budget.
Thank you for that. You were asking for one new deputy and one part-time deputy?
No, one new deputy and one part-time help. That's not, the part-time help is not a deputy. That's going to be a new administrative help, clerk essentially. One part-time clerk.
And has the workload increased enough that, I didn't, maybe I missed that?
A lot of it's based upon our current workload, because we are currently working for 2 offices. We do handle all the tax sales, and I mean, I actually have the figures for the papers that we've done, and so it's based upon our current workload.
Okay, not increased, not increased.
Correct.
All right, okay.
So that part-time could go away if you weren't doing Constable Shirley's work.
Possibly, but I believe he is still wanting to be able to have some funds available to even possibly hire a temp. But if we're still doing sales just once a year, because as is, we wind up big borrowing, stealing staff from other offices to help us with the tax sale, because it is such a monstrous job. He would still like, he may decrease it, so we can have that conversation, but I wouldn't want that line to disappear, because we still would like to have some help when we are gearing up for the tax sale.
How often do we do tax sales?
It has been very inconsistent. I've been here, I'm going on my 3rd year. We've done 1 a year. The first one we did in June. Following, we did less than 12 months in March. We're now more than 12 months. We're supposed to go in September. So I mean,
Okay, so it's,
I wish I could nail down we do it at this time of the year.
so it's not every day, it's one time a year?
Yes, and so the 2 sales that I've been a party to, we've had over 100 properties that we're selling. I mean, we bring in roughly $1 million in that one-day sale. It takes 5 hours to auction off over 100 properties.
There's prep work.
All the work that leads up to, or the work that happens after.
Okay.
And so if they're going to, if the appraisal district and the law firm is still going to bring that to us once a year we would really appreciate having some temporary help, some part-time temporary help to help cover that.
Prior to and after?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And actually, you're kind of at the mercy of the appraisal district on those tax sales.
We are.
And we're currently going through we've had the chief appraiser that we've had for the last couple of years resigned, and we have an interim chief appraiser here now. I think there's some changes coming down the pike with the appraisal district, and perhaps, there could be more of a schedule put down for tax sales. And I don't think it's the law firm that's holding it up, it's the appraisal district. So look for maybe potential changes in that. Maybe instead of having once a year, there may be one once every 6 months, or at least 9 months. And to save Mr. Maxwell the trouble, I have met with you and Mr. Jordan, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
But
I'll give that a once over, make sure I'm not spitting out the wrong numbers.
All right.
Anybody have any other question or comment?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next Miss Andrea.
Do you think I could do lunch first?
Is that a suggestion?
We'll get you at your weakest point right now.
Just saying. Morning.
Morning.
I would like to make a little bit of a statement, if I may.
Sure.
Okay. And I'm going to say this with all the love in my heart. It has been stated that my department is not essential. It's been stated that my department doesn't bring in a lot of money. It has been stated, go ahead, that my department is not first responders. My department is not the sheriff's department, the DA office that has to prosecute the criminals that they just brought in. We are essential in our own way. Just to let it be said, we do bring in a lot of money, and yes, it does go to the state of Texas. But this money that she is showing you, I write a check every year to Becky or to the treasurer as sales tax that I get to keep to write to the general fund. I bring in a lot of the money to road office. Is that not wrong, Ms. Becky?
That's correct.
Thank you. So I would like to be treated fairly, with respect. I would like it to be taken into consideration that we do bring in most of the money for the revenue. As of right now, we've brought in over 61% of the money for the general fund right now, just my department. We are constantly busy. We are also answering phones for all the other departments. We also do TABC, which a lot of departments do not know what we do. And I turn customers away because they did not know my department does that. We also do votes. Yes, it is for other counties as well. But it's also for our county that we bring in revenue for hotels, gas stations, grocery stores, whatever, campsites. We do that as well. Now, the state has made a change that we can either be statutory or willing. I have made it willing, so all the other counties can come to our area, which we get to keep part of the fee for. So that brings in more revenue for our department as well, that we can write checks out. I am just asking to be treated fairly. I'm asking to be treated with respect. We are all essential to the county in our own way. We are not first responders. I have all respect for first responders. I have all respect for the fire department. I have volunteer firefighters in my family. My dad is a retired police officer. I'm a military family. I'm not saying that we are not them, but I'm saying we are essential in our own way when it comes to bringing in revenue. I believe we deserve the same respect instead of being treated that we're glorified Walmart employees or bank tellers. And that has been said to our face. So, I would like to please just treat us with respect and fairness that we are asking for. Yes, I'm asking for my tax assessor assistant to get her pay raise, because when I am not here, she is acting in my behalf and writes all the checks for the county. I'm asking for her to get a pay raise that she deserves. She is not a general manager or office supervisor. She is the assistant. So I'm asking for her to get a pay raise. I'm asking for my clerks to get a pay raise. I know I did ask for 40%. I know I'm not going to get it. But I am asking for what I can get, which is a fair pay raise. Yes, I am asking for more money for supplies, but I'm taking that away from my travel because I collect VIT penalties, and I pay normally all of our education out of that, except for hotels, because hotels are just crazy with price right now. So I normally pay for our own education out of our own money. So, but I'm asking to be raising up for supplies, because I also do active DPS and our department. So I'm asking for a little bit of money for supplies, because I also do coffee for the whole building, which, by the way, Kevin has cut way back on it.
That's, yeah.
So, and when I am asking to raise up our DMV rooms,
for our RTS machines because I gave mine away and I don't have one, so I need one for me.
Your what?
That's
I'm
that
sorry.
computer you're talking about, right? The one that used to be on the back of your desk?
Yeah,
So,
when you said, "Who did all that?"
yeah,
I gave it away.
okay.
And what is that called?
So that's our RTS stake system. So I gave it to the drive-through. So.
Is that in the state equipment lease? Is that part of that increase there? Okay.
I got mine because we do so much web dealer for all the dealerships. I got mine at no charge. So that's why I gave it to the drive-through.
Gotcha.
Because I do get it at no charge.
Drive-through opens next week, right?
Yes, the 26th, let everybody know. So, yes. And I do have the DPS as well, so I do run water and other supplies as well. Which, by the way, has made a big impact. The county loves having the DPS office. I hear it all the time. They do love that. Any questions? And I just respect the court. I just get very, very passionate about my department. I'm sorry about it.
We don't get any, I don't get any complaints about your department either. And I did formerly get a lot of complaints about your department, so.
Well, thank you.
What did
So
you?
we met, oh, excuse me,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. So we met a couple of weeks ago, and just to kind of tie this up, and to start with, I don't know where that came from, what you're talking about.
Well, when you said my department does not calculate property taxes, I could. My department doesn't pay taxes.
Please don't do property
I
tax.
could. My department doesn't tax for the city schools and other local train. You pointed out all the stuff my department didn't do, but you didn't say what my department does do.
So let me get this clear. Your first statement was directed at me then. Okay. So we met, and you're asking to add, and I never said anything you just said. You're adding those words to my mouth, but whatever the case, you're adding 2 new positions, right? You're asking to add 2 new positions. You're increasing your part-time budget by 3 times.
Yes, because nobody wants to work for $6,000 a year.
Okay. And we talked about all that, and you showed me all your stack of work that was coming in for your registration. This anger that you just exhibited, you didn't, there was none of that going on that I understood at the.
No, I was pinching the inside of my arm so I didn't disrespect you. But you did say all those things. She was sitting right there when you said it.
I went through, yes.
You don't do this, you don't do this, you don't do this, you don't do this. You only do this. That's very insulting because I don't do property taxes because it was a horrible experience when my other tax assessor was there, and it very upset the county and the citizens. So no, I don't, but I could if I wanted to, but I choose not to.
That's why we got the appraisal district
I
now.
understand that, sir, but the way you did it was very insulting to my face.
Well, I apologize for that. That was not my intention. However, I'm not going to let you off the hook.
You don't have to.
Like I've talked to the DA, and I just mentioned a minute ago, you're asking for your office a 40% increase in total. And that's, if you interpolate that or calculate that on the tax rate, that comes to a 15-cent increase. So I just want that to be.
We would make a compromise if I couldn't get the 2. I would take the 1 if I could.
Yeah. Well, again, I did not realize that this was that there was contention when I came over there. I did not enter the office in that regard. But if that's the way it's going to be, that'll be the way it's going to be. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm here.
When you mentioned earlier in your statement that, I think you said 61% of the general fund, so are you talking about the 37 million, 61% of 37 million, is that what you mean? I'm trying to figure out 61% of what?
Right here. Yes, out of the $3,699,000, my department alone brought in over $1,940,000.
Of sales tax? Or, you're not talking about the entire general fund? What,
She asked for a spreadsheet on the money that her department collected. She wanted to, because she needed to prove up her point, I guess. But from October through the end of May, I just ran a list of all the fines and fees and court costs for all departments, and that total, and then her actual total out of that, it was 61% of the total that was
okay,
collected.
but not of the total general property taxes and everything.
I didn't consider property tax
Okay.
at all. This is just the basic revenue that she would bring in like anybody else, like Katie would bring in fines and fees and court costs. It's just day-to-day revenue. Property
Okay.
tax had nothing to do with it.
It was just misleading when you said 61% of the general fund, because my brain went to 37 million, which is what's in the
No,
general
she
fund.
meant the funds collected that went into the general fund from October to May.
Okay.
I hope that clarifies.
Yes, not including, the bulk of the general fund comes from property taxes. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, it does. Thank goodness.
Yes. Okay, when you said 61% of the general fund, that's where I went to, was the total general fund, not a small piece of the general fund. And I just have a question. If you felt this way after Mr. Eagle left, or Commissioner Eagle left, did you think about calling him up or going over and talking to him? And
We don't have a really good relationship. No, and I didn't talk to Kevin when Kevin asked me, and I didn't go to the judge either. Carrie and I felt very insulted when we walked away.
I'm going to add something to this because this is totally out of left field for me. But I want to clarify something from a political standpoint. You don't bring a nickel into this county.
I know you've already said that too, sir.
The people that get taxed walk in the door and pay you because they have to.
You come back there and you try to do it.
I've been in there.
You come over there and you try to do it, and you take all the classes. I know you made it very clear my department doesn't do anything.
Wow. All right. Good luck on your election.
You too.
Good deal. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to adjourn now until 1 o'clock when we're going to start with all the JPs. Okay? Thank y'all very much. See y'all at 1 o'clock. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call this budget hearing back to order. And we're going to start with Justice of the Precinct 1. Justice of the Peace 1. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Cece Freeman, and Judge Howell is at church camp this week, so he asked me to come in and share a little bit about our office. I just wanted to start out with the only real experience that most Texans have with our judicial system is in our courts, and that this very reason we do not, and how we do it is very important, and just the opposite of what some...
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes. Better, thank you.
Okay, the only real experience that most Texans have with our judicial system is in our courts, and for that very reason we do, and how we do it is very important, and just the opposite of what some folks in higher courts might think. Learning about the issues we face every day in our courts and helping apply the law correctly along with common sense is what we do. But I would like to give you a rundown of what all that entails. We handle all the Class C citations, which include traffic citations, animal control, parks and wildlife, Brazos River Authority, and environmental cases. We handle civil cases, which include small claims and debt claims up to a $20,000 limit. Our small claims are disputes over monies owed and sometimes property damages not completed. Debt claims are monies owed to a lending institution such as a credit card or bank loan. These cases are not over when the judgment is given. There still may be receivership or a writ of garnishment filed. Occupational driver's license and administrative hearings are also civil cases. Evictions, which are precinct specific, meaning they must be filed in the precinct where the property is located. Again, this case may be appealed or a writ of possession may be filed, so it's not done at the time of judgment. All Class C and civil cases can go to either a bench trial or a jury trial. Our cases are not always finished when the judgment is given. The JP judges conduct inquests for deaths, certify death with the evidence on scene, and medical records, or send the deceased for an autopsy. JP judges, along with municipal judges, are the magistrates for all of our jail, and they read the required rights and set bonds for the persons arrested in our county. Each magistrate must also be entered in our system, given a case number with all the details of the arrest. Juvenile magistrations must be done when the young person is detained by law enforcement, no matter what the hour. It is also videoed and recorded. JP signed temporary mental commitments, emergency protective orders, arrest warrants, certain search warrants, and animal seizure warrants. The officers bring in all the paperwork, and it has to be entered and given a case number before the judge can sign off. Truant behavior cases filed by schools are heard in JP courts, as well as driver license suspension hearings. Some property cases are also heard. We in JP1 wear many hats. We answer the phone, calls that don't even pertain to our office, but we kindly listen and try to direct them to the right office. We deal with upset parents, upset and rude teens, landlords, tenants, and the public in general. We're not able to give out any legal advice, and that is taken as we're lazy and do not care about what the person is needing. With our new Tyler system, we are constantly seeking help from Ashley and are lucky to have her knowledge. That system alone is another huge responsibility that we've been dealing with for the last 7 months, and we received no additional pay and did this with basically no comp time. It is for the above-mentioned reasons that Judge Howe is asking for an increase in our salary. He has asked me to request a salary of $46,000 for his office manager and a salary request of $43,000 for his clerk. Also, we have certificate pay in our budget, and that is something that Judge Howe said could be taken out of his budget. So if there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Judge Howe warned me about you coming down here, so you did a
Well,
great job.
tell him I was
presenting.
nice.
I mean, I didn't realize that y'all did that much, but I know y'all do a lot, so.
Well, thank
Anybody
you.
have any questions?
How many clerks are we talking about in the office now?
We have one clerk and one office manager.
Okay, one
Yes,
and
sir.
one, okay.
We have a part-time clerk that works 2.5 days a week.
And one part-time?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Just
Okay.
calculating that, and I guess looking over here at what Becky gave us, so it's, what's on here is a 17% increase for the office manager and a 24% increase for the clerk.
No, I didn't do the percentage. I just read what he asked me to say. I didn't look at the percentage, though.
Yeah, that's what, well, it's actually more like 18% and 25% if you round.
I came up with 18 and 26, just, not that I'm nitpicking.
Anything else? Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Justice of the Peace, 2. Judge Kelly, back again.
Well, thank you, Sissy, because you took care of half of my speech. You know, I can't help what happened prior to January 1st. I took office January 1st, and when I was running for this office, I made several promises. I promised to have court in a timely manner. I promised to have a dismissal docket at least monthly. I promised to listen to the individual cases on their merits and circumstances. And above all, I believe in the people having the right to have their say. And that's what Justice of the Peace Court is all about. It's about the regular people having their say in their cases. As Cece said, we hear all kinds of different cases, civil, criminal, we hear truancy, we do the magistrations, and those other things. Just for instance, this year so far, where's my numbers go? This year so far, we've had, this is through May 31st, we've had 394 civil cases filed and 313 criminal cases filed. Out of those civil cases, we have taken care of 195 of those, and out of the criminal, we have taken care of 272. Since January 1st, we have heard 131 truancy cases.
Those truancy cases do not include anything from the high school. We are expecting, truancy-wise, this next school year, if the high school files, it could be as many as 700 to 750 cases. And that doesn't include total independent school district, who has shown interest in filing truancy cases in our court. Let's talk about June, what's going on right now. As of June, we have taken in another 150 cases off of e-file, and we have 156 cases set on our court docket just for the month of June, and today is June 15th. Let's talk about the hospital cases, because that seems to be a big issue. As of January 1st, for the 2-year previous period, we still have 258 hospital cases on the docket. If you look back even further, there are cases that are more than 2 years old that are still on the docket. We are trying very hard to get those cleared off. Let's talk about our staff. Let's start with Tina, who is our office manager. She's also our SME. She's our system management expert. She's also our court coordinator. She, along with Andrea, are the ones that process all the paperwork, make sure that the cases get set on the docket, make sure that everything is taken care of afterwards, and making sure that the cases are cleaned up and disposed of in a proper fashion. As with Judge Howell, we are asking for $46,000 for the office manager. Like I said, she also acts as the SME and does all these other things that Sissy mentioned. Now, I'm going to throw a monkey wrench in here when it comes to the clerk. We're asking for a $43,000 salary for the clerk. In my budget, I'm asking for a second clerk. But I feel like we need to create a separate position. And I say that because our current clerk has 10 years tenure in our court. 10 has 11. They are very knowledgeable, loyal employees of the court. And I believe they deserve what we're asking. I believe a new hire should be brought in at a lower rate. And then they work their way up. So what I'm asking for is for the office manager, a $46,000 salary. What I would call a clerk 2, which would be a high step, 43, and then create a clerk 1 position at, let's say, 36. That would ease the burden a little bit of adding a second clerk to the office. And I still want to keep my one part-time person, Joe. I can't say enough about Joe. I think every office in this county needs a Joe. She works hard, she doesn't complain. All three of the ladies together make a good team, and we could not do it without any of them. I do want to say one thing.
Okay, there you go. I'm not asking for these raises because they're threatening to quit, because they've made comments about they don't make enough money, that they say they can go to work somewhere else at another county and make $10,000 more. I'm not comparing us to other counties. I'm comparing their work to other clerks within the county. And I don't want to go through the budget and start naming names, but there are clerks in this county that do the same exact work as my clerks for a whole lot more money. All I'm asking for is fairness. I believe my clerks earn it, and I believe they should get it. Any questions?
Where are you at on the processing e-file? Because I had heard that, the e-files getting, paperwork processed in was not being done in a timely manner.
E-file's clean.
I'm sorry?
E-file's clean. There's not one case on e-file, unless it came in today.
Okay.
Anybody have any other question or comment?
Well, I think that it was pretty enlightening what you described for the truancy process and how that doesn't come across as e-file and it has to be approved.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, that's another thing I wanted to bring up, and it'll only take me just a few minutes, the truancy process. The truancy process is not like a small claim or a debt claim. Small claim, debt claim come in on e-file. I'm not going to use the word easy, but there's a process that's pretty simple to create the initial file, to get the service out to the process servers in a timely fashion. And Tina could explain this better than I can, but the truancies come in on an email. Then it's usually Tina or one of the clerks have to take that information and create from hand a file for each one of them. Get the information in proper form, in order. It goes across the hall to the county attorney's office for inspection, I guess is a good word, for them to say either yes, it's a good case, or no, it needs to be sent back. The school needs to do some more work. And it comes back to us again. After it clears the county attorney's office, then they start the process of getting the citations ready for the constable to go out and serve. So now the constable goes out and attempts to serve the citations. They come back. It's set for court. Have to get all the paperwork put together. It seems like the citations for truancy is harder to serve than for some of this other stuff. The constable will go out and make 2 or 3 or 4 different trips, and people won't answer the door, he can't get them, whatever. He has to come back, do a request for alternative service, which creates more paperwork for them and for me, and then go back out again and either hang it on the door or mail it or whatever process that he uses. And then we finally have court. So now we have truancy court. We try to take care of the student and the parent at the same time. So basically, on each case, I'll call the parent and the student up both. We go through the process and send them out the door. But it's not over, because they're always put on some type of deferred or a probation. Like you have to go to school for 30 continuous school days. Okay, you do that, the case is dismissed. They're still working on the last truancy because we're still waiting on the school to send us the information on whether or not the kids did what they were supposed to do during the last court. So we're still not done with truancy, and we're almost in July. We're waiting on the schools to send us the information that, yes, Johnny went to school or Johnny didn't go to school. So let's say Johnny didn't go to school. Well, guess what? We have to have another court hearing, and we have to deal with why Johnny didn't go to school. So even though truancy is a school year thing, it goes far and beyond. So when you say it's 9 months out of the year, it's really not, because we could be dealing with this in August, possibly. We could still be dealing with the last school truancy year in August when the new school year starts. So it is a 12-month-a-year deal, or pretty close. So any questions on that?
Yeah, well, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So, and we had a little bit of a discussion about this, and I've had a cursory discussion with the superintendent, Dr. Jeremy Glenn, and this truancy issue needs some more exploration in my opinion, because what were we doing before COVID hit? Well, somehow it was managed, and the issue here is that sometime before my time and your time and probably everybody up here, there was an agreement made that the truancy cases would go to your court. Mm-hmm. However, venue statutes, really, they should be going to the precinct where the child lives. No. And you're shaking your head, but please allow me to continue.
Go ahead.
It's all a matter of an agreement with the school, and we need to sit down with the school. If they're not getting the information in that they should be getting in, you're telling us the school's giving you a lot of work to do that maybe they could be doing on the front end. So I believe that, we're worried about something we need to have more details on, and we need to have more conversation with the school, maybe even a workshop, I don't know. But now that this is, now that the COVID insanity is finally, I mean, it's not completely over with, but the COVID issues is what started the lack of filing truancy cases, because they were staying home, they were making them stay home for a while.
Yeah.
So how are you going to file truancy cases if you told them to stay home? But now that their school has intimated to you that they want to pick them back up, that doesn't mean that you got to take them all in precinct 2. There's no law out there that says they do. So I would like to sit down and get more details about what the school's projections are and the procedure and what you're expected to do, or the court itself, before we start making too many plans right now on the truancy issue. That's my position.
And I respect that, and when I was shaking my head, no, it wasn't. Let me explain. OCA, Office of Court Administration, have rules, and they say that we, as a court or a county, cannot tell a plaintiff where they can file their case.
That's true. I agree with that.
So I can't, you can't, we can't tell the school, sorry, Precinct 2 is busy, send it to Precinct 3.
I disagree with that.
Well, OCA will disagree with that.
Okay.
It's just like a plaintiff in any other case. People say we're Precinct 2, and that's correct. The Precinct 2 voters voted me in, but we work for the whole county. The judge that lives in, you live in 1 or 4?
1.
Oh, 4. Okay. The judge in Precinct 4 can come and file a small claim in my court.
If the defendant's in your precinct?
Nope.
Okay, well, I don't want to argue the law with you right now. I've read the venue statute.
Okay.
So
I'm just telling you what we were taught in school. Now, if they taught us wrong, then show it to me and I'll correct it.
Okay.
Not
We
a
can talk
problem.
about it. We can
Not a
talk.
problem. But the way I understand is, and I believe what you're thinking about is if the judge sues someone from another precinct, the respondent has the right to have it moved to his home precinct, but it's not required.
We can talk about it. Okay.
Fiscal.
So one of the things that we talked about when we got on this subject of truancy was, because I asked the same thing, well, why is it just precinct 2? People live, kids
Happened a
live all
long
over,
time
schools
ago.
are all over. And so one of the things that you brought up was, I call it ease of doing business, is
It is an ease of doing business.
So if you've got, however many kids are in the high school, and they all live all over the place, I guess it's who's going to do the work. So I guess we probably do need to have a workshop to decide this. It's easier on the schools if they know every truancy case goes here no matter where the kid lives. But, I mean, then are we taking on work, costing the taxpayers more money that the schools should? So I agree with Commissioner Eagle that we may need to have a workshop and sit down with
And
the
that's great.
GISD.
If the schools want to file in the precinct that the schools are located in, that's wonderful.
Or
You
that
know
the
why?
school-
Because I'll have this many cases.
That the schools are located in, or that the kid lives in?
Oh, you'll really create a mess there, because then you'll have one administrator having to go to 2 or 3 different courts to take care of one set of cases.
Okay, so,
Because a school, all the children in a school, let's just say this is the school, and it serves this area, all the kids may not live in one precinct. There might be a precinct line somewhere. So now you're talking about that school having to go to 2 different courts, possibly. And I believe that's the main reason why they put it all in one court to begin with.
it's to just
was
streamline the process.
To streamline the process, because JP2 is right here, court, county attorney's across the hall. There's no shuffling papers, mail involved, anything like that. When we get the cases ready, the clerks take them across the hall, say, here you go. The county attorney looks at it and goes, yes, no, these are good, these are not, right back across the hall, and it's all dealt with right there. Another thing about sending it to the other courts, which I'm all for, But the question is, who are going to train these clerks in the other 3 courts to do the truancy? Because it's unlike any other thing that they do. So now, one of these ladies who have been doing truancy for 10 years are going to have to go to each court and spend however many hours to try to train the clerks in the other 3 courts how to handle the truancies. I mean, I'm all for it. I mean, I don't want 700 truancies. But it's just the way the system has been set up in the past. So I'm just dealing with it, and I don't think it's going to get fixed in 6 months. That's the reason I'm asking for the budget, is I don't think you're going to fix this by October. I mean, you might, and if you do, that's great. But we're talking about having to train staff. Go ahead.
I just want to ask you a question. Where did you get the 700 cases? How many did we have the year before COVID?
I have no clue. I'm just going by what we had this year and what is projected.
I know, but
by the high school. Okay, so
the high school told you that number.
no, the high school told me about 320, but then that's 320 kids. So if you add 1 parent to each kid, that multiplies times 2, and then you add the other 150 to 200 cases that you have from all of the other schools.
Okay. I just wanted to
Yeah, yeah.
Jeff, I have a question. Can't the hospital also do this? They can decide where their cases go?
They decide wherever they want to send them. Yes, ma'am.
And haven't they
certainly can.
typically chosen your precinct?
They have, for years, have chosen precinct 2. They have, on occasion, sent cases to other courts.
And they can...
Judge Gillum has had a few. I don't know why they chose precinct 2. I don't know if it is
I can tell you why, if you want to hear it.
No, probably not.
Okay.
Maybe it's because the hospital sits in precinct 2, so they feel like precinct 2 has venue. I don't know. That happened long before I come along.
I was just curious if there's
I've
not an
inherited
agreement, they
this.
just
I mean,
have the right to choose.
I didn't create this. And I don't want to use the word a mess, because I have all the respect in the world for my predecessor. This is nothing against him. Ain't got nothing to do with him. This is about just what's going on.
Go back to your positions that you're asking for. If there were to be funding for the full-time, would you be able, that's an additional full-time person, and now you're saying the salary would be, you're requesting $36,000. Could we reduce the part-time then and eliminate that position?
We already did.
Well, we reduced 1 part-time, not 2.
Right, but he did reduce his part-time budget in our conversations.
I cut my part-time in half.
Okay.
Okay, and I don't know as though that's reflected on the most current sheet that I've got, because whenever we sat down and talked about this, we said that part-time would need to be...
The current budget is for 1 office manager, 1 court clerk, and 2 part-time.
Right.
We currently only have 1 part-time clerk. We have not filled that second position because we didn't know what was going to happen with the budget. To me, I didn't feel like that it was fair to hire another part-time person, and they only get to work for 6 months, and then they have to go because now we only have 1 part-time position, and now we have a full-time position, and they didn't want to have a full-time position.
So what you and I had talked about was 1 part-time and 1 full-time.
That's what
So that's why you have that salary on there, Kevin.
Well, yeah, whenever we had this discussion separately, we talked about just 1 part-time at 20 hours a week.
And that's what's on here.
And that was going to be, what, 10 grand or thereabouts, and this was,
No,
it was 24, it was 24 last year.
Because that covered two part-time people.
Right, yes, yeah, so it would be half of that 24.
No.
Be 12. I mean,
I don't think so, because we talked about the salary you wanted to pay.
For the part-time person?
Yes, sir.
I think we said 26, 12, 14, I think we're talking about 14.
Yes, sir. So it would be more than $10,000 a year.
Talking about 14, because we're talking about between $14 and $16 an hour, so whatever that comes up to.
Yeah, it's about 15,000.
Okay.
We got 24 on your sheet, though.
Okay.
That's not correct, is that what?
That's not correct. I just did the math at $14 an hour times 20 hours a week times 52 weeks is 14,000.
24 hours a week,
Oh, he said 20.
up to 24 hours a
Up to
week.
24 hours
So
a
it
week.
came out to 14,560, so if you put 15,000 in there, then.
There you go.
I know we got something a little bit crossways up there, so.
Okay, if you do 24 times 14 times 52, that's 17,472. And he has a buffer in there for if he gets somebody who's going to work 10 hours a week.
Well, I think it's only 15, not 24. Did you put 20? Oh, 24 hours, okay.
24
My bad.
hours times 14 times 52. So I'm going to change this to 18. Is that all right?
Well, I mean, that doesn't allow for any days off, so I would say keep it at 17, because surely they're
You
going
mean
to
keep it at 24,000 for the year? Because that's where it is on my sheet for his part-time, is that I've got them at 24,000.
Yeah, I would say drop it to 15, because the 17 is, they're going to work every single day and never take any time off.
Well, but they work 24 hours a week.
Well, the current, okay.
But you got one that's working 20 hours a week.
She works 20 hours a week.
Okay, so-
She works Monday, Tuesday, she works 2.5 days. So
Okay, 2.5
normally, when we had two part-times, one part-time would work Monday, Tuesday, half a day Wednesday till lunch, and the other one would come in after lunch and work half a day Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
I think where this is coming in is where you and I were still talking about your two part-times
Probably,
working,
yes.
staying on there,
Yeah.
instead of bringing in a third part-time. So I think this is where the confusion is. Our last conversation, your part-time had not quit.
Yeah.
So you had the two girls that you wanted to keep part-time, and then you wanted a full-time instead of a third part-time, because we talked about that originally, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's probably where this is coming in. In the interim, one of his part-time people has quit.
So I have one part-time person working. She works 20 hours a week. She doesn't really want to work any more than 20 hours a week.
Okay,
She
there you
will, if we really get swamped and she needs to work a third full day, she's all in.
So we're back
And
to
she
15.
has helped us. Say again, ma'am?
We're back to 15,000.
Okay,
At 20 hours a week.
So,
And do you want to leave it at that in case she does want to take a 2-week vacation and he needs a part-time? Nanette?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were asking him.
No, I'm asking you
Oh.
because if that's 20 hours per week, and if she ever wants to be off 2 weeks, and they've got somebody who wants to come in, we need a little more than that exact amount. Is that okay?
Sure.
Or I'm going to make it 16. Will that, everybody in agreement? Just in case.
I'm only one person, what do you?
Okay, yeah.
I don't agree to nothing right now.
Thanks, Dave.
This is all.
y'all got my head spinning so far, I don't know what I'm doing.
This is, yeah, this is all contingent, we know.
Yes, of course it is.
But it
This
will
is-
help me better manage where we are,
Yeah.
if we get on the same page.
Right.
Now, that's my wish list. I have a plan B. It'll take me 1 minute. Y'all want to hear it?
No.
Okay, then I'll be quiet.
No, you said if it's 1 minute, go.
If for some reason the court decides that I don't need a third full-time person, which that's your prerogative, I would like to keep my second part-time position, and I'm still going to ask for my clerks to be compensated. I'm going to ask for the raise still. So either these are my A and B wish lists. A third full-time person, keep my part-time, the clerks get their raise with the new hire making less than the clerk that's been here for 10 years. And if that's not suitable for y'all, I would ask you to consider Plan B, which would be me keep my second part-time position if I can find someone that's willing to work 20 hours a week and come in and work, and still please take care of my staff.
Got it.
Oh, Plan A is a 32% increase in your budget. And
I understand,
Dave
because
knows.
95% of my budget is salary.
Okay.
I mean, that's just what it is.
So if you'll indulge me for a minute, this has kind of been my mantra today. 32% increase equates to a 12% increase in the tax rate. And we're not, so far we've had proposals for 40% increase overall, 17%, 15%, 32%. Here's the problem, I'm just warning, just getting it on the table.
I know.
We are constrained by the state legislature on how far we can, we're talking about a tax increase here. Everybody in here right now that's brought us their budgets are talking about an increase in the tax rate. And we are constrained by the legislature. I don't know how much we have accumulated. I know it's a 3.5% as far as we can go without having an election. Do you happen to know, Becky, what the accumulated, I think that you can reach back a year or two, and that accumulates if you didn't take it the year before, if you didn't.
We would be okay with increasing it because, like Kevin says, we can always go back and add what we didn't take. If we could have done 3.7% last year because we hadn't done it the year before, that additional can be added, and you guys are going to probably have to do that. If you continue on this path, it's going to be a rate that no one will like.
Yeah.
So I'm a taxpayer too, and I understand what you're saying. I get it.
I mean, what I'm saying is if we go with what everybody wants, we're going to have an election. So I'm just letting everybody know that.
It's over $3 million in just salaries.
And that'll be, then it will be up to the taxpayers. So I'm putting this on the table because this is our first hearing, budget hearing.
I'm sorry, that wasn't salaries, that was overall. Whew.
That was what?
What? The $3 million.
What did you say that you just took back?
My mind went to the page, and it's at the end of the budget. It is right now, it's a 3.3 million overall increase in the general fund. All the other funds are self-supporting and they balance, so I don't really worry about anything but the general fund. So yeah, that's a 3.3 million increase right now.
And are we $600 or 700,000 generally per penny? Still right in there?
Somewhere right in there.
So I'm putting this out there because listen, I'm not decrying anybody's, everybody that's come up here and talked about their employees, I agree. I mean, we got great employees here, but we are still handcuffed by what we can do without pushing us into an election.
I got you.
And then absolutely the taxpayers get to make the decision, and if the taxpayers may say no. So we need to try to keep this in the parameters without having to go to an election, because we haven't had to do that. No. I don't even know a county that has yet, but if we have to do an election, that's not going to be, that will be tough because we've got a very short timeline to get it done in.
I understand, and I just want to remind you of one thing before I step away, because I had court that started 8 minutes ago. I'm not going to name the individual courts, I'm just going to name the positions and what they make, other than ours. There's a court coordinator in this building that makes $63,525 a year. There's an assistant court coordinator that makes $48,120 a year. There's another court coordinator that makes $65,975 a year. There's another assistant court coordinator that makes $50,400 a year. And then there's a court coordinator that makes $63,525 a year. My court coordinator makes $39,000 a year.
Hey, thank you. Anybody else have anything?
I do, Jeff.
Okay.
Comments today? Okay. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I've been watching from home, and so far I've seen some great discussion. I think there's a lot of important conversations taking place right now, and I just don't want everyone to lose sight of the effect that whatever tax rate you all adopt has on the average homeowner's property tax bill for the line item of the county. I hope that that will guide y'all's discussions. And, furthermore, whenever the economy is in the shape that it is, you can make the same excuses and reasonings and rationales for increasing people's salaries here that work in public service positions as you can for not making those increases. Whenever the economy is in the shape that it's in right now, families are having to make tough choices, and I think that it's time for Hood County to make some tough choices too. I think our government has grown larger than perhaps it was intended, with the effect of some new regulation rollbacks, I think we could downsize the size of the environmental department, free up some funds there. And I think there are some other areas in this county government that could be tweaked in a way to where we don't have to have what they call isn't that a rollback election? Where we don't have to have a rollback election. For Hood County to be the first county in the state even discussing that is a little concerning to walk into. Now, while I'm here, and since it's become custom to ignore the rules of decorum in this court, I must say that I'm highly displeased with the way that the public comments section has been allowed to go.
You're out of order. This is a budget hearing.
Yes.
A budget hearing.
I'm well aware.
We're only
And
talking about
everybody
the
that comes
budget.
up here is supposed to talk about county business, Your Honor.
But
And
not today.
you never enforce that. You never enforce that. You don't enforce your own rules when it comes to attire half the time. Only recently did the bum that's been coming in here in board shorts and T-shirts
I really
start putting
appreciate
pants on.
You're the one to really criticize me in this court, Mr. Criswell. You're out of order. This is a budget hearing. Thank you for your viewpoint.
I don't think
we'll
I'm done
take it
yet.
for what it is. I'll call it next. Mr.
So
Judge Barrett, please come
one of the
up.
issues that I've taken very
Your
big
time is up,
concern
please.
with
Sit down.
I have a question for Mr. Criswell.
Yes.
So just going on, actually, it's more of a statement, just similar to what you were saying. I was just reading the news this morning, talking about what people are going through. The rate for a home equity line of credit is now at 8.3%, and that's the highest in 22 years. Mortgage currently sits at 6.7%, according to Freddie Mac, down slightly from October's high, but still well above a year ago. The average rate for a 5-year new car loan is now at 6.87%, the highest since 2010, according to Bankrate. Keeping up with the higher costs has become a challenge, research shows, with more borrowers falling behind on their mortgage loan payments. And that's not even talking about increases in rent. I'm sure many of you have heard about how rent is skyrocketing and people are, well, I'm sure the constables know about people being evicted because they're not paying their rent. So I take your comments seriously on the impact of the budget and what that's doing to taxpayers. So thank you.
I appreciate that, Commissioner.
And if I can point this out too, there's an open meetings manual that Ken whoever the Attorney General is right now, for at least this moment, Ken Paxton is the Attorney General. And it's the latest version of the Texas Open Meetings Act handbook is from 2022. And it says that in setting rules about people to come up to the podium, the government body may not unfairly discriminate among speakers for or against a particular view. Now, before lunch today, we had 2 people in here, especially one that was interrogating constables and other people, and I called a point of order, and they were allowed to continue. And what I'm going to ask this court and this presiding officer is, if you're going to call a point of order with the current speaker, that you exercise that uniformly across the board. Thank you.
I think that would be a great change in the way that this...
No, you haven't. No, you haven't, Judge. You sure haven't. They were talking about budget. This is not about budget. You're sitting up here talking about
the budget. We should
drop
that budget because you failed to maintain the integrity of this courtroom, Your Honor.
This is a budget hearing meeting. What you're talking about has nothing to do with budget. So, Sheriff,
I'm glad you are willing to enforce your own rules at this point. I hope that continues forward. Thank you.
Good. Judge Barrett, please.
Good evening, Commissioners and Judge. Judge Barnett, Court Precinct 3. I'm here pretty much what has been said already from the other Precinct 3 precinct courts, JP courts, is pretty much the same. All of our clerks work hard. I mean, they are worth a lot more than they're paid. And I do understand the budget and everything being tight and everything. Everybody has to have some here, some there. It can only go so far. I understand that. But also, in my precinct, in Precinct 3 alone, and I'm sure there's more in other places, but in Precinct 3, there's at least 35 years of combined experience in the Precinct 3, my clerks alone. And that's very valuable. They're very valuable to the court, to the community, and to the office. If it was not for them and the other clerks, the offices could not be open. We couldn't do it without them. They are the lifeline, the bloodline for the offices. And I do everything I can each and every day, even though it may be something small or whatever, just something to show how I appreciate them and I value their work and their time, and they give it freely. So I do ask, for all the same reasons that you've heard before, everything that they do, plus what I'm saying here, I am asking for the $46,000 for the office manager, 43 for a full-time clerk. I have one full-time clerk and one part-time clerk. But I am asking for the part-time clerk. Her alone, she has been there about 17 years or something like that, and she's only making $14 an hour. And that's not very feasible. And she's a single. She lost her husband a year or two ago, so she's by herself. So I'm asking her to go up to at least up to $16 an hour for her. So in order for that to be done, I'm wanting to increase the budget on the part-time up to $25,000 from 10 to cover that. And that also, she is willing to come in when the other two full-time clerks happen to be off for vacation or family things, whatever comes up, she's willing to come in and cover for that. And I think they're valued way more than that. But as far as the numbers I can present, I believe they should at least get that. And also, and I know this isn't much, but on the I-ticket expenses, the I-ticket expenses was $4,000, and that's out of all 4 precincts. So say $1,000 a precinct is not being used now since we went from net data to Tyler. That is eliminated. That's into the total cost. Now it's not separate. So there's $4,000 right there that can be put in there to kind of spread out however it needs to be. I know it's not much, but it is something.
Where is that on the budget? I'm not.
That's on the.
That's in a different fund.
Yeah, it can come from the I-ticket.
Under what?
I believe it's 108, Fund 108.
Okay.
And of course, it's only $4,000. That's for all 4 precincts, so it's not much, but there's something there that can be dispersed however it need to be done.
Okay, thanks. I'll find it. It's on another.
Good. Anybody have any question or comment?
So as we've been going through this and, department by department, and as I've met with the different folks that I've met with so far, how was there a salary survey done? I mean, how did we arrive at, all the different departments arrive at the exact same number for their clerks and their office manager? How did that come about?
Part of it that I know, and I don't know it all from everybody's perspective, but mainly what I do know about is cost of living. I mean, everything's like quadruple what it usually is, and the county's exploding. I mean, we're just getting.
But how did each department arrive at the exact same number for their clerks? And
how we come up with that was we wanted to keep each JP office the same. That way, one office, one clerk can't say, well, they're making $2,000 more over here, so I'm gonna go over there.
Okay.
We want to keep it even, keep it the same, to where there's no going back and forth.
But even outside of the JP offices, these numbers are, I mean, if you look through, these numbers are common thread throughout 43, 46. It was just surprising to me that
as far as the ones outside the JP, I don't know, because I hadn't looked at any of that. This is just the JP that I know of. All 4 JPs.
I just didn't know if there was, I mean, Melissa's not here, so I don't know if there was some salary survey done, and this was the number that everybody, it just was, there's, all the offices are independent, elected officials, but everyone somehow came up with the exact number for their clerks and their office managers.
It may not be these exact numbers on this, but I know average, if you were to average out, well, that wouldn't be this, because if you average out the whole, across Texas, JP offices, it was like, I'd say probably 60 or 70,000 for clerks, in that ballpark, somewhere in that ballpark. And I know and those are big cities too, so I know that knocks it down a lot. So we're asking for at least that to make kind of
Okay.
Have you got that study? I sure would like to see that.
I can get one for you.
Okay, yeah, if you don't mind.
Yes, sure.
Love to see it.
Okay.
Okay, it's more of a putting puzzle pieces together, going through this curiosity question as I go through. I didn't expect that every department would somehow come up with the same number of salary number for their positions, so, but
Well, that's
what happened.
Yeah, that's why the JPs did the 46 and 43 is because of
Okay.
that.
Because of what?
Because we want to keep this JP paying the same as this one, this one, and this one. That way, someone won't say, well, I'm going to leave it here and going here, because they make another
Yeah.
$1,000 or whatever a year.
But outside of the
But
JPs,
outside of
the
that, I
other,
couldn't tell you, I don't know.
okay, it's just interesting that they're all the same.
Right. Yeah?
And for clarification, I've already removed the I-ticket.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Expense.
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you very much, Judge. Appreciate it. Okay, next, Judge Gillen.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. I'll try to keep it brief. So all 4 JPs, we meet. We have regular meetings, and we discuss our offices and our budgets, and because we do all similar of the same things. By the way, I bought a new truck the other day. I have an 800-plus credit score at 6.9%.
Wow.
The appraisal district went up on my property taxes last year from 4,000. My projected is 8,000 on my
The
property.
increase is
Yes, ma'am.
8,000?
Yes, ma'am.
So your increase doubled?
It did. And I have a couple of people helping me. I've protested, but so obviously we're going to get lots of money next year of all the appraisals that are going up that much. That's another subject. But, you know, when Missy was, Sissy was talking about what we do, our business is increasing. The other day, my first day in magistration back in the jail, I had 14 suspects, 14, with 26 tickets. 5 of them were bond conditions. Now, bond condition takes a JP about 15 minutes per person, because our district judge would like a bond condition on certain felony charges. And so, anyway, I was back in the jail for 3.5 hours that day doing magistrations. We then bring all the paperwork back to our clerks, and you can imagine the amount of just the magistration, the bond conditions, and on the bond conditions and the EPOs, which are emergency protective orders, that I also had to issue that day as well. Our clerks enter that information. So there are clerks at the Sheriff's Department that enters that, but we have to call the schools that are outside of our county, and we also contact the schools inside of our county. So our clerks do a tremendous amount of work, and we've had the discussion, fair pay for fair work. And all the elected officials, we all make the same. But our clerks, and there's different titles. There's clerks, there's office managers, there's court coordinators, there's a records manager, and over the county, they're all over the place. And you have even assistant court coordinators, as Judge Kelly alluded to, that make way much more than and you could deem our clerks court coordinators, because they do it all. And the clerks stay busy. I mean, the clerks in my office, I mean, you've seen the budget that the amount that the JP offices bring in. And my office does an incredible amount of income generating there. And one reason is because our clerks are busy, but what wasn't mentioned, our clerks are on the phone. If there is a minute that they don't have something to do, they're on the phone calling people that owe money to our courts. Hey, you forgot your payment. Because at this time, currently, I have about 105 payment plans for my office. And they don't always pay on time. But our clerks are constantly on the phone playing the role as kind of an enforcer or friendly reminders. And they keep the revenue generated and coming in. So the clerks, for the JP courts, we all came to the same conclusion. I actually wanted higher for our clerks. When I was comparing them to the rest of the clerks in the county, because they're all clerks, although you can say, well, one's more of a prestige position because it's the district judge or the county judge or the district attorney, county attorney. They all essentially do the same thing. They do the same volume of work, and our clerks should be in there for the equal pay for equal work. And so we all came up with and we'd like to have them more. We'd like to have them making what a court coordinator or just an assistant court coordinator or a records management coordinator for some of the offices make. Because they make way more than our chief clerk, who's a chief clerk, an office manager, a SME, the subject matter expert. By the way, a little caveat there, just them having to go through the Tyler stuff, the volume, or should I say avalanche of work that they had to do just to get our offices converted over to Tyler deserves a little consideration in itself. And that's our clerks, our office managers, our court coordinators. They have the new title called SME, as Judge Kelly alluded to, subject matter expert on Tyler. So I have asked for the same for my chief clerk and my assistant clerk. And because of the volume of work in my office, I've had 2 full-time clerks, and they never wanted to hire anybody else. I've had a part-time clerk that works 10 hours a week. She works on Mondays because my office operates 10-hour days, Monday through Thursday. But on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, my 2 full-time clerks, my office manager and my clerk, some days they don't have time to go to lunch, and we stay open during lunch. And we have more work coming in, so that's why I've asked for another part-time position, which I've already hired because my budget allows it for this part of the year moving forward to September. But I'd like to increase that because my part-time budget has been reduced over the past couple of years because I just had 1 part-time. Now I have 2 part-time, and I'm asking for an increase to the $24,000. Is that it, Becky?
25.
25. I rounded it up. Because sometimes the clerks, obviously last year I had a clerk that was out due to an illness for about 6 months. And so we had to bring in temporaries, and we made it through the year. So Becky worked her magic, made it through the year. We had 3 temporaries and sometimes 4 trying to keep our office going. But now hiring another part-time is why I've asked for the increase to $25,000 to pay the 2 clerks. The average clerk, according to HR, makes $14 an hour in Hood County, and just about all the JP clerks are at $14. And so increasing that, our budget as well will help start bringing those clerks now that are making $14, like Judge Barnett stated. He had one that's been there for a long time, can help increase that as well. I'd like to keep the certificate pay because last year, due to the illness of one of my clerks, they weren't afforded the time to go achieve their master's certificate for our clerks. And so we didn't use that in the budget last year, and that's $600. Is that correct? 3, I'm sorry. 300 for the both, 300 together, both of them.
300 apiece.
Okay, thank you. That's where I got the 600. So I'd like to keep that in the budget. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions? Judge Gillum.
Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you.
Judge.
Bless y'all for your time and what you're doing up here today.
Appreciate it.
Okay, District Clerk. Ms. Turner.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not going to take up too much time. I was going to present you all with a lot of real pretty colored graphs, but my IT guy got sick, had to have surgeries in the hospital, so I'm going to wing it without them. I have in my budget asked for 2 additional employees. And reason being is that we have just been bombarded this year with new filings. We have had in a 10-month period, where did it go? We have had 12,208 pieces of paper that we've had to handle in new cases. We've had 2,028 new cases in that period. It's just overwhelming. I don't know why it's happened this year. It hasn't been that way in the past, but it's put a toll on my office and all of my girls. So the 2 additional clerks is what I was asking for. I think the rest of my budget looks pretty good. I have asked for an increase in my girls to $39,000. I've noticed in the budget that there are constable clerks making $39,000. Since we are the highest court in the county as being the district, I feel like that they should be making at least $39,000. I think that's already in my budget.
No.
Or close to it.
You and I had a conversation.
Okay.
And you wanted to be in line with what other departments were asking, so I changed your budget to what other departments were asking, and I got a lot of that. The word got around, and people were calling me and saying, please put me in for the same amount as other departments. So that's when changes started coming. But you're not asking for anything else but you and I had that
Okay.
conversation.
Right, okay.
And you said, please make my staff the same as what everyone else is asking for.
Okay, that's good. I really haven't asked anything for anything else. I don't think I've asked for anything, actually, other than what you have got here in my budget. Let me go over this.
Did you
think so.
get an answer on the copier? We had talked about that 5,600. I mean, I know we're talking small potatoes compared to everything else that's on everyone else's budget, but is...
On a what? A copier?
The copier lease, when we talked in your office, it looked like that we didn't understand why it was 5,600 instead of like 4,000.
No, I don't think we talked about copier. The copy lease is what the copy lease is. I don't have any control of that.
Yeah, that's how...
That's usually in purchasing, so.
Yeah, we just were looking at the spend through the year and wondered why it went up, and anyway, we can check with...
Yeah, I'm not sure what it was last year.
Or the current year that
Well,
we're
in
in.
'22, it was $44,231. I have no idea why it went. That's what was on your sheet that you gave me. You might have anticipated changing copiers. You might be going to a better color one. Your lease might be up. At the point that you sent this, there may have been some kind of circumstance that none of us were aware of. But that's what's on your...
Yeah, I actually don't know because I didn't check with Glenn to see what...
That's what you turned
what
in,
it
so
was.
there might be something that he hadn't got
Okay.
back with you on.
It may be. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think that during this whole process, that might be, I mean, if Glenn's not already doing it, he should probably go through the budgets and check what's in there for
We
the
have two
copiers.
copy machines in my office.
They're a
But-
4-year lease. They're going to
Yeah.
stay the same for 4 years. The only variable that would be
Is the
there is if
copier
you go
count.
over the
Yeah.
number of copies or you do some
Yeah.
color copying.
So we can check on, I think that that's something that needs to be checked on overall, not just yours, but there's, make sure people have the right number in there. Because when you multiply it by the number of copiers we have, if they're all off by $200 or $300, that's significant.
Right. And I think that's it. If y'all have any questions of me, I'm here.
I think you're going to have one here.
Yeah, Steve Kelly talked about hiring new people and not paying them the same thing as current clerks. Are we talking about that here too? Or would a new employee make the same thing as a clerk that's been there for 15 years? I don't think I have a up-to-date copy here, so. I mean, is that something we're doing throughout the county, or, because since he mentioned it, I just wondered.
Yeah, Tony may not have been in here when that was discussed, but Jeff was saying, or JP Kelly was saying that when he brings in a brand-new person, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to make what the experienced clerk is making, and he offered a lower salary for that.
I think it's been that way for years, just because we've had a salary survey done. We actually had a salary survey before the last one that we had, and it's just kind of gone that way. I don't know that it's gone that way for constables or JPs, but mine's always been that way.
I mean, it does make sense. If you have somebody that has 5 or 6 years of experience, they should be making a different salary than somebody's brand new being trained.
My chief deputy is making more than the rest of my employees, so.
And I'm working on a schedule.
Yeah, I think a stratification or some tenure increase. You've got somebody that's...
Well, I didn't realize that it had even changed, I guess, whenever this salary survey was done, that a JP clerk had gone up way past a district clerk. I didn't know that had happened, because mine are not at 39,000, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think it's,
so
34.5 or somewhere in there. So.
And some of this has to do with tenure.
Right. That needs to be, yeah. I've got employees that have been there for a while, so. Okay, that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Jennifer Logson, the librarian.
Good afternoon. Let's see. When original budgets went out in May, when I had to turn them in May, the only new things that I asked for was a line item for fuel and maintenance for the bookmobile for $5,500. And then I asked for an increase of $3,000 in my contract services, because we upgraded our ILS system and it gets hosted by our company that does that, and they moved us to Oracle database, and all of those expenses have kind of increased, and so that went up. So that's the only money I asked for originally. Then when the bookmobile came and we got really busy, it's been very crazy. In fact, we're shorthanded today, so I'm going to try to get back really quick. I would like to add another full-time person, but I'm not asking for y'all to pay for all of it. I'm going to take a part-time person and cut budget everywhere else, supplies, books. I'm going to take it out of those things, because I can come down on that, because we got to have the person to have the programs to make it go, and we'll still be okay with supplies and money for books and such. Because we have the foundation board and the Friends of the Library that also can help supplement on those programming things. So we would like to, so basically what I went back through, visited with Commissioner Wilson about it, and, not Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Andrews. I didn't ever get a chance to visit with Wilson and Eagle. I sent y'all an email.
And we talked.
We did talk, and I talked with Judge. I've been in and out of the office because I've been on the bookmobile some of the time, so it's been hard for me to get to everybody. Anyway, we talked about moving all of that around and being able to take out of my part-time budget. I lost a part-time person, so we're working without one right now. Taking that part-time salary, moving that part into the full-time, and then to make up the difference for the rest of that full-time salary is where I cut money from the adult books by $6,500, the children's books by $3,000. I cut our supplies by $10,000 so that we could have a person, and I think that we can handle that. The only thing I wasn't able to account for was, all the other little things that come out of paychecks and benefits and things like that. And so then I went to Becky, and she said, send me over what you want, I'll work up the budget, and because I wasn't sure how to figure all of that. So those are the only thing. I mean, ultimately asking for the $5,500 in fuel and the $3,000 in the contract services, another person, but I'm adjusting my budget otherwise to cover for them.
I appreciate what you're doing there.
Thank you.
And you do have Friends of the Library will kind of
Yes.
make up some of that stuff. They're so
Yes,
good about that.
they're very good, and they're a constant stream of income, and so, they pay for all of our programs in the summer for our guest speakers, and we can just start relying on them a little more than we have been. She's always telling me, ask for more, and so we will.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate the fact that, we went in there and you had an issue and you said, hey, I would like to add a full-time person in here and take away some of this part-time budget. And we sat and whittled here and there and, changed the bottom line very little to get what you asked for. I thought that it was great the way that it worked out, and this is,
Thank you.
I applaud your efforts on that, and I think you did a good job. Yeah.
So I know I probably asked you this when we were talking, but is the bookmobile diesel?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not going to be able to use the fuel tank either, the county fuel tank that we'll have, because it's not.
I have no idea about any of that. I know
It's
it runs on
cheaper-
diesel.
It's cheaper gas.
Yep, I know it runs on
But
diesel,
it's-
and we have a fuel card, and Robin goes and fills it up
Yeah.
right now about once a week.
Okay.
So
something, I'm just looking at both my sheets here. The sheet that I got today, your total, or actually yesterday, the total is $935,000. The one that we went through was $898,000, so I'm trying to figure out where something increased.
The full-time person, cut the part-time budget some, but adding a full-time person plus the increases in salaries is the reason for the $80,000 increase.
And the increase in salaries or the steps or whatever that.
Yeah, that
each
was already
person
on
get.
here. No, I guess it's the part-time. The part-time went from 98 to 100, so that's only.
No, part-time went from 108
100 to 98.
94.
Or 94, okay.
So that was just a decrease of $13,156. So that helped with the full-time position.
Oh, it's the clerk underneath. It went from 129 to 172.
Yes, ma'am.
That's for the full-time person, but I
Okay,
also
but-
took out, we took out $10,000 in supplies. I took out $6,500 in my adult books and publications, another $3,000 out of the children's
Yes.
publications.
Yep, thank you. I'm just going to reiterate what Commissioner Andrews said. To me, this is how it should work. I mean, finding things that you can adjust and move around to be able to do what you want to do with your budget. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
And part of that she has no control over, like FICA, and
Right, yeah.
retirement. And then health insurance went up, so those three things, $30,000.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of
Yes.
your money
I
right
really
there.
applaud you for working hard to do this, to find a way to get what you needed to get done and have the least amount of impact on your overall budget.
Thank you.
Good.
All right.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes.
The bookmobile's a big success.
Yes, it
really
is. It is. Thank you so much.
Doing a great job. Thank you. Okay, County Clerk.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. The county clerk is required to do an archive plan to be submitted once a year at budget time. So I wanted to let you know that I did put a public notice out. It was in the paper for this hearing. I'll go ahead and read my plan. In summary, the purpose of this document is to define the restoration and preservation, digital capture, storage, retention, management of archival records belonging to the county clerk's office. The records maintained in the county clerk's office have been identified to fall under the category of preservation and restoration plan. That will provide reproduction and archiving of such records and assisting in maximizing storage space and making records readily available for optimum viewing. It is the intent of the county clerk to follow guidelines set by the Texas State Library and Archives Commission for preservation of such records. My goal is to reproduce and archive all documents, regardless of type, as efficiently as possible. The county clerk's office is restoring records to suspend or reduce deterioration of public records. The public access to these documents are displayed in a manner that reduces the risk of deterioration and reduces or eliminates paper documents. The public records are now more accessible than ever on computer and by index. This will also allow digital access to county court records and provide an archive method to back up our imaging system. The inventory at the earliest permanent records in the county clerk's office are paper-based. We have protected our hard copies by boxing them, inventoried them, and stored them in original books in acid-free boxes. We then label and lock them in our storage area in the old jail, in which they are filed on shelves off ground and protected from water damage should there ever be a flood. All plats have been digitized and added to the computer system. Since I've been in office, there have been over 64,696 pages of judicial documents created prior to 1996 that have been digitized and imported to our current case management system for public view, allowing a person to search that data anywhere in the world that has internet. So my archive plan for this year, fiscal year 23 to 24, is I have no plans to archive anything. So that I would like to request that my archive fee be abandoned. It's by statute that the Commissioners Court of Hood County has determined that the records archive fee of $5 is needed to preserve and restore county records. I wish that you abandon this fee. And, okay, so I have, for my budget, I'm pretty much staying the same, except for one salary. I would like my Tyler Odyssey support specialist, who we hired to help with the conversion process of Tyler and our SME. I would like to use my budget. I have money in 2 open positions in my budget, and I would like to use that money to transfer the, instead of using the records management funds, which is a different budget, I would like to use my regular budget, and I do have the funds to, I guess, carry that over. So, and then I asked for all employees across the board in my office to receive a 3% raise, or whatever the Commissioner Court decides for employee raises. I realize that the taxpayers do have a hard time with all the increases in food and gas and property taxes. It's a big burden on the average household. So I am very much aware of the taxpayers' burden. But I also have clerks that work as hard as any other clerk throughout the county. So I'm not asking for a big raise, but I would like to have a little bit of an increase. And that's about it, if anybody has any questions.
I have one. For your expenditures for Fund 68, can you send me a copy of how you want this allocated?
Yes.
Thank you.
So is there something, I mean, are you asking for something to be put on the agenda to eliminate that fee on the next Commissioners Court agenda?
If that's the way that it, I mean, I figured this was the budget hearing, and that's why I would bring it up here. But if we need to do an additional step of putting it on Commissioners Court, I'm fine with that. I was just trying to go by the statute that the Commissioners Court does have the option to either have that fee or not have that fee.
Okay.
Okay, I probably have,
Speaking to the mic, please.
I have the initial thing, and it says that you wanted to eliminate a position.
Yes.
Okay, at 64,000, what position makes 64,000?
Okay. That's okay. I actually have 2 positions that I'm eliminating, so the total is probably 64.
No, it's only one, Katie, because you moved Alicia out and you've got to move her back in, so that just leaves one open.
Yeah, you're right, but the 35 or whatever from
Yes, ma'am.
Alicia's previous, we could use that again. And then,
That was out of a different fund.
okay. The Records Management Fund, I'm paying her out of the Records Management Fund.
For next year?
Currently.
Okay.
I would like to eliminate that.
Right.
And move her back to my budget, which according to HR, I have 2 positions open. The one from.
One was Alicia's. So you
And the
just
other
removing
one-
her, that one you would eliminate, correct? And Alicia would go back into her
Yeah, so you
slot.
should get that 35 plus.
Right, but I just want to make sure that everybody knew it was one, you have one open position that you can eliminate. If you eliminate 2, you
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, eliminate, I will be eliminating 1, but I will be using the other one.
Yes, ma'am. Just want to make sure that's real
Yes,
clear.
you're right.
So also, she goes from a clerk making, what did she make, 34? And then she became a specialist and made
This is old.
50,000, is that right? And now you want her to make her the office manager at 51?
I her manager at 50, and then her 10% raise or whatever the court decides.
Well, I'd rather book it.
Oops. The court decides to give the clerks across-the-board raise for all my clerks, the same percentage.
Your department's been doing all this without an office manager? And now you need one?
Yes, ma'am. I have 3 employees, and I have a chief of staff. And taking away Alicia's role in my office as the Tyler person, she's been dedicating her whole time to Tyler. So I have realized that my chief deputy has been picking up all the slack and doing all the office management stuff. So I really need to have an office manager to pick up the slack of, once the conversion is over with, she'll be, I have a whole, here, let me read what I'm going to do. Okay, so the County Clerk Tyler Odyssey Conversion Specialist does the net data conversion to Tyler Odyssey software, installation, testing, troubleshooting of software, and the conversion process, specifically working with Tyler Technologies and County Clerk's conversion process. She must have working knowledge of both net data software and Tyler Odyssey software and the County Clerk processes. She works with vendors to support and resolve issues with Tyler Odyssey software applications. And I might add that in the government's meeting, they consider her a rock star. They've said that several times. She's doing an awesome job. Communicate with end users and information technology department staff. Train end users on Tyler Odyssey operating systems, applications, and software usage. Performs other duties assigned by supervisor. So, along with her being the Tyler conversion specialist, she has also been handling some of the records management duties in my office. The office manager and Tyler, so now I'm combining it basically. I'm making her the Tyler Odyssey's technical supervisor along with being an office manager. So she's basically playing the role of 2 people. But she is a very detailed person. She handles everything very well. So I'm sure she can handle this. She's going to be overseeing a variety of technical and clerical work related to the county court at law, county court, probate court, and commissioner's court. Having a working knowledge of Texas statutes related to county clerk's office and responsibilities. Manage 3 or more employees. Assume responsibilities of the county clerk, court records, and chief deputy in their absence. Manage workflow to deputies. Provide training and guidance of Tyler Odyssey and Tyler Odyssey conversion. Provide orientation and training of lower-level county clerk staff. Review the work of assigned employees for accuracy, proper work methods, techniques, and compliance with applicable procedures, standards, and specifications. Provide cross-training for each deputy position. Prepare and review daily and monthly cash report for submission to the county clerk. Assist in writing and revising office procedures. Interview new applicants recommended for hiring. Monitor and approve employee time, sick time, vacation time, in absence of the chief deputy or county clerk. Respond to a difficult and complex complaints and requests for information. Maintain security and accuracy of money in the vault and cash received. Assist with purchasing of office equipment and supplies. Assist in those contacted in the course of duty in effective and efficient and professional manner. Perform other duties as assigned. So you can see from this list, she's going to be taking on a huge amount. She's going to be playing a huge role in my office, and she's very capable and very knowledgeable, and I think she's the right person for this job.
Okay, I'm just asking, who did these jobs before today? I mean, who's doing them today?
Okay, so that is shared with, right now, she's actually doing it now, along with my chief deputy. They're kind of splitting the duties between them. So she has been working in this role for a while, so this will not be.
I'm just concerned. It seems like your office has not needed this position until now, when her title as specialist is going away, and she's faced with going back to a clerk at $34,000 or whatever.
Did you just hear what I read?
Yeah.
Those are all the duties that she'll be doing. I very much need her as an office manager. So I don't know what you're
You
saying.
didn't need an office manager before, but you do now.
That's right.
Okay.
Katie, there was, just want to make sure I understood. You said besides that position, the rest we were asking for whatever the court suggests for raises?
I
or-
suggested 3% across the board for my clerks, but I want it to be fair also for, like, they get 3% and somebody else gets $46,000. That's not fair.
Okay, so is the number that's on here for the clerical supervisor correct? Or is that's a 19% increase?
Clerical supervisor. Okay, I had submitted 2 forms to Becky, so I don't know which one you're looking at.
She's looking at the last one that you sent me.
Okay, that one is incorrect.
Okay.
So I'm going back to the one I previously
Okay.
at the 3%.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
So
Okay,
this
so-
one, it's not 62.5 for the clerical supervisor. What should I write in here?
3%.
3% of 52,520.
5496.
54096.
Thank you.
Yes, that's 3%. If you go with 3%, that's what it would be. If you
So
go,
the other office manager, reduce that one too?
yes.
Okay.
I have it here if you want it.
I got it. Thank you very
So,
much.
overall, again, I'm going to say the same thing that I just said to the librarian is, this is, overall, and I haven't recalculated it since reducing that, but your budget is less than a 2% overall increase, so.
Yes,
It's
I don't
around
even-
2%. It was 2.5 before we reduced it, so somewhere around a 2% increase is all you're asking for your budget. So you've managed to find a way to do what you need to do so that your employees are compensated appropriately without an impact to the taxpayers.
Yes, ma'am, that was my goal.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions?
Thank you, Ms. Lang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Mills? Yeah, sure.
For Commissioner Eagle, if I'm reading this right, it's under salary.com, it's Texas Department of Criminal Justice Office Manager's salaries average is $85,000. I know that's quite a bit because some counties are a lot bigger than us, and there are some that are a lot smaller than us too. But the average, according to this, is $85,000 for criminal justice office managers, and that's at salary.com under Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
So
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
we have to. we
Okay,
have to
Mr. Mills.
Put that in the context of county sizes and,
Yeah, because different sizes, different, yes.
right, so we would need to drill into that a little bit. But thank you.
All right, well, I'm continuing to try to be the most budget-friendly department head. When I took office January of 17, we were in the 16-17 fiscal year budget, and that number for our office was $634,478 when I took office. I cut my budget multiple times after taking office. Even if this is granted from what Becky showed me, it's $606,456. So we're still at about $20,000 less 7 years in than when I took office. That's with, obviously, the raises that people have gotten over the years. My only two requests are minor. The ACAs are assistant, I have two assistants, lawyer assistants. And I wasn't sure what to ask for. I know that the DA just got a big raise for his people, and mine are happy, but I didn't want too big of a gigantic gulf between our salaries and theirs. I understand the DA should be a little higher than ours. So the number we have plugged in still puts us more than $10,000 average less per person than theirs. I just didn't want to be totally blown out of the water. So I told the two assistants that we have what we're projecting to get, hopefully, and they were both pleased with that. I think they're happy and will stay, and those are good numbers for them. My only other thing that I would just bring to the court's attention, I don't know what y'all are going to do with clerks. I haven't listened to all the presentations, but we have people who, we have one clerk, 10.5 years, office manager, 6 years, another clerk, 4 years. So if you bump everybody to, let's just say 40, I don't want a new hire in another office to be equal to where mine are at 10 years or 6 years and what have you. I hope there's still step and grade or whatever that counts for the longevity that our clerks have had. The number that we have for the two clerks who are not the office manager are 43 each, I think, or...
Placeholders,
okay.
Will take some work.
Yeah, so anyway, I just want to put that bug in your ear that I do want the longevity to be reflected on there in some capacity. But if y'all have any questions about our office or numbers or budgets, let me know.
Anybody?
Well, I do know when you came in here that you did take a serious, lawn shears to the situation.
Right.
And I really appreciate that. It's good to figure out how to get your job done and do it efficiently. And so since I've been here, your department has always been in line. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. I remember January 1st, or the first day we had a special budget session with Commissioners Court, like January 2nd or 3rd or whatever of 17, and I remember James Devers saying, if you take this away, you're not getting it back. Don't come and ask for this back, And I said, okay, I'm going to make it work, and it was difficult for a while, but we got through it, and now we're doing okay. So we have 3.5 clerks, we have 2 assistant county attorneys, and then me. So.
You don't feel overloaded. You feel like you can get everything you need to get done, right?
Oh, yeah, we're good. I did look at our numbers. Our misdemeanor A and B filings are up some over 2022. Not a huge increase, but they are up in 5.5 months of this calendar year. But I'm not asking for more help. We're able to do it.
How many cases does each assistant work?
I don't really divide it up that way. We have one assistant who pretty much handles all the JP courts, environmental cases, occupational driver's licenses, and then he does a lot of the civil stuff. If y'all ask me to research something, chances are I actually send it to him, and then I take credit for it after he's done.
I noticed that.
You do a good job of that, too.
I noticed that.
So, and, you know, other things he does as needed. He'll review a case if I need a set of eyes on a case. And then the other assistant is the one who's going to court at law all the time. She's prepping the cases, negotiating with the lawyers, getting things ready for trial, getting witnesses together, working out 90% of the plea deals. And then my role, aside from all the stuff I do kind of here, is I do all the intake. So when case comes in, A and B misdemeanor, I review it, I make the offer or decline it, whatever I need to do. And so I do it on the front end, and then I also go to trial and go to court in the court at law myself, first chair most of the time, almost always. So it's it used to be divided differently. I remember I was doing defense work a long time ago, and we had co-defendants in the same assault case, and they got vastly different offers, and the way that they divided it was like half the alphabet was one lawyer and half the alphabet was the other, and my client was like, hey, why did I get this offer and the other co-defendant got that offer? I'm like, well, your last name is different. So if I do all the intake and make all the offers, it's hopefully more uniform to, people are getting treated the same. I try,
Well, thank you for your efforts to improve the efficiency and bring the costs down.
So just kind of going along with what you said about the stratification of the salaries. So your most recent county attorney has been here just right at 3 months?
Somewhere in there, yes.
Be close to
yes.
6 months at the time this budget goes into effect. So
correct.
We'd probably look at that as to 12% increase in half a year.
Well, I guess a rising tide raises all boats. I mean, I don't want to be just completely blown out of the water by the DA's office. I mean, it's one thing to be, Johnson County pays more, Tarrant pays more, but I mean, next door pays, $15,000, $20,000 per person more. I feel like I need to be kind of within shouting distance. So we're still, like I said, more than $10,000 per lawyer assistant less than them. And I'm trying to move him, the new hire, to 91, and then the one who's been here longer and doing the court at law work at 95, and that's where you get the 186 total for the two. I think that's reasonable with what happens next door.
And we had now that we're talking here, and we had a little talk too that, you would be, unless you've changed your mind, more than willing to, if some state jail cases, state jail felony cases were shoveled over there to you, or maybe some third-degree felonies, you could help out with those cases too, correct?
Right. I mean, that offer is kind of a standing offer. If the DA can't reasonably get to it, we'll step in, and we're happy to do it. They haven't, asked for that favor yet, but it's kind of a standing offer. The priority is misdemeanors when it's a court at law trial week, but we don't try as many cases. Generally, I mean, there's just cases at the felony level that you're just not going to get worked out. I mean, it's a serious case. You're offering 50 years in prison. It's going to go to trial. At the misdemeanor level, I mean, normally you can work out a misdemeanor, and even the thing is, there's not a big penalty for going to trial and losing most of the time. I mean, we had jury trial last week, and we got a guy convicted for an assault, and he ended up roughly equal to what I'd offered in a plea at the beginning from the jury. It's like, well, there's an incentive to try to work things out. So that was long-winded, but a lot of trial weeks, we don't actually have cases, or we might have one when maybe there's room for two to go to trial, or maybe it washes out completely. The week of the 26th coming up, that may wash out for us completely. So that's when you have room to move in and do a felony. And so I've already called the DA, and I said, at most, we're going to have one go to trial, and we might not have any go to trial.
Well, to me, if it works out, it's right to just, to get it off the docket, to have it sent over to you if you can.
Yeah,
It makes sense to me, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's, like I said, it's an offer that we've made. You know, they want to, I mean, ideally for the DA, you know, he wants the personnel to do it in his office, which I understand, but if I said, look, if you can't get to it, if there's too many, you know, you need to farm out a state jail case to us to prosecute, we'll do it, you know?
Well, the end goal of that is just to have it hanging out there that you're going to go to trial, you know?
Right, and that's what's moving cases for them.
Right.
I mean, if they just have the threat of a trial, you might plead 10 cases for the one that actually goes to trial, but you're going to do it faster if you have that over their head. Yeah.
You probably saw the email yesterday, I think, that we are, I guess the word is invoking our contract with Johnson County for some female inmates at $100 a day. So the faster we could get through some of those to get those female inmates, whatever the disposition for those will be, the least amount of time we'll have to pay $100 a day per inmate.
Right, and y'all, of course, already know this to most extent, but very little of the jail population has anything to do with me and my office. The misdemeanors are minimal. The time, I mean, the giant chunk of the time is felony holds waiting to go to trial or plead or whatever. That's where the huge mass is. You know, if we have somebody who does not bond out, they're on a misdemeanor, we have a lot of leverage to get them to plead, and we're going to do it way before the maximum jail time would ever be. And so we might get that pled out in, you know, 75 days, 60 days, whatever, time served, and they're done. Even, let's say we get somebody convicted, like a month ago, we had a contested hearing, and the judge maxed out a second DWI offender at a year. Well, they're given 3-for-1 jail credit after sentence on a misdemeanor. So even that year, you know, it's only a third of that year, and that's an anomaly. I mean, that's not a normal misdemeanor sentence. You know, that's a very unusual person who went to trial or went to a contested hearing on a revocation and regretted it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I was just talking about the sharing of the county court at law judge.
Right.
And if the four of you together can work through that to get the population down, that would be great.
Yeah, and the other thing, if I feel like that court is really going to be used and the DA can be ready for cases, or I can be ready with the DA to try some of his, whatever it is, you know, if there's something that is real borderline and maybe we could make a slightly better offer, I'd rather just get the misdemeanor out of there and get that felony in there at the court at law level so that we can move that person who's been in jail for 18 months or 2 years or whatever. You know, I feel like I can work with the system in order to bring that down for the little part that I play in it.
Good. I agree with you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you for being fiscally responsible.
Try to. Is that it? I used to be a commissioner, so I know what you're going through. Yeah. All right, see y'all.
Becky, did you talk to Ms. McCoy?
She's here.
No,
Where is she?
She was here a minute ago.
She left.
Well, it's time for a break anyway, and maybe she'll be here.
Okay.
Oh, she's
Go ahead.
sitting,
Take a
she's right out
It is
there.
break time.
All right. Let's break until 3 o'clock.
She gets,
We're back on the record here at 3 o'clock. We're going to take the Veterans Administration, Ms. Linda Mellon.
Okay,
Please.
the only thing is, for supplies to remain the same and travel, the supplies is 800 and travel at 1,200. That's it.
That's it?
That's it. Everything else is good.
Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, we try and keep things
Keep things simple.
cheap. Yeah. We're good?
Bye, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Did you fix it?
I did not put it on there, but I figured I could see
Yeah, most people have. Yeah, county treasurer.
Good afternoon. Are you ready?
Good afternoon, Ms. McCoy.
It's been a long day, right? All right, so I was talking to a few earlier that I have a whole list of treasurer's office duties to run down for you, but we agreed it's been a long day, so I'm going to move on. If you look at my budget, what I just presented you is probably the same thing Becky gave you. The one change that we do need to make is down in the credit card fees. We need to increase that to $8,000.
And I'd like to add that the treasurer and I are going to try to have a meeting with some of the JPs. We think we need to get them on board increasing the credit card and debit card fees because we are losing money.
Right.
As opposed to what we collect
Right.
to what we pay. So we're going to have a meeting and see if we can't, we'll maybe put it on the agenda, have a schedule of what they should charge so that we're okay.
A lot of retail places are passing the credit card fee right on to
Yes, ma'am, they are.
So-
And we do.
But just a little bit.
Just a little,
not
and
much.
maybe we'll need to increase that so that.
I mean,
we
the
can-
only other place we could take it from would be interest that we earn, and I don't think that would be good.
I'd
Just like
rather
a
not
bank
try
fee.
to, I don't like to mix revenue and expense in any capacity. Then you never have a true revenue that you received in expenditures.
Right.
So I like to keep those separate.
But those are ones, because I'm having to do a budget transfer in the next court because we're short on those fees right now. So we're going to have to find somewhere to pull that money from because we don't have enough for this year. So we are going to try to increase it to $8,000 next year. And hopefully they can compensate with their fees. Honestly, I'm going to say this, and I'm probably shooting myself in the foot, but I really don't need a part-time line. I mean, and I know it's only $200, but, you know, I came in 2019, and I've used one person one day. And it's one of those things that we can work through it if it's just me in the office. So I don't need that at all.
Y'all come down and answer the phones.
No. And other offices do. I did have Stephanie come over one day and help me with something that, you know, I was by myself, but, you
We
know,
are a
for the most
family
part, we
and
can make
our-
it, and the other offices are very, they help out when they can, and we let them know what the situation is. So I know it's not much, but we really don't need that. Now, if I come back and ask for a part-time, that might be a different story. The other one, Kevin and I talked the other day about the travel line, the education and travel line, and why mine is so much. I can probably tweak it. Normally, I'll go and do every conference and like estimate what it's going to be. I didn't do that yet this year. I just know how much I was short last year. But we're required as treasurers to have 20 hours of CE every year, and then 15 hours of the County Investment Academy, and then 10 years of the Public Funds Investment Act every 2 years. So there's a lot of training that we do have to go to.
Can any of that be done online?
There may be some now that can, but most of them, like this last, the county investment one that I just came back from yesterday, no, you have to go. So I can tweak those before we do the final and just let y'all know if there's a difference lower. I can definitely do that. The only other things that I am looking at, I know you can see the difference between my clerks and my office manager. Right now, we are looking at we call her my account tech, which is my clerk. She is making 34.5. I'd really like to bring that up to equivalent to other people. We do have to do daily reconciliations for our office, but then we also have to help other offices for them to reconcile. So we do have to go out of our way, and she does a great job doing that. So the next person I'm going to ask for is my I call her my chief deputy, my assistant. She's my right-hand man. If I died today, she could literally do my job. She was a treasurer from 2017 till 2019, so she could do my job. And I'm looking at her pay right now at $47,250, and it's just not, to bring her up to $50,000 is not enough for me. I think she's worth more than that. I think she can do more than that. And when I see other departments and what they brought in within the last couple of years at $50,000 with no experience, I don't think that's acceptable for somebody that's been here since 2014. So I would like for y'all to at least consider what I've asked for. That's it. As I get nervous, sorry.
Anybody have any questions?
I think that's all I had to cover.
I agree, she did step up and take over, and she's...
Well, she's never left the treasurer's office. She started as an account tech. She was the assistant treasurer in 2016. 2017, she became the treasurer. 2019, she became my assistant. And she does a fabulous job. And, my girls don't miss work. And I talked to Nanette earlier, we don't earn comp time. They know when it's time to get there, when it's time to go home. If you can't do your work in between that, we've got some issues. So they do a great job.
Anybody have anything? Okay.
Well, thank you for making that easy.
Thank you. Okay, next, Mr. Jeff Young, the Fire Marshal.
I actually was going to let Margaret go first because she'll probably get less of a beating.
Okay, that's good. All right. Margaret Campbell, Emergency Management Director.
Mine should be relatively simple, actually. I've cut a couple of things, such as ammunition, vehicle maintenance, things like that, I don't think that we need, that we haven't used all of this past budget, and I haven't increased anything else. So I've tried to make it easy on you guys.
Okay.
Could I ask you something, ma'am? Did Commissioner Eagle come see you?
You did.
Thank you.
Yeah, Monday.
Thank you.
This grant writer issue, I guess we really ought to throw that up on the table. What's the word on the street, for lack of a better way of putting that? So,
getting a grant writer for what we have budgeted, $50,000, is proving to be really, really challenging. I've interviewed several people, and either they are not qualified and they're okay with the $50,000, or they are qualified and they want way more than that. So it's proving to be a challenge. I talked with a couple of you about other options, but at this point, we're kind of at a standstill.
It would be nice to have a grant writer because there's some money out there. So what have you, the people that are qualified, in your opinion, what do they want?
They want about $65,000 as opposed to the $50,000. Now, something that I had thought about that we might, I'll throw it out there and see what y'all think about it as a possible alternative, is increasing the salary to $60,000 and adding on a job responsibility of disaster recovery coordinator. It would be along the similar lines of grant writing. They would be doing recovery grants such as fire mitigation. Also, there's always money that comes after a disaster that you can apply for and get as recovery if you have all of your documentation in line. It would be along the same lines as the compliance piece of the grant writer. And if they did that only after a disaster happened, so 15, maybe 25% of their time, and the rest of the time they were doing grants for the county, that might be an alternative where we could get somebody in who was qualified at a salary they were happy with and that also made sense for the county.
And I haven't floated that idea yet Anybody you want to try to get approval first from Commissioner's Court?
I do.
Hey, Commissioner Andrews. Commissioner Andrews.
Yep.
You had Mr. Hohan in your office the other day, and he mentioned a service. Do you remember what that was? That you pay a fee, but it basically sends you a list of all the grants that are available. Are you familiar with that, potentially?
I use several different places to see grants, but I don't know what Mr. Hohan was talking about
I don't think that he ever mentioned it specifically by name. He said there was some.
I mean, it's going to cost a little
something
money
out there. But, it's federal stack of papers or whatever that says these are all the grants that you can apply for various things.
Who was that?
It was Matt Hohan.
Oh.
You might, if you get a chance, holler at him and see what he
Yeah.
was talking about, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind. Yeah.
And I know we had spoken about this recovery thing. I know back in the PK fire, I went in and did all the FMAG paperwork for FEMA for, just Lipan Fire Department. And it took me, it was about a week of my own time that it took me to gather all that stuff together and get it all turned into FEMA. And I think it was a straight week of me putting it together. There were several days of follow-up and stuff here. And that's the type of thing that a recovery person could get or could work on, because that was, I had the time, I had a project going that I didn't have to be there every day, and but it was a significant chunk of money.
It's a lot of money and it's a lot of time. We are in the process, we're wrapping up our COVID vaccine recovery. The federal government has offered money to reimburse the counties what they spent doing COVID vaccines, and since we had a hub, we were eligible for that. We're wrapping that up. That's been a 1.5 year long project, and it's taken about at least 2 days of my time every week. And then we're in the midst of 2 different FMATs, one for Chalk Mountain and one for Big L. Both of those take a significant amount of time. And my concern is that if something else comes along and we're eligible for money due to a disaster, that we're going to miss out on it because I don't have time to do that in addition to the response piece.
Kevin, you and I had a brief conversation about ARPA money. No more than we'd have to kick in from ARPA money to make this viable. I highly recommend you do that. If you can get this rolling and get some money coming in. I mean, we budgeted $50,000, kick 15 in from ARPA and, or 20 to cover benefits, and see if it works. Try it for a year.
Yeah, I mean, is this something that ARPA funds can pay for? Because
A grant writer?
if that's the case, this may be the perfect opportunity to try it, because, I mean, these are going to be measurable results. This is, we need to see the produce money coming in, and we can look, So is that something that ARPA funds could be expended for? Do we know?
I know that we can use like emergency management salaries. So I know at least the part that we'd be adding on is certainly ARPA allowed. I can double check on as far as grant writing. I think as long as it's under emergency management, because right now that's where my salary would come from, it should be totally fine.
So I was thinking along a different line of a way to get to the salary that someone would attract someone with the experience is an incentive type pay, where you bring them in at a certain salary, then based on grants, successful grants, an incentive would be paid. Now, I don't know, I guess I'd have to talk to Melissa to see if that's even something that a county could do, but that's a possibility.
I think we should explore that, see if you can do that, because I know that yours and April's salary are still covered by ARPA all the way up till, what, 27?
Till December 31st, 2026.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to ask about that. Also is, we kind of do have this bogey out here of, currently it's about $166,000, including benefits, that at some point is going to have to go back into the general fund.
Correct.
So we need to keep that in mind, because if we grow the budget to use all that money, and then, oh, no, now we got to bring all this, at that point, it's probably going to be at least $200,000 back in. We just need to be aware of what we're doing. And if it makes sense to do that slowly and start this year and say we're going to let's go ahead and bring the emergency planner back into Fund 10 and do that over a period of time so that we don't have to do it all at once, I think we should have that conversation.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
That's been my plan all along.
Okay, well, it's not reflected in the current budget yet.
I wanted to just, this next year, do that because looking at what our budget's going to be, it's going to be large. So hopefully next year it would slow down, and I was going to bring both of them back.
And that's also part of why I tried hard to not increase my budget at all, because I am trying to account for the fact that y'all are soon going to have to account for 2 salaries.
Yeah, if we can do as we start going through all of the gyrations that are going to happen between now and when the budget's final, we need to start planning for that so that, but also please check into that incentive pay, because I think that also encourages the person. I mean, as I was speaking with the DA, there's grants out there for the DA, there's grants out there for law enforcement, there's grants out there for road and bridge. I mean, there's so many grants that we're missing out on.
Right.
Environmental grants that would incentivize the person to go after them and, be very careful about how they write them so that they get that incentive pay.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, now, Mr. Fire Marshal.
I was waiting for my agent, Mr. Jerry McGuire, to show up, but he's not here. We want to do the big one or the little one first?
Your pick.
We'll do the little one first. Okay. That was just my office. Huh?
Which one are you doing first?
Fire Marshal.
I got to find it.
So I guess my biggest ones on here is my administrative assistant. I know you guys have been beat to death with admin assistants and their pay. I had asked to raise mine to 45. She does do a lot of the administrative work for not only my office, but she helps with Margaret's office and dabbles a little bit with helping the sheriff with some of the radio stuff. I just was wanting to get her closer to a pay that would keep her there. So that's hers. My deputy, I have one deputy. I haven't named him deputy chief because I don't want to try to pay him as a deputy chief. But years ago, my office was brought in line with the pay at the sheriff's office for type and title and all that kind of stuff. My investigator now, Mike Stafford, who is my one deputy, if he did the same job going across the street as investigator one with his tenure, the increase that I'm asking for him would just bring him up to what it is across the street. So he's currently about $10,760 less than what he would be making at the same title with the same amount of years across the street. So that's the biggest one, I guess. My part-time, I was wanting to add money to part-time. I don't want to hire anybody else. I just would like to utilize my part-time employees that I already have more frequently. As it stands now, my part-time guys cover the weekend shifts. They go on call Friday at 5, and they cover all the calls, anything that comes through to our office until Monday morning at 7. So for that 60 hours that they are technically on duty, we pay them the equivalent of 20 hours. So what I'd like to do with the increase in my part-time budget is start bringing them in and paying them that hourly rate on a Monday or a Friday or a Wednesday or something along that lines. One of the other things I've got coming kind of down the road is the state is adopting NFPA 1 and NFPA 101 as a state-adopted code that gives us the option of also adopting and enforcing those codes. If I do that, I would almost have to have an inspector that would be able to do plans examining and stuff like that. I would like to be able to utilize one of those employees, my part-time guys, to be that inspector 1 or 2 days additional during the week.
Who does the on-call at night during the week?
During the week, that alternates between Mike and I. So every other week after 5 o'clock, either I'm on call or Deputy Stafford's on call.
And how many, I'm sorry, I know you said this, but how many people are the 26-2 line, the part-time? That's how many people?
So I want to say I have 6 or 7 that are technically part-time reserves. Right now, I only utilize them for the weekend on-call.
And that's because you and Mike don't take weekend calls?
Correct.
Just because that would be too much, or?
Well, I have a motto at my office. We work to live, we don't live to work. So yes, we would like to have a couple of days off. If the call is big enough, if it's a large disaster type call, they know that they can call either Mike or I or both of us and we will come. But for the smoke investigations, the controlled burns, all of that stuff, I utilize them to cover those calls during the weekends.
Yeah, but, I mean, you would alternate, so like you do during the week.
Well, the other part of that, it would be hard for me to cover a weekend shift because I have another job that I've worked for the last 36 years, that all I work that job at is Fridays and Saturdays.
Oh, okay.
So now I do have an arrangement with my other employer that if a disaster happens here, they know I'm going to get up and leave. But outside of that, I utilize my weekend guys to cover weekend calls.
Okay, so how does that align with your live to work, not work to live?
Yeah, I know.
That's not personally, that doesn't work for you.
I know. But when I go on vacation, they're usually pretty big.
I don't think there's ever been a time where there's ever been a major fire or anything on the weekend that you haven't been able to cover.
Correct.
That fire.
Correct.
I know that the sheriff and I have discussed that before too, and it's come up, and you've always managed that if it was an emergency deal, that you were there and Mike Stafford was there too.
Yes, sir.
Really.
Yeah, when big calls happen, my office is basically all hands on deck.
And the call volume, especially in the middle of a dry summer, it's not like you're sleeping through the night.
Right.
A lot of times you're getting repeatedly called out in one night, so that would be a really heavy load to be carried between.
Last Wednesday, I got called out at 2:30 in the morning, and I think I went home at 5:30 that afternoon.
Yeah.
That's difficult, having 2 full-time jobs.
But it's worked for 15 years, so.
I think the good thing that you do have, you have a good relationship with, I know the fireworks deal. I mean, last year when the sheriff and the fireworks guy and you and we all got together.
Yes, sir.
I was like sitting on a powder keg, and my biggest critic was my wife, being a rancher, wanting to know when we were going to not sell fireworks anymore, and you kind of helped. But we had a better
outcome than the neighbors.
Than the counties that just manned them all together.
Yes, sir.
The neighboring counties. So they really worked well with all of us. And so your trust and experience with the county has really worked out, and I appreciate that. So
Yeah,
thank you.
That was very good. So this is small potatoes again, but I'm going to ask. So you sit very close to Margaret. Do you both need copiers, or can y'all get by with sharing a copier?
I don't know why we couldn't share.
I mean, it's a savings.
We're all up in each other's business all the time anyway. I mean, and honestly, the copier contracts and all that stuff was in place long before I was here. If I had someplace I could send to a printer, if I had to walk across the street or across the hall, it doesn't matter to me.
Okay. I mean, that's the other thing. Most computers have printers right there, so unless you're going to print this document that you need an industrial strength one for, you can print straight from your computer. So that'd be great if you wouldn't mind that.
Sure. So, I mean, as long as there's not a contract cancellation fee we got to
Yeah.
pay for getting rid of a printer.
Well,
'cause-
that'll be a Glenn question.
Yeah. So any questions on the fire marshal side of the budget?
Okay, let's do the hard one.
Okay, the hard one. So I'm asking on that one to increase the subsidy to the fire departments to $115,000 a year. What that equates to is an additional $5,000 to their subsidy to buy their equipment and supplies and things that they use on a daily basis. It would add $5,000 to their fuel budget, and it would add an additional $10,000 to the money kind of designated towards maintenance. Now, I have some of them that are still kind of up in arms and wondering why they are spending their subsidy money to maintain county vehicles. But part of that is, and I've had this discussion, was before we transferred that money as part of their subsidy, it's the same money that I had set aside in my office as a maintenance budget. It's just instead of one department using a majority of it, they all get kind of their part of it, and then they're responsible to take care of the vehicle that has been assigned to them. Part of that is I want them to kind of take some ownership and be responsible and maintain those vehicles. And that's kind of where we're at with that. And it also reduces the amount of paperwork and time and everything else that the auditor's office and the treasurer's office and everybody has to spend on submitting repair receipts and getting it approved in court and all of that stuff. They can go get them maintained and repaired and all of that stuff at their time, and it kind of cuts out the middleman of us having to approve and disapprove and whatever their repairs. So essentially, 8 of the departments would be at $115,000. Granbury would be at $110,000, and the only reason for that is they've got their fuel kind of arranged with the city right now, so I'm not asking for that $5,000 additional fuel allotment for them.
Are they okay with that?
They were okay with getting a subsidy in the first place.
Okay.
Because before last year, they had previously elected not to get one, and then when they realized they were missing out on a little bit of change, they asked to be included back in that subsidy program.
How are we doing on the reports? Are we all up to date on the reports now?
The bank statements. I think we have one department that's missing one now. Is that what we came up with?
I think we're pretty good. I might need May on a few of them, but I think I'm very pleased with where we are.
Yeah, I think it was North Hood that was missing all their reports last time I looked.
Pecan.
No, Pecan got theirs, and then there was
They got
one.
theirs in.
Indian Harbor.
Indian Harbor had nearly all but 2 of them missing. And being that that is my previous department, I had
I
a.
won't mention
What happened to your voice? What happened to your voice all of a sudden? Yeah.
What'd you say?
He tried to say.
So, yeah.
But I think everybody's, they're up to speed now.
Yeah, I think there was, from talking to the Ray Taylor out at Pecan, there was just a misunderstanding that they needed to be filing every month.
Which means
So-
he didn't read the interlocal agreement that they signed when it went into
Probably.
place.
Yeah, so several months into the year, then they've,
Right.
once they were notified, they sent them all in on that same day, but.
Well, and just to be clear, when we made that change last year and made this part of the subsidy, I made that change in the interlocal agreement, which all had to be signed by the chief of each department, and I made sure and took it and said, okay, I want to make sure that you read this paragraph and understand it and ask me if you have any questions before you sign it. Every one of them signed.
Okay.
So it's not like we snuck it in on them and said, oh, by the way.
No.
Because this was the second year we did it this way.
And I think that day, they got 3 phone calls. You and me all called everybody, and I think we,
Right.
lit a little fire there, so.
So to
That's, yeah. That's
Play on with, no pun intended.
On the fire protection side, the one other thing that I do want to point out, there's an increase for vehicle maintenance of $10,000.
Yes.
I have 2 reserve vehicles that are not assigned to any department. And when those vehicles require repairs, I don't have a fire protection maintenance line to pay those out of anymore because we moved all that into the fire department subsidies. I found it hard to ask any one of the departments who are not assigned to that vehicle to pay for the maintenance. So I asked to add that line so that I could keep those 2 vehicles maintained through the year. And then the other addition is the $19,000 to insurance. I'm sure I probably don't have to tell you all that insurance is going up, and when we add and subtract vehicles, and frankly, our loss in statement, or our loss in claims has gone up over the last several years. One of the things that increased our insurance last year, and I had a long discussion with our representative from the insurance company, they based our increase over like a 6-year span of loss and claims, although over those 6 years they hadn't increased the insurance at all. So they basically compiled all that loss and claim over the 6 years and said, oh, by the way, it's going up this much because of loss and claims. And I went through and looked at them, and some of them were 3-4 years old. But they said once the underwriter went through and looked at the loss and claims report, they decided that the premium needed to increase. So that's what raised our insurance premiums quite a bit last year, I think, but they haven't gone down. I've already had to move money around this year to be able to cover insurance.
Didn't you say, Commissioner Andrews, sometime back, that it might make sense to not have the exact same amount for every volunteer fire department, or you decided that it's a good idea just to leave it the way it is?
I don't know as though everybody has the same need. I think there can be some variation there, and that's something I'd like to sit and
talk to them about. Okay.
with the chiefs.
So on that note, just to add to that, I can tell you I've asked all of the departments to provide me with an annual operating budget for next year. My intent was, once I got all of them turned in, I was going to ask to have a special call meeting, have everybody come in, give them the opportunity to ask y'all questions, and y'all the opportunity to ask them questions. The ones that I have gotten turned in already, I can tell you, are substantially higher than the $115,000 that I'm asking for this year.
One thing that did come up last year, and I don't know, but it was specifically with Granbury that we didn't really roll the maintenance portion in on their subsidy, and then they had a county vehicle that had an issue.
They've got like 4 of them.
Well, no, I mean, that had
okay.
repairs, and, you know,
Right.
there was some question about where that was coming from. Is this, and I kind of thought that's maybe what we were doing with the $10,000 here, is for, you know, oil changes and things on the county vehicles to make sure, but that's for your...
Well, so we also have a contract for the preventative maintenance for the county-owned vehicles. That is something that my office does pay out of contract services.
All right, it's contract
So that's
services,
the oil
okay.
changes, the windshield wiper blades, air filters, whatever they come out and find on the PM cycle, that budget pays for PM. They have basically been asked to be responsible for repairs.
Gotcha.
So if they go out and blow an axle, bust a tire, shell a pump, those are the things that they've been asked to be responsible for. We also put in place, I think last year in the interlocal, was that if they get a repair, let's say they shell a pump in an engine, and it's going to be a $45,000 repair, that they go and get the quotes. We put it on the Commissioner's Court agenda. The chief and myself will come up here and explain why that is going to put a hardship on their budget, and then they can request to be reimbursed for that repair. I think we've done that 2 times now. But as far as, you know, replacing a belt on a truck or a tire or something like that, I think the funds that they're getting as part of their subsidy should be subsequent to cover those expenses.
I just would like to, I guess, get into the record here that over the last 3 years, at least, the Commissioners Court has really been working hard to, you know, the subsidy, even 3 years ago, was $30,000. And if we factor in this $115,000, if we're able to get that worked into the budget, which I think we need to look very hard at, That'd be a 380% increase just right there in the last 3 years. So, we are working hard to get what the guys need.
Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to point that out. And by the way, you and I have met too, haven't we?
We did.
Just wanted to get that on the record in case somebody was worried about that.
And I'm going to go back to this, and I know several of the volunteer fire departments do this on their own, but there are grants available, and we could maybe help with that if we had the right person in the job.
Absolutely. Oh, hey, and on that record, she didn't mention it. She did have somebody call and offer to do it for the $50,000 if they could work from home in Bangladesh.
Oh.
She declined that one.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, anything else? Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we've got Veteran Service. IT. Mr. Whitaker.
May I approach the bench?
You bet.
Thank you.
For IT's always got a funny
Thank you.
computer info tech.
Yeah, I know. It's under the C, not I or T.
Okay, I can get you a copy. This is what I get.
Is this what you gave me?
No, it's not.
What?
So I changed it up completely.
This is a living, breathing document, right?
Yeah, Drew had a little bit of homework after our meeting.
So I've completely changed it up. And yes, I did. I did
You
meet
did.
with
Thank you.
Commissioner Samuelson. I did. And I did try to find places to cut. And to some success, I was able to cut $110,000 out. But on the flip side, I did add places as well. Overall, the budget, or my budget increase request, is 1.9% overall. So again, employees, standard 3 or 5% raise across the board, whatever it is. The only real true request is part-time. Because again, as I've stated in the past, we have one network engineer. Take that for what it is. If he does get struck by lightning or a bus, that would impact the county quite a bit. And of course, in the past, I was not able to get a network engineer, and that's fine. So what thinking of doing is adding $15,000 to part-time to bring it up to $30,000 to see maybe we can tap into the community that we live in. Maybe we can find a retired or semi-retired individual that wants to do part-time network engineer, something like that for, just to kind of get out of the house, work half a week, et cetera. Maybe we can find someone with that. So that's why I was asking for that, because I know, again, a full-time network engineer would probably cost $60,000, is my guess. But there is some reshuffling, so to say. The biggest one would be contract services. Again, missing that. When we met, of course, she wanted a complete line item list. And if you look at the spreadsheet that's attached to the budget, I broke everything out line by line, at least with those two major lines, which would be contract services and hardware software. There was discussion during our meeting about, and of course I know me and Ms. Kidd, we have worked really hard to kind of bring the whole county, anything IT related, underneath IT. There are still a few departments that have software that they pay for software out of their budget, here and there. But really try to bring everything technology related out of our budget. So in here, in this spreadsheet, there is a list underneath contract services, which is New Year additional expenditures, you'll see, which has Glenn's $10,000 CRM contract management software in there. There is also an addition for Axon camera software support.
I'm sorry, what page are you on?
This would be 3.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay,
Sorry
found
about
it.
that. The Captain Barry reached out about trying to get some Axon software support for their editing of videos. So if, people put in for their law PIA for videos, any kind of footage, anything like that, that would really help them get those out the door, because right now, a lot of their video editing and whatnot falls on myself and Owen. And the same with the DA's office. We do a lot of that for them as well, for all the cases. As well as try to do all the other public events and everything else for the rest of the county. I know Commissioner Wilson also reached out to me with a few other software type things that the sheriff was paying for under dispatch, and he would like to also see that possibly be moved under to me. And again, that's all in this increase that I've asked for under contract services. I did increase that to $1 million. It's up $150,000. But like I said, that is all other departments in the county just adding underneath myself. But overall total increase with all departments that have at least let me know that they want to add stuff, for the new year, it's an $87,000 increase overall, because there were cuts, like I said, to my budget.
Oh, I think I sent a note to Ms. Kidd, and after talking to Drew and several other departments, I think it's a process to get, like you said, to get everything into your budget that's IT related. And if that's our goal, which I'm not sure, without, speaking with the rest of the Commissioners Court, if that's the goal, that we want everything that's IT related to be documented in a sheet like this, so we know what our liabilities are and you can plan for it, then I think we have a little bit more work to do, because there's, as we've been listening to people, the library, I see library on here, but I don't think it's the same library software she mentioned when she was up here.
No, it is something different. As the one that's mentioned on here, that's a 3-year contract renewal,
Okay.
and this next year will be the 3rd year, so we will have to renew that contract.
Yeah, and then there's, the election administrator has software that she mentioned when she was up here, so maybe we need to have a workshop and decide if that's our policy, and maybe we work together with you and Glenn and Ms. Kidd to draft a policy that says this is the policy for purchasing software and hardware, and then, so that you're not surprised that another department goes out and buys software, and then you have to pay for it out of your budget from there on with your, the maintenance dollars come out of your budget. So I don't know. I'm just bringing that up because it's just something that I noticed talking to different departments and working with you, so.
Yeah, and I've questioned that too. Should it be under the individual department, kind of be in their budget? Should it be under your budget? It's a lot of stuff that you don't even touch or have anything to do with. So, I don't know. I think it's a good conversation to have. Let's look into it and see, what makes sense there. So,
whatever works for me.
Were put on, from the Sheriff's Department list. That was what was brought out during the meetings that we had with the Sheriff's Department, saying they felt like it should be better controlled under IT rather than under the Sheriff's Department. So that's where that came from, is straight, from that. So it's money that's going to be spent one way or one place or the other.
And we did start that a couple of years ago, and it's been a work in progress, because then you have to figure out what's an upgrade, what's a new contract, what's a contract, and does it belong with Drew? Is it a contract for software, or is it a contract for equipment? What is it? So it's a process of sorting through everything that's there and figuring out, is it going to renew? Is it one time? Where does it really belong? And we've been working on it ever since.
And I think this is a great start to, this will be, if things follow through and Glenn is successful in purchasing the contract management system, you've already got the data to input into it to start tracking these contracts that you have.
Absolutely.
So I just think, from a control perspective, it might make sense for IT to be responsible for paying IT contracts and having purchases. At least, I'm not saying that you have to approve them. I mean, the court would approve them based on what the different department wanted, but I think having some type of control, I don't know, maybe I'll probably just need to stop talking and have a workshop, I don't know.
It truly doesn't bother me one way or the other. As I've always said, it regardless, I just want to make sure we have the money there if it is something we cover. Again, that's always my biggest concern is again, we want to make sure we pay everything that we are obligated to pay.
Right.
So whether it falls under me or not, that is up to the court. It does not matter to me either way.
But if we move something, then the dollars need to follow.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
but I try to make it as easy as possible. I'm sorry for the small bump. Again, 1.59 was my % increase from an IT perspective, which I think is a lot better than 40% and 30%.
it is less.
I digress.
Good deal.
Yeah. Thanks for working on that. and
Yes,
getting those numbers down.
thank you very much, Drew.
Appreciate that.
Good. Thank you, Drew. Okay. All right, Extension Agent, Hannah Hoffman. Timed it just perfectly, didn't you?
I did. I gave myself just enough time to sit for a second because it's hot out there. You guys are lucky in this nice, cool room. That walk was a little rough. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you guys are having a lot of fun, as I'm sure you are. The one thing you'll see on our budget that we are requesting a little bit more money for is for our administrative assistant, our office manager, Leanne. A little bit about where that number came from. I pulled the data from the HUD, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and looked at just the way that they break down income brackets. And so just statistics for you guys, one person in Hood County to be considered low income is $50,550 for their income rate. That's based off of fair market rent, so that's not the only thing contributing to low income and cost of living, but that's just the data I pulled. So number-wise, that's where that came from. Also, our sweet, sweet Leanne that you guys all get to talk to all the time, she keeps us running, right? So I think she deserves a little bit more so that she's not having to do as much outside of work to be able to be here and keep us running. We travel a lot as extension agents, and when we're gone, she's the only one there. So she runs a lot for us, does a lot for us, and I would love to see her get a little bit of an increase there. So otherwise, I think the rest of our budget, if I remember correctly, yep, is all the same. So if you have any questions about that increase, let me know. Otherwise, everything else we are keeping the same.
Good job.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, thanks. If
Okay.
you guys ever have questions, you know where to find us.
Okay.
If we're not there, Leanne always is.
Talk to Leanne.
Yeah, she is.
Thank you. You do a good job.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, the one we've all been waiting for, the Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Deeds.
You need my copies or yours?
Which document are you starting with?
Yeah, to follow up with the IT stuff, there's just so many reasons why a lot of that IT material needs to stay with Drew, like with Spillman, with our cameras. It all backs up. We need storage, and it's all falls back on him to try to figure that one out. So it just makes sense to keep all this stuff under him to oversee it. And then I've got Mike that helps with that, but still, we need a lot of storage space with the videos and all of that we go through. So it needs to probably stay over there. On my budget stuff, Yes, Commissioner Eagle met with me, and so did everybody else, so. So it was 6 weeks, pretty much, that we met with everybody, so I really shouldn't even have too much to talk about or too many questions, because I think we've been through this, because we spent a couple hours in the morning, a couple hours in the afternoon. We went through it all once a week with everybody, and many weeks of going over each individual area that I cover with the jail, dispatch, patrol, investigations, Justice Center, lots of different questions, lots of different things. So is there any other questions that you have? Or
one of the things that's been brought out was that for a county this size, with the population that we currently have and the forecast that we have, we should have more than what we've got, even if we authorize the additional 12 that's been requested during these meetings that we've had for the last 5 or 6 weeks. One of the things that I asked the sheriff to provide was if we increase the 6 proposed new deputies basically to 12. And that still puts us way below what the state says we should have within the department. And, so he's given me those numbers, and once we see really where we're going to be money-wise, I'm going to put it out, for us to discuss that again, when we get to the final, because even if we add the 12 that's been requested plus the additional 6, we're not quite even halfway what the state says we should have. And that's something I think we need to, seriously, look at, at that point. But we really can't look at that until we actually see the numbers that, of what we're going to have budget-wise and what's going to be available. But just for the, for everybody understands, that is being looked at, because number-wise, the department is below where it needs to be.
we do everything we can out there to try to be as proactive as we can with traffic enforcement, right down to the street crime stuff, with just trying to focus on that stuff. In years past, we tried to do it, and it worked, it helped, but the way we're doing it nowadays, under the leadership of Gary back there in the back, it's been fantastic. We've got some big loads of dope that have come through the town. Some of it's been here, and we just could never get it. And they've done a lot of work to get to it and get it off the streets. I have had a call here, it's been a few weeks ago, from a lady that was mad because I wasn't out after Hernandez's dump trucks down there in Mitchell Bend Court. And she said, you see troopers out here all the time, but I don't anymore. And I told her, they're down at the border in Austin. And she said she was going to call the governor and to get after me about not having people out there. Well, we do the best we can, and they're running from one call to the next. And they'd love to be out running radar and all that, but they don't really have the time to do that. So if we had more manpower, we could do a lot more for the citizens of the county. But main thing, keep them safe and take the calls and follow up on the crimes and get them solved. Last week we had, they got into a deal with a bunch of burglaries and solved 10, 12, a bunch of burglaries, I'll put it that way. I don't even know if they've got the final number. So they're working extremely hard to get to the bottom of all this stuff, and working together with the district attorney and trying to get things done and get the search warrants so we can get things done legally. And yeah, we're filling up the jail, but that's just the way it is with this day and age, and it keeps going up. And talked about the inmates before. It looked like we were going to have to send 15, but I think he got away with sending 14 females. So that's not good, and looks like they're going to, by this time, this afternoon, they're over in Johnson County. So yeah, that's $100 a day, so per inmate, so that's not good. But the district judge, the county court of law judge, everybody's working hard to try to reduce that. not too many months ago, we were at 20, and now we're down to 10 that have been here over a year. So it's still not good, but they're working on it. Everybody's working together, trying to get the job done. Dispatch, I've asked for 2 more dispatchers, 2 more transport officers, and as long as we've got mentals that we've got to transport back and forth to Wichita Falls is the majority of the places we take them, then that's a 2.5-hour ride up and 2.5-hour back. We need more people to help get that done, plus the dockets that they're having with the courts, they're running through the people, but we got to get them back and forth from the jail over to here. So asking for those. The training coordinator, we got to keep everybody up on their hours. I was questioned about the ammo before Tuesday when we had court about why we needed so much. Well, there's some we're still waiting to get in, and I don't understand why it's still so far behind, but this world's gone crazy and we're trying to live with it. So I want to try to get ahead if possible, but we're still going to be waiting on stuff. So we need to put people through training, get them trained adequately to be able to do their job and take care of people. And so when you figure my armed jailers that do the transports, all of that, and then all my people, peace officers, reserves, everybody included, that's like 101 people that have to be qualified at the range at least once a year is what TCOL says it has to be, but you can't do it once a year and expect to be proficient. You need to get out there more than that. So we're trying to get them out there more than that. We just had a SWAT school last week, so I think there was 5 or 6 of my people that went through that. So that's a good thing, but used up some extra ammo. Asking for 2 more investigators I've been told I had too many investigators doing things. I'm top heavy and they need to be out on the street. Well, the guys are running from the calls and they're making the reports, and then those guys the investigators are solving those crimes. These guys are amazing with what they've done and digging to the bottom of that. I think it was all on the investigators that come up with that case with all the burglaries. But the patrol guys will start that stuff, and then it'll get handed off to the investigators. So I've got 9 general case investigators, and the others are street crime people, and they're focusing on the drug crime. We got financial crimes. We got one guy that all he deals with is child stuff, dealing with CPS, injury to children, helping the Crimes Against Children's Task Force under the DA's office. So everybody's spread pretty thin, doing everything they can and trying to focus on their specialties and get the job done and whittle those cases down. I think I had, like just last month alone, I think there was, well, I don't know where my paper went. I had it, how many cases were filed just last month alone, but there's a big bunch of those. So it's in your monthly reports every month, so.
On the, well, it doesn't have a page number, but where it says Hood County Sheriff's Office Peace Officer Organizational Structure, Courthouse Security, is that here?
Yes, that's
Okay,
those.
so that's Justice Center? 'Cause
That's
we
a
just-
Justice Center.
We
There's-
just talked about the courthouse not having security with one of the constables that was here.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
the
at the
historic courthouse.
Yeah,
At the courthouse, then yeah, I've got 3 people here all the time assigned here, plus they've got a lieutenant over them, a lieutenant, a sergeant, and 2 other guys that take care of all that security. And then we did have 4. We moved one of those into patrol, one of those spots, just to try to help get stuff covered in patrol. So, and then we help them whenever they're short and help them at lunchtimes, things of that nature. But that's for this building. That set a precedence as far as having security, metal detectors, all of that. But yeah, the old courthouse is a whole nother problem in itself that should be addressed, no doubt.
That's what people forget, is that there's only one municipality really in the whole county that can assist the sheriff's department, and that's the Granbury Police Department. Other than that, Toller, Lipan, Stockton, Benz, Crescent, from one end of the county to another, is just the sheriff's department for this entire county. And if you had 2 big emergencies or tragedies at both ends, say in Lipan or Toller and Crescent, it would be hard to handle all of that with the regular stuff going on. It just takes the manpower. And providing safety to the citizens of Hood County, I think, is the government's primary responsibility. We got to have that.
And the good news is Toller is about to come online with a policeman, and Lipan did actually fill the Marshal position, so that's definitely a little bit of help.
Yeah, we helped with the background investigation with him up there in Lipan, and so, yeah, he's been up and running for a while, so. And I don't know if he's full-time.
They're not fully operational yet, and it's just one person per city there. I mean.
We still take a lot of calls, nights, weekends, a lot of times, and Lipan has a Curtis that always has issues up there and other stuff going on. He's one of the guys that's a mental guy. And so, yeah, Toller, the troopers help out a lot, and we do everything we can. And it was good during the school. Then we had the school zones being watched, at least in Toller, and Granbury took care of here, and then our guys were out there at Memergency. But, yeah, Lipan was a little ways up there, but we get up there quite often anyway.
So to stay true to form, I'm going to go ahead and throw this on the table. Based on the budget that you presented, we're looking at a 21% increase in your overall budget. And again, if you do the math on that, that's going to be several cents tacked on to the rate, the tax rate. So I just wanted to keep reminding people. I mean, we're coming in with some big requests for budget increases, and if Commissioner Wilson could share with me, I guess I totally missed this, but whatever state statistics that he's talked about of how many we ought to have here.
That's a federal standard.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. So if you could share that with us, I'd appreciate it.
I think we got that in either the first or second meeting we had, on that Wednesday morning, way back when we started having the meetings. But yes, that was what they said.
That was under the federal?
No, that was from the state of Texas.
Yeah, I guess I missed that. I'd like to see that.
I think it's in that PowerPoint.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking through, was the PowerPoint.
I don't have all those notes with me, but I've got them at the office. But yeah, that was the number that stood out.
I mean, I can't, that's just so strange to me. Sorry. I don't remember seeing that. I'll go back and look at it.
It's on the PowerPoint, so.
Well, in Dave's defense, I think it was about 3 4-inch, 3-ring binders of information that we walked out of the sheriff's office with. But I want to thank you for getting with each of us and going over so much of it and really taking a deep dive into what you've got going there. Thank you guys for
years past. There'd be commissioners say, well, I don't remember that. I didn't hear you say that. And so we wanted to make sure that you had all the information. And we didn't leave anything out.
I think that's.
Yeah, you went away with, like, Mary's binder was about that thick. And I didn't bring that one with me today, but a lot of other stuff. So
I guess maybe, maybe I did look at this now that because I just remember going, even the lowest number here is doubling the amount of deputies almost.
Yeah.
And I'm going, that's financially not feasible, but.
Well, that's, I'd appreciate the more help we can get, the better off we are. And some of those standards, I know Hood County can't afford that, but we're just trying to do the best we can, and we can't offer the services that some of these people moving out of the Metroplex expect unless we get closer to those standards, I guess. But anyway, that's federal and state information, I think it started with the FBI is how that came out there, so but we're doing everything we can with what we have, and it wouldn't hurt to have more, but yeah, it takes a lot of money, so I get that.
So on the sheet that just has the people and the salaries, not their names, but just the positions, there's a, I don't remember talking about this, data analyst, new position, and I'm not finding it on the 56, on your administrator sheet here, unless I'm just overlooking it.
We talked about with that, the position that we had with our, been listening to everybody talk today, and I can't remember, the racial profile person, that position, that we still have that position, but nobody's in that position, but turning them into this analyst, I believe is what they were thinking.
Is that what's on here is an IT technician, or is it a different?
No, well, we've got Mike's been in the budget for
He's the IT.
3 years.
IT technician.
Yeah, this is something different.
That position would be for CID. It would be a crime scene technician and a data analyst position, because we don't have a crime scene to work every day. However, there's always evidence to be processed every day because that builds up. And when that person is not processing evidence or working a crime scene, we'd have them doing some data analytics for us to help our investigators compile data. It's pretty much the industry standard across criminal investigation divisions in our law enforcement.
I'm just looking for it on this list to make sure it's somewhere.
I'm not sure, but I haven't looked at this list, I don't guess, but I was going to explain that position to you. What we tried to do was take our racial profiling clerk, which you don't need anymore, or we don't have anymore, add some money to that position, and instead of giving another investigator position, let's turn that into a non-sworn position and get a data analyst, crime scene tech position. We think we can do that with a little bit more money added to that racial profiling clerk. What we're trying to say is, I'll give up an investigator spot or request one less investigator spot to help the guys in the streets, because we need guys in the streets. And if I can get a data analyst and a crime scene tech, that will save me and my investigators a lot of time, and they can do the investigating and not so much the data collection and the crime scene investigation part. They can do what an investigator is supposed to do and not all of the above.
Okay.
So that was a way of kind of a compromise of saying, hey, look, we can save the county some money here if we can do it this way. So.
Do you know where it is on the budget, Becky?
Well, it was in the PowerPoint that you had.
The data analyst?
Yeah. It's on the salary supplement sheet, but I don't know where it is on the budget.
It was the racial profiling person was a clerk, but that was.
I don't have a line for that, so I probably just added their salary in the clerks on the budget. Does that make sense?
Yes.
She's talking about it's at the very bottom.
Yeah. Yeah, in the PowerPoint, it's the one in blue at the very bottom. What Becky provided you, I'm not sure.
It's just the budget sheet that.
Well, in the budget, the original budget sheets, then it wasn't there. That's.
But I added it.
Okay.
That position's in there, but instead of creating a whole new line in the budget, I just added it with the clerk. Because so much came in last minute that it's easier that way. Maybe that was all about me that day.
Okay.
So, talking about the software, have we already gone through, and if we've added the dollars to go along with the software to Drew's budget, have we taken the dollars out of here that were related to the software? So that we don't have them, and we're not counting for software in both budgets?
The only thing that we presented to you was like the module for Spillman to do the e-ticket machines.
Which is a new thing.
And that was the only addition.
Okay. So any other software that's like under contract services that's baked in here that we need to move?
That is in Drew's budget, and again, we've gone through this for years. I think the sheriff is okay with what is in his budget. Is that he and I concentrated on was to get those correct, because there's so much that really belonged in the IT budget. We spent 2 years trying to get it moved over, and I think we're good.
Yeah. know, it just seemed like when we were sitting down going through things, like every other line was an IT thing, or, so it was like, okay, that's software.
So much comes up every year, there could be things that need to be moved.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess, I have Tyler, but it's kind of behind the scenes, and then I have Spillman, but the others use a Spillman too to look at that, so everything ties together under IT to make it all work, or to keep it going. But the only thing I added was under the capital outlay request was the module for Spillman, and that was $40,496.67. And that'd be a yearly fee of $5,535.92, and then the cost of the e-ticket machines for the patrol vehicles.
So that's a question. Where does that go? Does it go in the sheriff's budget or in the IT budget? It's Spillman, it's software.
Well, that was a capital outlay request, so I'm not sure at this point.
Okay.
Right now, that would be
Cap.
Fund 55, and then you decide where you want to take it.
The maintenance would, okay.
Yes, go ahead.
So what kind of raises are provided for the deputies and investigators in this budget?
The raises,
Like, is there a
we were one of
percentage?
those that came through the middle of the year and asked for deputies to get an increase because I lost so many of them, and came up with a different type of step plan that had a minimum and a maximum. And so what I had actually started proposing for the budget was more than what this was. Now, I'll take any cost of living raise that they can provide, but it was not, well, I guess Commissioner Eagle had that total. It's probably in here. Too many pieces of paper.
I know, I'm the same way.
But we came up with a different step plan.
So, wait, when that happened, they got a raise then, and the step plan started with this budget?
Well, kind of set it in stone in the middle of the year, and then this would
So
pick
whatever
up.
we decided on back then is what we're doing in your budget?
Yeah, that, I
Okay.
hope.
Well, with a COLA in there, I think that the whole
Right.
grid
Information I have,
moves.
I just really couldn't tell if they were
Right.
getting a raise.
Well, every year, we review the salary matrix, let's just call it that for lack of a better word, and the court approves the salary matrix. So whatever they did in mid-year, like everything else, it's got to be voted on again. So whatever the court decides.
For a dollar amount for 54 deputies, I've got $40,480 divided up. You can see that if you want to see that. So that's not every deputy that gets that. That's just their step raise, but we take any cost of living raise that they have that they can put together.
One of the things that we talked about when we met with you was, and thank you to your staff for putting these charts together that really show the impact of those raises. So the blue lines are hired and the orange lines are departed. So you can, it's plain to see that right after the raises, the blue lines are taller. So more people are being hired than leaving, so that's a good thing. And then you look over at the next chart, which is the number of people leaving. It's really, it's the turnover ratio is on here, but you know, since the raises, looking at quarter one of 2023 through quarter two of 2023, only one person has left.
Yeah, we're still trying to get built up in the jail.
This
I
is
did
just
have-
the 55, so that's just the 55 officers. So
Okay.
for those authorized positions for the peace officers, in 6 months, you've only had one departure. So that just shows the impact of what that did, so.
Yeah, it's helped with the deputies for sure, and the jail, we still have not reached full staff yet. And then one in training in the dispatch, they had just resigned here last week, I believe. So I've got one opening there, but I think we still got 4 openings in the jail.
Yeah, dispatch looks like I get those reports from every month too, so it looks like dispatch is staying pretty stable so far.
Well, we just lost the one last week.
Yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to add that one that we lost was our decision more than it was. So there we are able to have a standard now.
So,
And if you aren't meeting that standard, we now have options where we didn't.
so that's even better news that you haven't had anybody resign.
No, we haven't had anybody resign. So, yeah, one, except in dispatch, she was in training and felt she couldn't do it, and she resigned. The one he's talking about, we asked him to
Depart.
Okay.
Thank you. That's good news. Thank you.
So I can go over a lot of numbers if you wanted me to, but I know you've all heard that over the last 6 weeks. So, please, any cost of living raise you could do, please help. We're working hard to do the best we can out there, and we want to continue to do that. So in that budget, I had originally asked for 14 positions. The one, we moved a guy from the jail to training coordinator, but he's getting funded out of the jail still, so we need to put him in the admin side. And so that made a total of 14 spots. And then it'd be great if we could find some more. But
I just think we got a lot of homework to do, just kind of going to Commissioner Eagle and Commissioner Wilson's comments. We got.
And like you guys know, you can call me anytime, come by anytime, or email me anytime.
Which I do.
And we'll do the best we can to get you all the information you need. So that night or the next morning, that was a busy night, so that's why.
Go ahead and keep the emergency going, though, Sheriff.
Yeah.
Don't have to respond to it
Well,
right away.
I didn't expect you to respond.
Yeah, we were dealing with
respond to me at 10
Firefighter
o'clock on Friday
Association,
night.
radio stuff, and then we had storms coming in, so it all worked out. And then we got her what she needed on Tuesday.
You can wait till Monday to answer this email. I'm just sending it when I need to send it.
Well, my office is 24/7, and I'm 24/7, and we'll do what we need to do when the time comes to do it. Just get her done now and keep moving forward, so.
And I can tell you on behalf of me, I appreciate you guys bringing this information together and spending the time with us to, go through it and kind of instruct us on what you're doing and your needs. And of course, as like I've said, my mantra today is we're caught with also how much money do we have? What's the best way we can help you guys out? So I do want to commend all the work you guys did and the hospitality that you gave us. Appreciate
The staff all came together to get you any and all information you needed. So, yeah, I thank you guys for coming in and meeting with us and be able to see things. And look, I think you all learned a whole lot more than you ever knew before about what goes on at the sheriff's office. So
we learned a lot about fighting cocks, for instance.
Well,
I was thinking we could help fund some things by opening a chicken joint around here, I'm just saying.
You don't?
Yeah.
Did you find a home for them?
Well, I think the judge still hasn't, we haven't heard.
The judge has them. Did you say the judge has them now?
I guess the next hearing will maybe be next week when the judge gets back. And, yeah, I have no idea if those roosters are still there. I don't know if.
I haven't driven by to check.
He got out on bond, but we got his 50 pounds of marijuana and all his meth and all his tools of the trade for the fighting roosters, so, and guns, lots of stuff, so.
So we did, just like the other departments that we've mentioned, and we talked kind of out in the hallway, this legislature, we don't know yet how it's going to come down, but there is an opportunity that there may be additional grant money for rural sheriff's departments, so.
Yeah, I think it's Senate Bill 22, and I've seen just little bits of information about that, so I haven't seen anything real in-depth about all that, but I think it's like, it started out, like I was telling you, it was the legislative session before last when some of the sheriffs out in West Texas, out in these little counties that don't have many population, their salaries are pretty slim, and so they were trying to get a bill passed to raise their salaries up. Well, then it they didn't want to mess with just that. They brought in deputies and jailers and all that, but I think the minimum for the jailers is $20 an hour, and I can't remember what the deputies are, but I'll look into it.
Yeah.
Anything else for the sheriff? Have you touched on everything about the jail or animal control too?
We really haven't talked much about all that, but like I said, in the last 6 weeks, we've talked a lot about a lot of things, so.
Yeah. Does anybody need to ask any questions about animal control? I know we talked about the jail here, but what about animal control? I think that department runs, every time I'm amazed about people donating money every commissioners meeting to the animals. They don't to any children's organization, but they do to a lot of animals, which is good. But
Kelly does a great job out there, and so, we were worried about the part-time money for them. I think it's about run out, and we're going to have to do a budget amendment somehow, some way, so we can still keep part-time going throughout the summer till the, okay.
She found
good.
it?
Keep her around. We're looking at different things. At first, we proposed an new animal control officer, and I think through discussion that I hadn't seen the final thing to what you guys got, but it's a well-oiled machine out there, and we need to keep it going because they do a lot of good, save a lot of animals out there. So
good.
I think we talked about this while we were going through our sessions, but if there's any one-time purchases that are in your next year's budget, that there's any way we could pull those forward, we could think about that. No, not necessarily capital.
Well, we were talking about, what we talked about one time was the vest. So Denise says we need 19 vests and 43 carriers, and I think that's covering constables and DAs. I got the list here, so I believe it has everybody included in here, but the bottom line is the grant will cover 10,601. We need, what we've been going to is the vest inside of an outer carrier instead of under your shirt, it's over your shirt. Then we're trying some different things with vests that you can put extra gear on the outside instead of weighting down your belt. So need 43 carriers, 19 vests. The grant will cover $10,601 worth of that. So
what was the total?
$10,601, and this was from, so one of our first meetings that we had is when this would have been given to you from Denise.
Yeah, but then I think she said that those weren't good quality, so she wanted to get a different bid.
And I think she's still waiting for the vest to come in and see if it's worthwhile or not. We still need the vest, and so we can still get those ordered and get them on the way. It was talked about workers' comp money, paying for
the refund.
Some of this to get it going, so that'd be.
Okay. Oh, it did? Okay.
So I could put that on the next Commissioners Court agenda, I guess, and ask we move forward with 19 vests.
That would remove it from next year's budget.
Yes. But that was one of the things, so.
Okay. So it'd be, if you'll just send me, or Denise, send me the email with the totals on it, I'll put it on.
Or I guess I can give you this one if you want.
Okay.
This is what given out that day, so that's got the list of it.
Okay, but that's not the current amount, right? Okay, I'll ask.
I think that's what the grant is. I don't know if it's got the bottom, because she was, the outer carriers, is that where the quality question came in and she was looking for a different, did she get a quote on those? Is that, do I have that right? I mean,
Yeah,
that's
correct, that it was the vest, the one vest that were cheaper, the quality wasn't very good. The newer vest, I think they were $325, you remember on that? That's approximate.
I believe that's the right number.
So they're a little bit more
325,
expensive, but I don't know if we've actually got any of those in, unless John knows if they've come in.
So, yeah, Denise is working on all of that. We tried going with a different company, or Denise did, because it was going to try saving the county some money, and then she quickly found out why these other companies stand out above the other ones. So that's kind of where we're at right now, in the middle of that, trying to find a company that maybe is more reasonable. And again, the product that we had was a great product. It's specifically made for a certain type of carrier. And like the sheriff said, we're trying to go to a carrier that maybe helps out. There's been a lot of studies on it to get some of the weight off of the hips onto more of the torsos of the employees. So less injuries, of course, for the county. So that's kind of where she's at with it. She's still trying to find a company that is willing to get us product, show us product, instead of trying to order something, off of a magazine or straight off the internet,
yeah.
and then we're not getting the same quality of which we once were. So that's kind of where she's at. I can follow up and find out where she's currently at, but I know she was in contact with a couple of different, trying to get some product.
But on the vest, I can go ahead and get those ordered, because, they'll fit whatever outer cover carrier we get. So I'll go ahead and see about putting that on the agenda, the next agenda, or you've got that now, so whatever that number is, we can put it on and request to move forward out of capital on the next agenda item.
Okay.
And we'll get those going, and when we get the best deal we can get on the carriers, then I'll let you know.
It helps.
This has been a long process. We started this, it was the middle of the winter, I think, when we started it, and here it is about the middle of the summer, and supply chains are crazy. Why they can't, I think a whole bunch of people dropped the ball. But anyway, with the vest, she's got contact that we can get in with those guys, and we can get those vests here, because that takes time for them to build those vests. So maybe it'll all work out at the same time then.
Okay.
Yeah, she said she's reached out to some more dealers trying to.
Anything else? If that's it, then that's the end of the first round of budget hearings. So thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, John. Thank you, Faye. See y'all. Bye.